The Jade Emperor stood atop the celestial mountain, his robes shimmering with threads of gold that seemed to capture the light of the heavens themselves. His gaze swept across the cosmos, stern and thoughtful. Chaos brewed among the stars, and balance was slipping from his grasp. The Emperor, guardian of harmony, knew what needed to be done. He would create an eternal cycle, a rhythm of order tied to the living world below. And for this, he would call upon the creatures of Earth. The summons rippled through the skies, a melody that carried both urgency and promise. Animals across mountains, rivers, and forests lifted their heads to hear the call. It wasn't a command, it was an invitation, one that whispered of glory and the chance to leave their mark on eternity. Far below, on the banks of a great river, a small, unassuming rat paused in his work. His tiny ears twitched, and his beady eyes sparkled with curiosity. He had heard the summons, too, and his heart raced. The Jade Emperor himself had called. But how could a creature as small as he compete with the majestic beasts of the land? The thought was terrifying, but the spark of ambition burned brighter. If he could only be clever enough, perhaps he could succeed. On the other side of the river, the mighty ox lowered his head. His broad shoulders rippled with muscle as he lumbered toward the water. Unlike the rat, he was calm and steady, unbothered by thoughts of failure. He would answer the call because it was right to do so. That was his way, simple, strong, and unwavering. The tiger stretched in the dense jungle, claws slicing into the earth. Pride gleamed in his eyes. He was the king of the forest, feared by all. Surely he was destined for greatness in whatever the Jade Emperor planned. The tiger's confidence was unshakable, his roar a declaration that he would take his rightful place among the chosen. Each animal felt the summons in their own way. The graceful rabbit darted through the underbrush, nimble and light. The dragon soared from his mountain lair, scales shimmering with celestial light. The snake coiled in silent thought, cunning flickering in her eyes. The horse, the goat, the rooster, the dog, the pig, all began their journeys, each carrying dreams of honor and immortality. When the animals finally gathered at the celestial palace, they found themselves at the edge of a wide, rushing river. The Jade Emperor's voice echoed from the heavens, rich and commanding. "Cross the river and come to me," he said. "The order in which you arrive will shape the cycle of years for all time." The animals glanced at one another, the weight of the Emperor's words settling in their hearts. The river churned before them, a formidable obstacle. It was more than a physical challenge, it was a test of will, courage, and spirit. The ox stepped forward first, his powerful legs carrying him into the current without hesitation. The others watched, some with admiration, others with frustration at his sheer strength. The rat, however, saw an opportunity. Scurrying up to the ox, he pleaded, "Let me ride on your back. I'm small and would never make it across on my own." The ox, kind-hearted and unsuspecting, agreed. As he trudged through the water, the rat clung tightly to his fur, his mind racing. He was grateful, yes, but also determined. When the ox reached the far bank and prepared to step ashore, the rat leapt forward, landing just ahead. His tiny feet touched the ground first. The Jade Emperor smiled as the rat stood proudly before him. "You are clever," he said, "and so you shall be the first." The ox arrived moments later, unbothered by the rat's trickery. He was second, and his strength and reliability were duly honored. Behind them, the tiger emerged from the river with a mighty roar, his ferocity earning him the third spot. The rabbit appeared soon after, hopping lightly from stone to stone, her quick thinking allowing her to cross where others might have faltered. The dragon followed, his majestic wings carrying him not only across the river but into the hearts of all who saw him. But when the snake slithered forward, there was a ripple of surprise. She had hidden among the hooves of the horse, using his speed to her advantage. The horse, startled by the revelation, arrived next, his powerful strides placing him in seventh. The goat, monkey, and rooster worked together, their combined efforts overcoming the river's challenges. The dog, loyal but distracted by the river's refreshing water, arrived near the end. And last came the pig, who had paused to enjoy a meal along the way. His lateness didn't diminish his joy at being included at all. The Jade Emperor looked upon them with satisfaction, each animal embodying a trait that would guide the people of Earth. The rat's cunning, the ox's diligence, the tiger's bravery, the rabbit's agility, the dragon's power, the snake's wisdom, the horse's spirit, the goat's cooperation, the monkey's wit, the rooster's vigilance, the dog's loyalty, and the pig's generosity, all would find their place in the eternal cycle. But there was a shadow of sorrow in the emperor's gaze. Far away, a cat watched from the riverbank, her fur matted and her eyes filled with betrayal. She had trusted the rat to wake her for the race, but he had left her behind, sealing her fate. It was said from that day on, the cat and rat would never be friends, their enmity etched into the annals of time. The celestial order was born that day, not from power alone, but from the intricate dance of strength, cunning, and chance. The animal stories became the threads of a great tapestry, weaving through the lives of the people below. And the Jade Emperor, watching from his heavenly throne, knew that the balance had been restored, at least for now. The air was alive with anticipation, a tension so thick it seemed to hum through the trees and ripple across the water. On the edge of the great river, 12 animals gathered, each one different, each one unique. The Jade Emperor's voice had summoned them, his decree echoing through the lands. A race would decide their fate. The first 12 to finish would be honored forever, their names etched into the cycle of time itself. A golden sunrise spilled across the sky, and the river glistened like molten silver. The animals stood in silence, each lost in their thoughts. For some, the race was a chance to prove their strength. For others, it was a challenge of wit. And for one, it was a question of survival. The rat, small and unassuming, felt his tiny heart pounding in his chest. He glanced up at the ox, his towering neighbor, with a mix of fear and admiration. Beside the ox, the tiger flexed his claws, his muscles rippling beneath his striped coat. The rabbit stretched her long legs, her quick eyes scanning the landscape for any advantage. The dragon hovered above, his wings casting shadows that danced on the ground. His very presence radiated power and awe. Next to him, the snake coiled and uncoiled, her movements hypnotic and unreadable. The horse stomped his hooves, nostrils flaring, while the goat stood quietly, her gaze steady and calm. The monkey perched on a tree branch, his tail twitching with mischief, while the rooster preened his feathers, his chest puffed out in pride. The dog barked excitedly, his tail wagging with boundless energy, and the pig, round and cheerful, grunted softly, content with his place among the crowd. The Jade Emperor's voice rang out, commanding and final. When the gong sounds, the race begins. You will cross the river and find your way to the heavenly gates. The order in which you arrive will shape the ages of men. A hush fell over the group as the gong sounded, its reverberations shaking the ground. The animals surged forward, the thunder of hooves, claws, and paws creating a cacophony of sound. The ox charged ahead, his sheer size and strength allowing him to plunge into the river with ease. The tiger followed, his movements swift and powerful, his claws slicing through the water as if it were air. The rabbit darted along the riverbank, looking for stones to leap across, her nimble form barely touching the ground. The rat, too small to swim such a treacherous current, scurried in the ox's wake, his sharp mind calculating. An idea struck him, a bold, risky plan. As the ox lumbered forward, the rat called out, his voice high and desperate. Ox, noble friend, please help me. I am too small to cross this river alone. The ox, kind and trusting, nodded without hesitation. Climb onto my back, he said, his deep voice steady. The rat scampered up, his tiny claws gripping the ox's fur as they plunged further into the water. Above them, the dragon soared, his magnificent wings creating gusts of wind that sprayed mist into the air. But even he paused to help. A village below was suffering from drought, their crops wilting under the sun's relentless heat. The dragon breathed a stream of cool water over the fields, the act of kindness costing him precious moments. The snake, cunning and silent, slipped into the water unnoticed, her lithe body moving with grace. She saw the horse ahead, his powerful strides churning through the waves, and a sly plan formed in her mind. The dog, eager and playful, splashed in the river, forgetting the race momentarily as he chased the rippling current. The pig, bringing up the rear, stopped to snack on a cluster of ripe berries, unconcerned with the urgency of the moment. As the ox neared the riverbank, his broad shoulders cutting through the last stretch of water, the rat tensed. He had been waiting for this moment, his sharp mind calculating every step. With a sudden leap, he sprang from the ox's back, landing on the shore just ahead. The Jade Emperor smiled as the rat scurried to his feet, his chest heaving with triumph. "You are first," the Emperor declared. The ox, steady and patient, stepped ashore moments later, unbothered by the rat's clever move. He stood tall as the Emperor announced him second. The tiger emerged from the water with a roar, his striped coat glistening in the sunlight. His ferocity and determination had earned him third place. The rabbit bounded into view, her agile leaps carrying her across the stones. She was fourth, her speed and cleverness undeniable. The dragon arrived next, his immense power tempered by the time he had spent helping others. Despite his delay, his noble spirit shone brightly, securing him fifth place. As the horse galloped toward the shore, the snake uncoiled from where she had hidden beneath his mane, slithering ahead with a sly smile. The horse reared in surprise, but accepted his place as seventh. The goat, monkey, and rooster arrived together, their teamwork carrying them across the river. They took the next 3 spots, their cooperation celebrated by the Emperor. The dog, finally tearing himself away from the water's playful grip, bounded ashore, his loyalty earning him 11th place. And last came the pig, unhurried and content, his cheerful nature undimmed by his position. He stood proudly as the Emperor declared him 12th. The race was over, but its echoes lingered in the air. Each animal carried a story, a lesson, a piece of the greater whole. The Jade Emperor looked upon them with approval, their diverse traits forming the foundation of a timeless cycle that would guide the lives of all who came after. The stars whispered of his presence, their light trembling as if bowing in reverence. At the heart of the celestial palace, the Jade Emperor stood, a figure cloaked in power and eternity. His eyes held the weight of countless eons, gazing out at the vast heavens. Yet his thoughts were fixed not on the stars or the gods, but on earth, fragile, chaotic, teetering on the edge of imbalance. The world below churned with life, wild and untamed. The seasons clashed, time flowed unevenly, and humanity wandered without direction, caught in the tides of uncertainty. The Emperor, ruler of all realms, could not let this disorder go unchallenged. Order was needed, a cycle to bind the heavens and the earth in harmony. He stepped forward, his feet silent against the gleaming floor of the heavenly palace. His voice, a deep and resonant command, carried through the celestial air. "Bring them to me," he said, his words an echo that raced through the skies and across the lands. The 12 were chosen. Not for their perfection, but for their spirit, each animal reflecting a vital part of existence. The rat, small yet clever, the ox, steady and strong, the tiger, fierce and bold. Each embodied a trait the world needed to thrive. But their selection was only the beginning. Far below, the animals felt the call, a summons they could neither ignore nor fully understand. The Jade Emperor's voice was not one of words alone, it was a pull at the very core of their being. Across forests, rivers, and mountains, they began their trek toward Heaven's Gate, each one carrying hopes, fears, and the spark of destiny. Heaven's Gate stood as a masterpiece of the cosmos, its golden arches gleaming against the boundless sky. The gate was no mere entrance, it was a threshold, a line between the mortal and the divine. Its towering pillars were etched with the stories of creation, its steps worn smooth by the passage of countless spirits seeking the Emperor's wisdom. The Jade Emperor awaited them at the pinnacle, his hands clasped behind his back. The animals would not know it, but this test, the celestial race, was not only for their honor. It was for balance, for the delicate weaving of traits and time that would shape the cycle of years. Each animal, with its strengths and flaws, would bring something irreplaceable to the eternal rhythm. The first to approach the gates was the rat, his tiny form trembling with both awe and ambition. He stood before the towering figure of the Emperor, his voice a quiver. "I have come," he said, his courage barely masking his fear. The Emperor looked down, his gaze piercing yet kind. "You are small, but your mind is sharp," he said. You see paths where others see walls. This cleverness will guide those who follow. Next came the ox, his broad shoulders sagging under the weight of his journey. He bowed deeply, his respect as steady as his steps. The emperor nodded. Your strength carries the burdens of the world, he said. Let your diligence be a beacon for those who falter. One by one, the animals arrived, each presenting their essence before the emperor. The tiger's roar shook the air, his fierce spirit blazing like fire. Courage alone is not enough, the emperor told him, but your bravery will light the way in the darkest of times. The rabbit, timid yet swift, approached with wide eyes, her heart racing. The emperor's smile was gentle. Your speed is your gift, but it is your ability to adapt that will teach others to survive. When the dragon descended, his majesty filled the sky, a being of scales and flame that embodied raw power. You are mighty, the emperor said, but true greatness lies in using your strength to protect. The horse's gallop thundered through the heavens, his wild spirit untamed. The goat's steady climb carried quiet determination. The monkey's clever grin hid a deeper resourcefulness, while the rooster's proud cry announced his vigilance. The dog bounded forward, his loyalty a tangible force, and the pig, last but unyielding, arrived with a grin that spoke of simple joys and contentment. Yet, as the emperor spoke to each, there was a heaviness in his tone. The celestial balance required sacrifices, and the choices made that day would ripple across the ages. Some would struggle with their roles, others would thrive, but all would carry the weight of their place in the Zodiac. Behind it all, the emperor's gaze flickered with something deeper, a sorrow he would never show. For among the gathered 12, there was an absence. A cat had heard the call too late, betrayed by a friend and left behind. The emperor saw this as he saw all things, the threads of fate weaving joy and loss into a single, unbreakable fabric. As the animals stood together, the Jade Emperor raised his arms. The sky above them swirled, the stars shifting and aligning. Their names, their spirits, were etched into the heavens, bound to the cycle of time. Each year would carry the mark of one animal, their traits shaping the lives of those born beneath them. The animals watched in awe as the celestial tapestry unfurled, their places immortalized in light. The emperor's voice, both soft and mighty, filled the air one last time. Go now, he said, and let your presence guide the world. As the animals turned to descend, the Jade Emperor remained, his figure silhouetted against the gleaming gates. Heaven's gate stood open, a symbol of unity between the heavens and the earth, its light a reminder that even in chaos, order could be found. And as the stars settled into their eternal dance, the Emperor's gaze lingered, knowing that the cycle he had created would forever tie the heavens to the hearts of the living below. The night sky shimmered with 1,000 stars, their light casting silver patterns across the heavens. Beneath this celestial tapestry, the Jade Emperor stood in quiet contemplation, his hands weaving invisible threads in the air. The animals had found their place, the cycle was set, but something was missing. The rhythm of the years was incomplete, a song half sung. Then came the voice, not a sound, but a presence, as old as the universe itself. It whispered through the winds, murmured in the rivers, and crackled in the firelight. It was the voice of the 5 elements, eternal forces that shaped everything in existence. They swirled unseen around the Emperor, their energies both fierce and gentle. Wood, the first to speak, was restless and alive. We are the breath of the world, it said, its tone a rustling of leaves and the creak of ancient trees. Without us, life cannot grow. Give us purpose. Fire followed, a blaze that pulsed with both creation and destruction. Its voice crackled with intensity. I burn brightly, consuming and renewing. Let my energy dance with theirs. Earth came next, steady and grounding, its voice deep as mountains. I am the foundation. Roots cling to me, rivers carve me, and lives are born upon me. Let me bring balance. Metal spoke in sharp, clear tones, its resonance like a ringing blade. I am strength and resilience, the core of stars and the edge of tools. My power must be part of their path. Last was water, soft yet unyielding, flowing with the quiet authority of oceans. I shape the world without force, finding the cracks and filling them. Let my wisdom guide them. The emperor nodded, his face serene but his mind alive with understanding. The animals needed more than their traits, they needed the essence of these elements to truly complete the cycle. He stretched his hand toward the heavens, and the elements answered, their energies spiraling down to intertwine with each animal. The rat was the first to feel it. A spark of water entered its tiny body, flowing through its veins with a cold, sharp clarity. The rat shivered, then smiled. Its cleverness deepened, now laced with the adaptability and intuition of the element. In years to come, water would make rats resourceful, able to navigate even the harshest of tides. The ox felt the weight of earth settle over its broad shoulders. It stood taller, its strength now rooted in an unshakable foundation. Earth's calm and patience flowed through its spirit, making the ox a symbol of resilience and dependability. The tiger burned with the fire of fire itself, its stripes flickering like flames in the wind. Its fierce courage became a raging force, but the heat also taught the tiger the value of control. Fire's duality, the power to destroy and to protect, became part of the tiger's essence. Wood, vibrant and full of potential, chose the rabbit. The element filled the rabbit with growth and harmony, making its leaps not just quick but purposeful. Wood gave the rabbit a quiet strength, one that flourished in moments of peace yet endured in times of trial. The dragon felt the pull of both fire and water, their opposing energies swirling within its mighty frame. Fire fueled its majesty, while water tempered its power with wisdom. The balance of these elements made the dragon unparalleled, its presence both awe-inspiring and comforting. For the snake, metal coiled into its spirit, sharp and unyielding. The element's precision became the snake's gift, making it cunning and strategic. But metal also taught the snake the value of refinement, turning raw instinct into focused determination. The horse galloped with the wind of fire at its heels. The flames gave it boundless energy and a wild, untamed spirit. Yet fire's lessons taught the horse to harness its passion, to channel its vigor into unwavering loyalty and strength. The goat was touched by Earth's gentle embrace, its steady warmth softening the edges of its spirit. The element gave the goat compassion and reliability, a quiet strength that could endure storms and nurture those in need. The monkey felt metal's sharp clarity merge with its mischievous heart. The element sharpened the monkey's wit and gave it the courage to wield its cleverness as a tool. With metal's influence, the monkey's laughter became a force that could cut through despair. The rooster stood tall as fire entered its core, igniting a flame of pride and vigilance. Fire made the rooster's voice louder, its courage brighter. The element's energy turned the rooster into a protector, one who would never falter in its duties. For the dog, earth brought grounding and unwavering loyalty. The element gave the dog a deep sense of purpose, its devotion strengthened by earth's steady pulse. This connection made the dog a guardian, its bark a promise of safety. Lastly, the pig welcomed water's gentle flow. The element brought kindness and adaptability, a quiet wisdom that softened the pig's edges. Water made the pig's joy ripple outward, touching everyone in its presence with calm and contentment. The elements hummed with satisfaction, their energies now woven into the fabric of the Zodiac. Each animal carried its own combination, a unique bond that shaped its role in the eternal cycle. Together, they became more than just creatures, they became symbols, guiding humanity through the rhythms of time. The Jade Emperor watched as the animals adjusted to their newfound powers, their spirits shining with elemental light. The balance was complete. The cycle of years would not only reflect the traits of the animals, but also the shifting influences of the 5 elements. The winds carried whispers of what was to come, the years filled with laughter, tears, and endless stories shaped by these 12 beings and their elemental companions. The Emperor turned his gaze back to the stars, knowing that the harmony of the heavens and earth was now etched into eternity. The moon hung low in the velvet sky, its silvery light casting shadows that seemed to breathe with life. Its face was calm, timeless, watching over the world as it always had. Yet, beneath that serenity, there was power, an invisible rhythm that pulsed through the heavens and the earth, connecting everything beneath its glow. Far below, In a quiet village nestled against the mountains, a child stood beside their grandmother, eyes wide with wonder as she traced circles in the dirt with her cane. "This," she whispered, her voice low and certain, "is how the moon speaks to us." The child tilted their head, curious but unsure. "The moon? What does it say?" The grandmother smiled, her gaze lifting to the lunar glow above. "It speaks in time, my dear. It turns the tides, it tells the seeds when to grow, and it shapes the years we live. It even gives meaning to the animals we honor." The child's eyes flickered with confusion. "The animals? The rat, the dragon?" "Yes," she nodded. "Their stories are not just their own. They belong to the moon too." She leaned closer, her breath warm against the child's ear. "You see, the moon has its own calendar. Not like the one you count with your fingers, but one you feel in your bones. And it weaves the animals into its dance." The child glanced at the sky again, as if searching for some hidden sign. Above, the moon's light seemed to pulse, as though agreeing with the old woman's words. Far beyond the mountains, in the heavens where the Jade Emperor ruled, the moon's presence was revered. Unlike the sun, bold and constant, the moon moved in cycles, waxing and waning like breath itself. This rhythm, ancient and unyielding, had become the foundation for time as it was measured on Earth. The lunar calendar was no simple construct. It followed the moon's phases, each month beginning with its dark embrace and swelling to fullness before fading again. These cycles did not match the rigid lines of the solar calendar, but that was their beauty. They reflected life as it truly was, flowing, shifting, never perfectly aligned. When the animals had been chosen, the Jade Emperor turned his gaze to the moon. Its light flickered like a heartbeat, steady yet alive. He understood then that the animals and the lunar calendar were meant to intertwine, their energies forming a bridge between the heavens and the earth. He called upon the moon, its silvery essence shimmering as it descended to the celestial palace. "You guide the tides and light the night," he said. "Will you also guide the years?" The moon's glow deepened, a silent yes that carried the weight of eternity. Thus, the Zodiac animals became bound to the lunar calendar, their cycles mirroring its rhythm. Each year would belong to one animal, its essence shaping the days and nights beneath the moon's gaze. The rat, quick and clever, would begin the cycle, its energy bursting like the first shoots of spring. After it would come the steady ox, the bold tiger, the graceful rabbit, each taking their turn in the moon's endless dance. Back in the village, the grandmother's cane tapped against the dirt, tracing another circle. 12 animals, 12 years, she said. "But do you know what makes it truly special?" The child shook their head, eyes glued to her hands. "The moon doesn't just give them time," she continued. "It gives them meaning. When you're born under an animal's year, it's like a thread tying you to the moon's own cycle. That thread pulls you, shapes you, makes you who you are." The child's breath caught, their small fingers curling into fists. "Is that why people say I'm like the rabbit? Because I was born in the rabbit's year?" "Yes, my dear," she said, her smile softening. "But it's more than just the animal. It's how the moon touched you that year, how its light wove into your spirit. It's why no two rabbits are ever quite the same. In the heavens, the moon watched as the years unfolded, each one unique yet bound by the same cycles. When the dragon's year arrived, the skies burned with its fiery energy, the world bursting with ambition and strength. But when the goat's year came, the days grew quieter, softer, as the earth seemed to pause and breathe. The lunar calendar did not merely mark time, it shaped it, its rhythms flowing through the lives of those below. Farmers planted their crops by its phases, fishermen read the tides by its pull, and parents named their children with the hope that the animal of their year would bring them luck and strength. But there were moments when the balance wavered. A year might bring too much fire, scorching the earth, or too much water, drowning the fields. The moon, ever watchful, adjusted its glow, its cycles shifting to bring harmony once more. The child in the village watched the moon that night, their heart brimming with questions. "Does the moon ever forget?" they asked, their voice barely a whisper. The grandmother chuckled, her laugh low and warm. "The moon never forgets," she said. "It remembers everything, every laugh, every tear, every year that has ever passed. And it carries those memories in its light, shining them down to us." The child's eyes glistened, the weight of the moon's gift settling into their small shoulders. They glanced down at the circle their grandmother had drawn, the marks that now looked less like dirt and more like the lines of the moon's story itself. As the night deepened, the moon continued its silent vigil, its cycles weaving the threads of the zodiac into the fabric of time. And though the heavens stretched vast and unknowable above, the child felt a connection, as if the moon's light had reached down and touched them, whispering, "You are part of this too." The morning of the great race was heavy with anticipation. A low mist clung to the ground, curling around the paws, hooves, and claws of the gathered animals. The Jade Emperor's decree had been simple but monumental. The first 12 animals to cross the river and reach his celestial palace would have the honor of marking the passage of time. Each would represent a year in the grand cycle of life. Among the crowd of creatures stood the rat, small and unassuming. Its fur was slick with dew, its whiskers twitching as it observed the larger animals around it. No one paid it much attention. Why would they? The ox towered above with muscles of stone, the tiger's eyes burned with fierce determination, and the dragon's very breath seemed to stir the air with power. The rat, however, was not discouraged. It darted to the edge of the riverbank, where the water churned and frothed. Its small eyes scanned the distance. The far side of the river looked impossibly distant for a creature so small, but the rat's mind was not bound by doubt. The race began with a deafening roar as the larger animals surged forward. The horse's hooves thundered against the earth, and the tiger's leap cut through the air like a blade. The dragon soared above the chaos, its wings outstretched, while the snake slithered silently through the grass. The rat, however, waited. Its moment came when the ox approached the riverbank. The ox moved with steady determination, unbothered by the frenzy around it. To the rat, the ox was more than a competitor, it was an opportunity. With a quick leap, the rat landed on the ox's broad back, clutching its fur. The ox didn't notice, it was too focused on its task, its strong legs already wading into the river's icy depths. The water roared around them, the current trying to push them back, but the ox pressed on, its hooves digging into the riverbed. The rat clung tightly, its small body shivering with cold but its heart steady. It could feel the ox's strength beneath it, the slow but unstoppable rhythm of its movements. As they reached the middle of the river, the rat glanced behind. The tiger was already in the water, its powerful strokes cutting through the current. The dragon, too, descended from the sky, its claws skimming the surface. The rat's breath quickened, but it stayed calm. It had come too far to falter now. The ox emerged from the river, its heavy body pulling against the mud of the opposite bank. The finish line was just ahead, and the Jade Emperor stood waiting, his robes glowing like sunlight on snow. The rat's tiny claws flexed as it prepared itself. At the last moment, as the ox shook water from its massive frame, the rat sprang forward. Its leap carried it past the ox's horns, past its wide, astonished eyes, and onto the finish line. The Jade Emperor raised his hand, his voice ringing out, "The first is the rat." The crowd gasped, and the ox, though surprised, nodded in quiet acceptance. The rat had outwitted them all, its small size and clever mind triumphing over sheer strength and speed. The rat stood tall, or as tall as a creature so small could stand. It was not just a victory of cunning but a testament to the power of strategy and boldness. The other animals arrived one by one, each met with cheers, but the rat's triumph was remembered as something extraordinary. Its story would be told for generations, a tale of how the smallest creature had claimed the first position in the grand cycle. Parents whispered it to their children, leaders recounted it in moments of challenge, and the rat's spirit became a symbol of resourcefulness and determination. The race was over, but the rat's legacy had only begun. Its cleverness became a lesson for all who sought to overcome the odds, a reminder that even the smallest and seemingly weakest could achieve greatness with the right mind and heart. The field stretched endlessly beneath a sky streaked with the soft glow of dawn. The earth was damp and rich, promising a harvest yet to come, but the work ahead was backbreaking. A farmer stood at the edge of the land, calloused hands gripping a worn wooden plow. Beside him was the ox, broad and steady, its breath rising in warm clouds against the cool morning air. The ox didn't wait for commands. Its great shoulders lowered, muscles rippling beneath its rough coat as it pressed into the harness. The plow bit into the soil, carving long furrows where seeds would soon be sown. Step by step, the ox moved forward, its hooves sinking into the soft earth, unwavering. It was said that long ago, when the Jade Emperor announced the great race to determine the Zodiac, the ox hadn't thought of winning. Its heart wasn't filled with ambition or cunning, only a simple understanding of duty. The ox didn't care for glory or recognition, it cared for purpose, for the satisfaction of each step completed. On the day of the race, the ox arrived at the riverbank as the sun began to rise. The water surged and roared, its currents eager to challenge even the strongest swimmers. The ox, unhurried, approached the edge. It took a deep breath, steadying itself, then entered the river. The icy water swirled around its legs, pulling and clawing as if trying to drag it back. The ox didn't falter. Its hooves found purchase on the slippery stones below, its powerful legs pushing against the relentless current. Each step forward was a triumph, hard-won and deliberate. As it reached the deepest part of the river, the ox felt a small weight land on its back. It glanced back, its dark eyes meeting the quick, bright gaze of the rat. The rat had climbed onto its broad back without a word, trusting in the ox's strength. The ox didn't shake the rat off. It understood the importance of helping others, even if it meant carrying an extra burden. The river roared louder, but the ox pressed on, each step filled with a quiet resolve. When it finally reached the far bank, the ox felt the rat leap forward, its small paws hitting the ground first. The ox watched as the rat was declared the winner, the first animal of the Zodiac. There was no anger in its heart, no bitterness. The ox nodded, accepting the outcome with the same calm it had carried into the race. It had done what it set out to do, cross the river, complete the task. That was enough. The Jade Emperor turned to the ox, his voice warm with admiration. "Second, the ox," he declared, his gaze steady. "For your strength and perseverance, you will always be remembered." The ox lowered its head, not in submission, but in quiet gratitude. It didn't need to be first, it only needed to be true to itself. Over the years, the ox became a symbol of hard work and reliability. When the farmers in the village faced long days under the blazing sun, it was the ox that plowed the fields, its steady pace never faltering. When heavy rains turned the roads to mud, it was the ox that pulled the carts, its hooves gripping the ground with unyielding strength. One year, a terrible drought struck the land. The rivers dried up, the crops withered, and the people grew desperate. The ox, now older but no less strong, stood with the farmer at the edge of the barren fields. The farmer's voice was heavy with worry. "What can we do? There's nothing left." The ox stepped forward, its broad head nudging the farmer's hand. It lowered itself to the ground, its powerful body pressing into the dry soil. The farmer stared in confusion until he realized the ox was digging. Using its hooves and horns, the ox scraped away the hardened earth, searching for moisture below. The farmer joined in, and soon others came to help. Hour by hour, the ox kept working, even as its body grew weary and its breath came harder. By nightfall, a thin trickle of water began to seep through the cracks. The people cheered, their hope rekindled. The ox didn't pause to bask in their gratitude. It simply stood, its body caked with dirt, its heart steady as always. To the ox, there was no glory in saving the village, only the satisfaction of doing what needed to be done. Through the centuries, the ox's story endured, whispered in moments of hardship and toil. Its spirit lived in those who faced impossible tasks with quiet resolve, who found strength not in speed or cunning but in perseverance. On nights when the moon was full and the fields were silent, some said you could hear the soft sound of hooves, steady and unyielding, as if the ox was still out there, working beneath the stars. The jungle lay shrouded in shadows, the air heavy with silence broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves. Villagers whispered of a beast that prowled under the cloak of night, a terror to those who dared wander too far from the safety of their homes. Yet, within the same breath, they spoke of another, a savior whose stripes marked the line between fear and protection. The tiger had always been more than a beast of the wild. Its amber eyes carried the fire of the sun, and its roar echoed like thunder in the heavens. For the people, the tiger was both a warning and a promise, fierce, unrelenting, and fearless in its role as protector. There was once a time when darkness truly threatened the land. A monstrous serpent, scales glistening like black ice, had slithered into the valley. It brought ruin wherever it coiled, fields turned barren, rivers ran dry, and the skies grew heavy with an unnatural gloom. The people cowered, their hearts clenched with despair. No one dared to challenge the serpent. Warriors who had once faced armies now trembled at the thought of its venomous fangs. Priests who had invoked the heavens found their prayers drowned in silence. It was said the serpent's presence was a curse, one that would doom the valley unless something, or someone, stood against it. One night, when the stars struggled to pierce the thick clouds, the tiger emerged. Its movements were as silent as the shadows it walked through, yet its presence was impossible to ignore. Stripes of gold and black shimmered faintly in the dim light as it approached the heart of the village. The villagers gathered cautiously, their eyes wide with a mixture of awe and fear. The tiger did not roar or growl. It simply stood there, regal and unyielding, its gaze fixed on the horizon where the serpent lay hidden. The meaning was clear. The elders whispered among themselves, debating whether this was an act of courage or madness. But deep within their hearts, they knew the tiger was their only hope. No creature was as bold, as fierce, or as relentless in the face of danger. At dawn, the tiger moved toward the serpent's lair. The earth seemed to hold its breath. The once vibrant forest now stood eerily still, the trees skeletal against the darkened sky. Each step the tiger took was deliberate, its muscles coiled like springs, ready to unleash the full force of its power. The serpent waited, coiled around a crumbling temple at the edge of the valley. Its eyes burned like twin embers, and its hiss cut through the silence like a blade. The tiger paused, its tail flicking once. There was no hesitation, only a moment of stillness before the storm. The serpent struck first, its body a blur of motion as it lunged forward, fangs glistening with venom. The tiger sidestepped with grace, its claws raking the air as it turned to meet the serpent's assault. The clash of fang and claw sent shockwaves through the ground, and the forest erupted into a cacophony of sound, branches snapping, leaves rustling, the air itself trembling with the force of their battle. The tiger's strikes were precise, each movement calculated to wear down the serpent's defenses. Its roar tore through the valley, a sound so fierce it seemed to shake the very foundations of the temple. The serpent retaliated with coils that could crush stone, but the tiger's agility proved unmatched. The battle raged for hours, the two forces locked in a deadly dance. The tiger's golden coat was streaked with blood, yet its eyes never wavered. It fought not for itself, but for the people who had placed their fragile hope in its strength. At last, the serpent faltered. Its movements grew sluggish, its strikes less certain. The tiger seized the moment, launching itself with a final, earth-shaking roar. Its claws tore through the serpent's scaled hide, striking at the very heart of the beast. The serpent let out a deafening screech before collapsing, its body lifeless and still. The valley was silent once more, but this silence was different. It was the silence of peace, of relief, of life returning to a land that had been suffocated by fear. The tiger stood over the fallen serpent, its chest heaving with exhaustion. Blood matted its fur, but its posture remained proud and unbroken. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, they illuminated the tiger's stripes, turning them into bands of molten gold. When the tiger returned to the village, it was not met with cheers or applause. The people simply knelt, their heads bowed in reverence. They knew no words could capture the magnitude of what the tiger had done. From that day forward, the tiger was not just a creature of the jungle, but a guardian spirit, a symbol of bravery that transcended fear. Its image was carved into doorways, painted onto walls, and etched into the hearts of the people. Whenever danger loomed, they would invoke the tiger's spirit, its courage serving as a beacon of hope and protection. Though the tiger lived on in the wild, its legacy became immortal. It was said that on quiet nights, when the wind rustled through the trees, you could hear the faint echo of its roar, a reminder that courage, no matter how fierce the foe, would always prevail. Beneath a sky washed in silver moonlight, a small figure moved silently through the tall grass. The rabbit's fur glowed softly in the night, blending almost seamlessly with the gentle shimmer of the lunar glow. Its ears twitched at the faint rustle of leaves, its delicate paws patting noiselessly across the earth. The moon had always been a companion to the rabbit. Its light seemed to follow wherever it went, casting a protective gaze over its every step. Yet, the rabbit was not merely a creature of the earth, it was said to hold a special connection to the heavens, its grace and quiet strength bridging the worlds of mortals and immortals. Long ago, when the Jade Emperor called for the great race to select the Zodiac animals, the rabbit was not the swiftest, nor the strongest. But it had something else, a determination as light and sure as the touch of its paws on the ground. On the day of the race, the rabbit stood among the larger, more imposing animals. The ox towered above, its muscles rippling under its thick coat. The tiger's eyes gleamed like embers, its tail flicking with restless energy. But the rabbit, small and unassuming, simply watched the starting line, its heart steady. When the signal was given, the rabbit leapt forward, its legs propelling it with a speed that belied its size. It darted through the underbrush, its small frame slipping easily between tangled roots and low-hanging branches. While others struggled against the terrain, the rabbit's light steps seemed to barely touch the ground. When it reached the river, its nimbleness became its greatest challenge. The water rushed past with a roar, its surface dotted with swirling eddies. The rabbit hesitated, its ears flattening as it steadied the churning current. It wasn't a strong swimmer, it knew that to attempt crossing as the larger animals did would be its undoing. But the rabbit was clever. Its eyes scanned the riverbank until it found a solution, a fallen log lying partially submerged in the water. Using its powerful hind legs, the rabbit jumped onto the log and clung tightly as the current carried it downstream. Though the ride was treacherous, the rabbit's instincts never wavered, and it reached the far bank safely. The Jade Emperor smiled as the rabbit crossed the finish line. "Fourth," he said, his voice filled with admiration. "For your swiftness and ingenuity, you have earned your place." The rabbit bowed its head humbly, its chest rising and falling with the rhythm of its rapid breaths. Though it was small, it had proven that grace and quick thinking could match even the mightiest competitors. But the rabbit story didn't end with the race. As the years passed, it became a symbol of fertility and renewal. Its ability to bring life and hope to the land was unmatched. Wherever the rabbit tread, flowers bloomed in its wake, and the earth seemed to hum with quiet vitality. There was a tale often told in the villages, one that explained the rabbit's bond with the moon. It was said that one night, as the moon hung low over the world, a divine figure descended to the earth. Her robes shimmered like starlight, and her presence filled the air with a sense of serenity. The rabbit, drawn by an inexplicable pull, approached the figure. It stood at her feet, its head tilted as if listening to her silent song. The figure knelt and placed her hand gently on the rabbit's head. "You are more than what you seem," she said, her voice soft yet resonant. "Your spirit is one of kindness and wisdom, and your light will guide others even in their darkest hours." Moved by her words, the rabbit offered itself in service. It would do whatever was needed to bring comfort and hope to the world. The figure smiled, and with a wave of her hand, she lifted the rabbit into the sky, placing it gently upon the moon. From then on, whenever the moon shone bright, people claimed they could see the outline of a rabbit etched into its surface. To the villagers, this was no mere shadow but a reminder of the rabbit's enduring grace. Mothers would tell their children the story as they planted seeds in the spring. "The rabbit watches over us," they would say, their hands buried in the soft soil. "It brings life to the earth, just as it brought light to the sky." During festivals, offerings of sweet cakes shaped like rabbits were placed beneath the moonlight, a gesture of gratitude for its blessings. And in times of difficulty, when crops failed or illness struck, the villagers looked to the moon, drawing strength from the rabbit's quiet presence. One night, as the moon rose higher than it ever had before, its light bathed the world in a glow so soft and pure that even the coldest hearts were warmed. People stepped outside their homes, their faces upturned as they marveled at the radiance. Among them was a child who had been too sick to leave her bed for weeks. She held her mother's hand tightly as they stood in the moonlight. Her cheeks, once pale and sunken, seemed to glow with newfound life. "Is the rabbit watching us now?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. Her mother smiled, tears glistening in her eyes. "Always." And so, the rabbit story lived on, passed from one generation to the next. It was not just a tale of cleverness or agility, but a testament to the power of gentle strength, the kind that nurtures, protects, and endures. The rabbit, small and unassuming, became a guardian not through force, but through its grace, its connection to life, and its unyielding light. Beneath a sky heavy with swirling clouds, the heavens trembled. A low, resonant rumble rolled across the mountains, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Then, with a burst of golden light, it appeared, a dragon, its scales shimmering like molten gold and emerald, coiling gracefully through the storm. Its roar was a symphony of thunder and wind, a sound so powerful it shook the very earth. The dragon was no ordinary being. Born of celestial fire and the breath of the cosmos, it carried within it the essence of creation itself. Its body glided effortlessly through the air, each movement a perfect balance of strength and elegance. From the heavens, it watched over the land, a guardian of prosperity and a symbol of divine authority. In the earliest days, when chaos still lingered at the edges of the world, the dragon descended to the earth to bring order. Rivers carved their paths under the guidance of its flowing form, mountains rose where its tail swept, and fertile plains stretched wide where it paused to rest. The dragon was a force of creation, and wherever it went, life flourished. But the dragon was also a protector, its power called upon in times of great need. There was a time when the rivers swelled with rage, flooding villages and sweeping away crops. The people cried out for salvation, their voices rising to the heavens. The dragon, hearing their pleas, soared down from the clouds. It dived into the churning waters, its mighty body slicing through the chaos. With a flick of its tail, it redirected the rivers, calming their fury and guiding them back to their banks. The skies cleared, and the people, watching in awe, knelt in gratitude. From that day forward, they revered the dragon as the guardian of balance and abundance. The Jade Emperor, witnessing the dragon's majesty, decreed that it should take its rightful place among the Zodiac. "You are not merely a creature of the heavens," he proclaimed. "You are a symbol of power, a beacon of prosperity. Let the people remember your might and grace for all eternity." The dragon's place in the Zodiac was unlike any other. It was neither a creature of the earth nor bound by mortal constraints. It was celestial, its very existence a bridge between the divine and the human. Kings and emperors adopted the dragon as their emblem, seeing in its image their own aspirations for strength and wisdom. There is a story told of an emperor who was said to be descended from the dragon itself. He was born during a storm, the cries of his arrival mingling with the roar of thunder. As the legend goes, a dragon appeared in the skies above the palace that night, its form illuminated by flashes of lightning. The people believed it to be a sign the emperor was chosen, destined to lead with the dragon's strength and vision. Under his rule, the empire flourished. Crops grew in abundance, trade routes expanded, and peace reigned across the land. The emperor wore robes embroidered with golden dragons, their coiled forms shimmering with every movement. To his people, he was more than a ruler, he was a living embodiment of the dragon's spirit. But the dragon's legacy was not confined to the palaces of kings. Among the common folk, it became a symbol of hope and aspiration. Farmers prayed to the dragon for rain to nourish their fields, merchants sought its blessing for prosperity in their ventures, and warriors called upon its strength in times of battle. During festivals, great dragon dances filled the streets. Long, flowing costumes adorned with bright colors and shimmering scales swayed to the rhythm of drums and cymbals. Beneath the costumes, dancers moved in perfect harmony, mimicking the fluid grace of the dragon's movements. The dances were both a celebration and a call to the heavens, a reminder of the dragon's enduring presence. One story, passed down through generations, tells of a young boy who dreamed of the dragon. His village had been suffering from drought for months, the once lush fields now dry and cracked. Each night, the boy prayed to the dragon, his small hands clasped tightly as he gazed at the stars. One night, as he slept under the open sky, the dragon came to him in a dream. Its eyes, deep and wise, met his, and it spoke in a voice that resonated in his very bones. "Your faith is strong," it said. "Because of your unwavering hope, I will bring life back to your land." The boy awoke to the sound of thunder. Rain poured from the heavens, soaking the parched earth. The villagers rejoiced, their cries of joy mingling with the rhythm of the falling rain. From that day on, they honored the dragon with offerings and songs, their gratitude etched into every word. Even now, the dragon's image is woven into the fabric of culture and tradition. Its presence is felt in the art that adorns temples, the stories whispered by elders, and the celebrations that light up the night. To many, the dragon is more than a symbol of power, it is a reminder of the potential within all to create, protect, and inspire. In the silence of the night, when the world is still, some say they can hear the dragon's roar echoing in the distance. It is not a sound of fear but of reassurance, a promise that the spirit of the dragon endures, watching over the world with its celestial gaze. The forest was eerily silent, the air heavy with the kind of stillness that seemed to hold its breath. A lone figure moved carefully among the trees, his every step a whisper against the mossy ground. He was a young man searching for answers, burdened by the weight of choices he could not yet understand. It was said that within these woods lay a creature of unparalleled wisdom, a being who could see the threads of fate and guide those brave enough to seek it. In the heart of the forest, where the light barely pierced the thick canopy, he found it. Coiled upon a moss-covered rock, the snake rested, its scales shimmering in hues of emerald and obsidian. Its eyes, bright and unblinking, seemed to hold centuries of knowledge, as if they had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the birth of stars, and the secrets whispered by the earth itself. The young man hesitated, fear clutching at his chest. But the snake did not strike. Instead, it regarded him with a calm intensity that made him feel both seen and exposed. "Why do you seek me?" It finally spoke, its voice soft yet commanding, as though it could cut through the deepest shadows. "I am lost," the young man admitted, his voice trembling. "I have come to ask for your guidance." The snake uncoiled slowly, its movements fluid and deliberate, like the flow of a river. "Wisdom is not given freely," it said. "It must be earned. Are you prepared to face the truth, even if it brings pain?" The young man nodded, though his heart pounded with uncertainty. The snake began to tell a story, its voice weaving a spell around him. It spoke of its origins, of how it was born from the breath of the earth and the fire of the stars. In ancient times, the snake was both feared and revered. It could shed its skin and emerge anew, a living symbol of transformation and renewal. This power made it a creature of mystery, one who walked the line between life and death, between the old and the new. There was a tale of a village once plagued by despair. Crops failed, and sickness spread, leaving the people despondent. Desperate, they turned to the snake, who was said to reside in the caves beyond the mountains. The village elder, frail but determined, made the journey alone. When she found the snake, she bowed deeply. "Our people suffer," she said. "We seek your wisdom." The snake steadied her, its gaze unwavering. "To save your people, you must understand that life is not linear. Like my skin, it must shed the old to make way for the new. Are you willing to sacrifice what you know for what you cannot yet see?" The elder returned to the village with the snake's words heavy in her heart. She convinced the people to abandon their homes and travel to the unknown lands beyond the mountains. Though frightened, they trusted her. As they crossed the treacherous terrain, they found a fertile valley teeming with life. There, they rebuilt their lives, and the memory of the snake became a legend passed down through generations. The snake paused in its tail, its gaze piercing. "Transformation is not without struggle," it said to the young man. "It requires courage to leave behind what is familiar, to embrace the unknown. Do you have such courage? The young man swallowed hard. I think I do. The snake's body rippled like a wave as it began another tale, this one darker. It spoke of a man consumed by greed, who sought the snake not for wisdom but for power. He demanded to know the secrets of immortality. The snake, seeing the darkness in his heart, warned him. Immortality is not a gift but a burden. Are you prepared to bear it? The man scoffed, arrogant in his belief that he could outwit the creature. The snake, weary of his hubris, granted his wish. The man became immortal but found himself cursed to wander the earth alone, watching as the world changed and those he loved faded away. His greed had blinded him to the truth that life's beauty lies in its impermanence. The snake's voice softened, almost a whisper. Wisdom is a double-edged blade. Wield it with care, or it will cut deeper than you can bear. The young man listened, his heart heavy with the weight of the stories. He thought of his own life, of the choices that had led him here. He realized that he had been clinging to the past, afraid to move forward, afraid to change. The snake, as if sensing his thoughts, spoke again. You have come far, but your journey is not yet over. To truly transform, you must shed the fears that bind you, just as I shed my skin. Only then will you see the world as it is, not as you wish it to be. The young man nodded, tears streaming down his face. He felt something shift within him, a release of the weight he had carried for so long. The snake coiled back onto its rock, its gaze softening. Go now, it said. And remember, wisdom is not found in answers but in the willingness to ask questions. The young man left the forest, his heart lighter, his steps surer. The snake watched him go, its body glimmering in the faint light. It had seen many seekers come and go, each leaving with a piece of wisdom that would shape their lives. The snake remained, timeless and enigmatic, a symbol of transformation and renewal. Its stories lingered in the air, carried on the wind, waiting for the next soul brave enough to seek them. The battlefield stretched out like an endless sea of dust and chaos. Warriors clashed with ferocity, the air ringing with the clang of swords and the cries of the wounded. Among the turmoil, one figure stood apart, not a man, but a horse. Its coat gleamed like molten bronze under the dying sun, and its eyes burned with an intensity that could pierce the soul. It was no ordinary steed, it was a creature of legend, the kind that ballads are written about and whose name is whispered in reverence long after the last arrow falls. This horse bore its rider with unmatched grace and strength, weaving through the chaos as though it danced with the wind. The rider, a young general with fire in his heart, trusted the horse more than he trusted himself. He called the horse Tianfeng, meaning heaven's wind, for it moved with a swiftness and power that seemed otherworldly. Together, they had turned the tide of countless battles, their bond unbreakable, their fates entwined. But Tianfeng was more than a warhorse. Its spirit was untamed, its heart yearning for freedom even as it carried the weight of battle upon its back. Legends told of how Tianfeng had been born under a comet's glow, a celestial event that marked it as extraordinary. From the moment it took its first breath, the elders of the village whispered that this horse was destined for greatness. As a foal, Tianfeng had been impossible to tame. It roamed the wild plains, its mane flowing like a river of fire, its hooves pounding the earth like thunder. No rope could hold it, no rider could claim it. Farmers spoke of seeing it gallop across the horizon, a blur of power and grace that left them awestruck. One day, a storm swept across the plains, fierce and unrelenting. Lightning split the sky, and the rain fell in sheets. It was on that night that the young general, then only a boy, first saw Tianfeng. The boy had been caught in the storm while searching for a lost lamb. He stumbled upon the horse, standing atop a hill, silhouetted against the lightning-streaked sky. The horse's eyes met the boy's, and for a moment, the storm seemed to pause. There was an understanding between them, unspoken but profound. The boy extended his hand, expecting the horse to bolt, but Tianfeng stepped closer, its breath warm against his palm. From that moment, their bond was forged. Years later, that boy became the general, and Tianfeng became his greatest ally. Together, they defended their homeland from invaders, their exploits inspiring songs and stories that spread across the land. Tianfeng's strength was unmatched, its spirit unbroken even in the face of overwhelming odds. It charged into battle with a fury that struck fear into the hearts of enemies, yet it moved with a grace that seemed almost poetic. There was one battle that would forever etch Tianfeng's name into the annals of history. The enemy forces had surrounded the general and his troops, cutting off all means of escape. The soldiers were weary, their spirits faltering. The enemy commander, a man known for his ruthlessness, taunted them from atop a hill, confident in his imminent victory. The general knew that their only hope lay in breaking through the enemy lines to reach the river on the far side of the battlefield. But the odds were grim. Turning to his men, he spoke with quiet determination, his voice steady even as doubt gnawed at the edges of his mind. And then there was Tianfeng, standing tall amidst the despair. The horse's gaze met the general's, and in that moment, the man felt a surge of courage. It was as if the horse was saying, "Trust me." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the battlefield in a blood-red glow, the general mounted Tianfeng. He gripped the reins tightly, his heart pounding not with fear but with resolve. With a mighty cry, he led the charge. Tianfeng moved like a force of nature, its hooves striking the ground with the power of 1,000 storms. The enemy lines wavered under the onslaught, their confidence faltering as the horse and rider carved a path through them. The soldiers, inspired by the sight, rallied behind their leader, their battle cries echoing across the plains. The charge was relentless, and for a moment, it seemed as though nothing could stand in their way. But the enemy commander, seeing his forces falter, unleashed his archers. Arrows rained down like a deadly hailstorm, and Tianfeng, ever vigilant, wove through the chaos with the precision of a master dancer. One arrow grazed the horse's flank, drawing blood, but Tianfeng did not falter. It pushed forward, its strength and determination unwavering. Finally, they reached the river, the troops spilling across it like a flood breaking through a dam. The enemy, demoralized and scattered, retreated, their commander cursing the name of the horse that had turned the tide. After the battle, as the soldiers celebrated their hard-won victory, the general knelt beside Tianfeng. He gently pressed his forehead against the horses, his gratitude spilling over in unspoken words. Tianfeng, though wounded, stood tall, its eyes shining with the same unyielding spirit that had carried them through the storm. Tianfeng's legend grew with each passing year, its name synonymous with freedom and strength. It was said that the horse could not be bound, that its spirit roamed the plains even after it had galloped its last. Farmers claimed to hear the sound of its hooves in the dead of night, a reminder of the courage and resilience that it embodied. The tales of Tianfeng were not just stories of war but of the unbreakable bond between horse and rider, of the strength that comes from trusting one another, and of the freedom that lies in following one's true spirit. Tianfeng became a symbol, not just for the general who loved it, but for all who heard its story, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the spirit of the noble horse would not be tamed. Beneath the twilight sky, where the hills rolled gently like the curves of an ocean frozen in time, a small village lay cradled in the arms of nature. A whisper of peace lingered in the air, broken only by the soft rustling of leaves and the occasional tinkling of a distant bell. This was a place where harmony was not merely an idea but a way of life, nurtured and guarded by a presence that felt both earthly and ethereal, a goat. It was said that the goat appeared on the village's darkest night. Years ago, a drought had gripped the land with merciless hands, leaving the soil cracked and the crops withered. The people had turned desperate, their spirits as parched as the earth beneath their feet. Arguments sparked like wildfire over what little resources remained, threatening to tear apart the very fabric of their community. On the seventh evening without rain, when despair hung so heavy it seemed to suffocate the stars, a lone child wandered away from the village. He was drawn by a faint, melodic sound, like the chiming of bells, coming from the hills. Climbing higher and higher, the boy found himself standing before a goat unlike any he had ever seen. Its coat shimmered with a silver hue that seemed to hold the light of the moon itself, and its eyes, soft, wise, and unyieldingly gentle, looked straight into his heart. The boy was too awestruck to speak, but the goat stepped forward, lowering its head as though bowing. Around its neck hung a bell, delicate and ancient, its chime resonating with an almost magical quality. The goat knelt, motioning for the boy to climb onto its back. Without hesitation, he obeyed, and as the goat began to move, the world seemed to shift. The air grew cooler, and the scent of rain filled his lungs. The goat carried him down paths he had never known, through meadows that seemed untouched by the drought. In one such meadow, it paused, stamping its hoof against the ground. The boy watched in wonder as a spring of crystal-clear water burst forth, spreading life and color across the barren land. Flowers bloomed where none had dared, and the air thrummed with a newfound vitality. When the boy returned to the village with the news, the villagers were skeptical until they saw the meadow for themselves. Word spread quickly, and soon the goat became the heart of every whispered prayer. It would appear at the edge of the village during moments of great strife, always silent, always watching. Those who approached it felt an inexplicable calm, their anger and fear dissolving as though carried away by an unseen breeze. One story told of a feud between two families, bitter rivals for generations. The quarrel reached its peak when the village elder, tired of their endless bickering, summoned both families to the village square. The goat appeared as they began to argue, stepping between them with such quiet dignity that their voices faltered. As it stood there, its presence a gentle yet commanding force, both families found themselves unable to continue. They spoke instead of the things they cherished, their fears and hopes, until the animosity between them melted like snow in spring. But the goat was more than a bringer of peace, it was a guardian of nature itself. Farmers told tales of how it would appear in their fields, nudging them away from planting where the soil was too tired or the water too scarce. Its guidance always led to bountiful harvests, and the people came to trust its wisdom without question. Children claimed to have seen it on moonlit nights, walking among the trees as though speaking to them, its bell chiming softly with each step. There was one night, however, that the goat's kindness was tested in a way that would never be forgotten. A wildfire had erupted in the hills, its flames devouring everything in their path. The villagers worked tirelessly to protect their homes, but the fire was relentless, its roar drowning out even their cries. It was then that the goat appeared, standing on a ridge silhouetted against the inferno. For a moment, it seemed as though time itself held its breath. The goat turned and began to walk into the heart of the fire. The villagers shouted for it to stop, but it moved with purpose, unyielding in its resolve. As it vanished into the flames, the sound of its bell grew louder, its chime cutting through the chaos like a song of hope. Moments later, the skies darkened, and rain began to fall, first in hesitant drops, then in a torrential downpour. The fire hissed and sputtered, its fury extinguished by the storm. When the rain ceased, the villagers searched the charred hills for the goat, but it was nowhere to be found. All that remained was its bell, lying in the ashes, unscathed and gleaming as though untouched by the flames. They carried the bell back to the village, placing it in the temple as a symbol of the goat's sacrifice and unwavering spirit. To this day, the villagers believe the goat watches over them still, its kindness woven into the very fabric of their lives. They speak of it with reverence, their voices soft but filled with warmth. To them, the goat is not just an animal but a reminder of the strength that lies in compassion, the power of gentleness in a world often ruled by force. Even now, when the wind carries the faint chime of a bell across the hills, the villagers pause, their hearts swelling with gratitude. For they know that harmony, like the goat, is both fragile and enduring, a gift that must be cherished and protected with every fiber of their being. Under the ancient canopy of a sprawling forest, where sunlight danced in fleeting patches and shadows played tricks on the ground, there lived a monkey with a mind as quick as the wind. Its golden fur shimmered as it swung effortlessly from tree to tree, a mischievous grin forever etched on its face. The monkey was a creature of boundless energy, its laughter echoing through the woods like a melody, a sound that both delighted and unnerved those who heard it. For where the monkey roamed, trouble and marvel often followed hand in hand. One tale spoke of a day when the gods themselves had grown tired of the monotony in their celestial palace. To amuse themselves, they announced a grand challenge, a riddle so complex that even the wisest sages would falter. The prize? A sip from the fabled elixir of immortality. Word of this challenge spread far and wide, reaching even the forest where the monkey made its home. Its eyes sparkled with mischief at the thought. Not because it longed for eternal life, but because the game itself was too tempting to resist. The journey to the palace was no simple feat. The monkey faced mountains that pierced the heavens and rivers that raged like storms. Yet, for every obstacle, it had a trick. When a towering peak loomed ahead, it fashioned a slingshot from vines, catapulting itself to the summit with a gleeful whoop. When a wide river threatened to sweep it away, it coaxed a crocodile into letting it cross, promising the creature a feast that, of course, never existed. With each challenge, the monkey's cleverness shone brighter, and by the time it reached the palace gates, even the gods had taken notice. Inside, the hall was vast and gleaming, filled with beings of unimaginable power. At the center stood a great jade table, upon which the riddle was carved. The words twisted and turned like serpents, their meaning elusive. One by one, the wisest beings approached, their brows furrowed in concentration. They debated and reasoned, but none could unravel the puzzle. The air grew heavy with frustration and failure. Then came the monkey, strolling casually as if it had wandered in by accident. It climbed onto the table, its tail flicking playfully as it studied the riddle. Laughter bubbled in its chest as it realized the trick hidden within the words. The riddle wasn't meant to be solved through logic alone. It required intuition, creativity, and a touch of audacity, all of which the monkey had in spades. With a flourish, the monkey announced the answer, its voice ringing with triumph. Silence fell as the gods exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of surprise and admiration. The answer was correct, and the room erupted in applause. The monkey was invited to drink from the elixir, but it paused, considering. Eternity sounded dull without the thrill of mischief, and so it took only a single drop, enough to carry its wit and spirit through the ages, but not enough to bind it forever. The tales of the monkey didn't end there. In another story, it outsmarted the Dragon King, a mighty and prideful ruler of the seas. The Dragon King had hoarded pearls of wisdom in his underwater palace, refusing to share them with the world. The monkey, ever curious, decided to teach him a lesson. Disguising itself as a humble fisherman, it approached the palace, carrying nothing but a simple net. The Dragon King laughed at the sight, mocking the monkey's apparent naivety. But the monkey had already set its plan in motion. It began spinning a tale so outrageous, so full of exaggerations and impossible feats, that the Dragon King couldn't help but be drawn in. As the king leaned closer and closer, captivated by the monkey's words, the monkey seized its chance. With a swift and daring move, it grabbed one of the pearls and vanished, leaving the Dragon King roaring with indignation. Back on land, the monkey shared the pearl with the people, its glow illuminating their hearts and minds. Wisdom, the monkey believed, was not meant to be locked away but to be passed on, even if it meant breaking a few rules to make it happen. Yet, the monkey was not without its flaws. Its mischief sometimes went too far, causing unintended harm. Once, it played a prank on an elderly turtle, hiding its precious shell as a joke. The turtle, vulnerable and frightened, began to cry, its tears forming a small pond. Seeing the pain it had caused, the monkey's laughter faded. It retrieved the shell, returning it with an uncharacteristic solemnity. From that day, the monkey learned to temper its tricks with kindness, understanding that true wit lay not just in outsmarting others, but in knowing when to stop. Perhaps the most mysterious of all stories was the monkey's visit to the moon. On a night when the stars glittered like shards of broken glass, the monkey gazed at the glowing orb above, its reflection shimmering in a still forest pond. The moon seemed close enough to touch, and the monkey, never one to resist a challenge, decided to climb the tallest tree in the forest. It climbed higher and higher, the branches bending under its weight, until it seemed as though it would reach the moon itself. Some say it succeeded, leaving its footprints in the lunar dust. Others claim it was the moon that came down to meet the monkey, enchanted by its courage and curiosity. Whatever the truth, the monkey returned with a piece of the moon's light, a soft, silvery glow that it carried in its heart forever. To this day, the monkey is remembered not just for its mischief but for its boundless spirit, its ability to turn the impossible into the possible. Its tales are told with laughter and awe, a reminder that intelligence is not just about knowledge, but about daring, adaptability, and the joy of life itself. Where the monkey's laughter echoes, there lies a spark of inspiration, urging others to think beyond the ordinary and embrace the extraordinary. The sky was still dark when the rooster first crowed. Its sharp, piercing call cut through the silence of the night, a sound that seemed to make the very stars tremble. The world below lay shrouded in shadows, as if holding its breath for the dawn that was to come. And yet, amidst the stillness, the rooster stood tall on its perch, unwavering, its eyes sharp as the first light of day began to touch the horizon. It was said that the rooster had always known its place in the world. A creature of grace and boldness, it had long carried the weight of an ancient duty, one passed down through generations, a responsibility to protect the world from the dark forces that sought to creep in during the night. The rooster wasn't just a herald of the morning, it was a guardian, the first line of defense against the evil spirits that lingered in the shadows of the night. One particular night, a dark and sinister force rose in the east. It was the kind of evil that had no name, but its presence was unmistakable. It whispered in the winds, crept into the cracks of houses, and filled the hearts of men with fear. People spoke of shadows moving in places where shadows should not be, of lights flickering out for no reason, and of dreams that turned to nightmares. The world was on edge, but no one knew how to stop the growing darkness. Only the rooster knew what had to be done. With the rising of the moon, the rooster stood atop the highest hill, its feathers gleaming under the pale light. It had heard the call of the darkness, and with it, the responsibility to defend the light. But the task was not one of brute strength or simple courage. The rooster had learned long ago that it could not face evil with violence or force. No, it would face it with vigilance, with the unyielding light of the dawn, and with the strength of its voice. And so, as the dark spirits gathered, the rooster opened its beak and let out a cry that was unlike any other. It wasn't just a crow, it was a battle cry that echoed through the heavens and the earth. The sound rang out like a bell, a call to arms that shook the foundations of the night. The darkness quivered as the rooster's voice sliced through it, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. The dark forces recoiled, drawn back by the sheer force of the rooster's song. They could not stand against the light, against the clarity and purity of its call. The rooster's vigilance was a beacon, a shining sword of sound that cut through the fog of fear and uncertainty. It crowed again, louder this time, and the dark spirits howled, their forms dissipating in the wind as they retreated into the corners of the earth from whence they came. The night was safe, at least for now. The rooster stood tall, its chest heaving with the weight of its task. It had kept the evil at bay, as it had always done. And as the first rays of dawn began to spread across the sky, the rooster stood in quiet pride. It knew that its duty was far from over, that every day would bring new challenges, new threats, but it also knew that with the dawn, it would always rise again. As the sun crept higher into the sky, the rooster watched over the world below. It could see the people stirring, waking from their sleep, unaware of the battle fought on their behalf. It wasn't the rooster's place to ask for recognition. Its reward was in the knowledge that it had done its job, that the light would return to the world each morning, safe from the darkness. But there were moments, small moments, when the rooster's heart would soften. After a long night of vigilance, it would sometimes look to the stars, still twinkling faintly in the early light, and wonder about the other creatures that lived in the shadows. The ones that went unnoticed, that didn't have the privilege of being seen in the light of day. And it would wonder, just for a moment, if they too could find peace in the light, if they could find their place in the world above the darkness. But the rooster knew better than to linger in such thoughts. Its job was to protect, to warn, to be the first sign of the coming day. And so, it turned its eyes back to the rising sun, feeling the warmth on its feathers, and crowed once more. Its voice rang out, steady and strong, as the world awoke, bathed in light. The people below never knew the full extent of the rooster's courage, how it stood watch over them in silence, guarding them from the forces that sought to bring them harm. But they felt it in the way the sun always rose, how the light always returned, no matter how dark the night had been. And in their hearts, they carried the knowledge that there was something, somewhere, that kept them safe. something vigilant, something proud, something that would always rise with the dawn. For the rooster, there was no greater honor than this. It was not a warrior in the traditional sense, nor a god in a palace, but a creature of the earth, of the day, of the light. And with each crow, it reminded the world that the darkness could never last forever, that the light would always find its way back. It was the rooster's truth, its calling, and its gift to the world, a simple, steadfast reminder that even in the darkest times, there is always the promise of a new day. There was a chill in the air as night settled over the village. The stars glimmered brightly, casting long shadows across the ground. But the stillness of the dark was never truly silent. In the distance, there was a sound, faint at first, but growing louder. It was a soft patting of paws on the earth, steady, certain. A dog. But this wasn't just any dog. This was a creature whose name echoed through the generations, a symbol of loyalty that had been revered for centuries. He wasn't just a companion, he was a protector, a friend, a guardian of those who needed him most. On this particular night, the village was quiet, its people unaware of the dangers that lurked just beyond their gates. Yet, the dog knew. His instincts were sharper than most, his senses finely tuned to the subtle shifts in the world around him. The people inside their homes slept soundly, but the dog could hear the faintest rustle in the underbrush, the softest whisper in the wind. Something was wrong. The dog's fur bristled as he moved closer to the sound. It was then that he saw them, shapes shifting in the darkness. Shadows creeping forward, low to the ground. They were wolves. A pack, wild and hungry, stalking the village. Without hesitation, the dog sprang into action. He didn't hesitate or second-guess himself. His loyalty to the people of the village was absolute, and his duty was clear. He could feel the weight of their safety on his shoulders, a weight he bore without complaint. His tail was straight, his eyes locked on the threat ahead. He was the first to confront them. The wolves snarled, their yellow eyes gleaming in the dark, but the dog didn't flinch. He stood tall, his body tense with readiness. His bark rang out, a sharp, commanding sound that cut through the night air. It wasn't just a warning, it was a challenge. The wolves hesitated, confused by the dog's fearless stance. They were wild, untamed, but this dog was different. He wasn't afraid. And then the battle began. The dog darted in and out of the shadows, moving with a speed that belied his size. He wasn't fighting for himself, though. He wasn't fighting for glory or for pride. He fought for those who depended on him, the people who had always cared for him, the ones who had fed him, who had loved him. The wolves might have been strong, but they didn't have the loyalty and devotion that he carried in his heart. With every move, with every snap of his jaws, he drove the wolves back. They howled in frustration, unable to match his determination. The dog wasn't simply fighting to protect the village, he was fighting for the bond that existed between him and the people, a bond that transcended words. As the night wore on, the wolves began to retreat, their confidence shaken. One by one, they slumped back into the shadows, until only the dog remained. He stood there, his fur matted with the remnants of battle, his body weary but strong. He had done what he had always done, he had protected those who needed him most. The village awoke the next morning to find the wolves gone, their tracks disappearing into the forest. They never knew how close the danger had been. All they saw was the loyal dog, sitting proudly by the gate, his eyes shining with quiet pride. He didn't need praise. He didn't need recognition. His reward was in the peace he had given them. The villagers patted him, murmured their thanks, but the dog didn't stay long. There was always more to protect, always more to watch over. His work was never done. And so it went, year after year, as the dog continued to fulfill his duty. He was the first to rise in the morning, always alert, always aware. He would greet the people with a wag of his tail, but there was always a quiet seriousness to his gaze. He wasn't just a pet. He wasn't just an animal to be cared for. He was a protector, a friend, a guardian spirit that walked among the people. There were times, too, when the dog's heart grew heavy. Sometimes, he would stand at the edge of the village, his eyes fixed on the horizon, sensing something he couldn't explain. It wasn't fear that troubled him, it was a deep knowing, a quiet understanding that the world would always need protecting, that his role in it would never truly end. But still, he never faltered. He never stopped. The loyalty that burned inside him was a fire that could not be extinguished. It was the kind of loyalty that asked for nothing in return but the simple, unspoken bond between protector and those protected. He didn't need recognition, he didn't need praise. What mattered was the look in the eyes of the people when they saw him, safe at the gate, standing watch. What mattered was the knowledge that, come what may, they would always be safe under his watchful gaze. And when the time came for the dog to grow older, when his legs began to slow and his fur grew gray, he still carried that same loyalty in his heart. He might not have been able to run as fast, but the fire within him burned as brightly as ever. The people of the village, now grown accustomed to his presence, saw the change in him. And they knew, deep down, that the day would come when he wouldn't be there to protect them. But they also knew, with a certainty that only love and loyalty can bring, that he had given everything he could. He had given them everything. And when that day came, when the dog lay down for the last time, the villagers gathered around him, as he had once gathered around them. They spoke softly, their voices filled with gratitude and love. And though the dog was no longer there, they carried him in their hearts. They carried his spirit, his loyalty, and his fierce protection with them always, for the dog had been their friend. And a friend like that never truly leaves. There was a time, long ago, when the world was wild and untamed. Villages sat quietly nestled among the trees, their inhabitants unaware of the dangers that roamed in the shadows. Yet, there was always a protector. A creature that walked beside the people, guarding them with a fierce and unspoken loyalty. This was no ordinary companion. It was the dog, trusted, steadfast, and brave. The villagers never knew how close they came to danger, but the dog always did. He was there, always watching, always sensing. His nose, sharper than any human's, caught every scent in the wind. His ears, able to hear the faintest rustle of leaves, caught every sound in the night. The dog had a purpose, to protect, to stand guard over those who had given him love, food, and shelter. And no force, man, beast, or storm could break that bond. One cold winter evening, the sky darkened faster than usual, and the wind howled through the trees like a wolf searching for prey. The village was just beginning to settle in for the night, the flames of hearths crackling in homes, the smell of warm bread lingering in the air. But the dog knew something was wrong. His senses told him that trouble was near. He stood at the edge of the village, eyes scanning the forest, ears alert. There. A flicker in the shadows. A low growl rumbled from the underbrush. The dog's fur stood on end, and he let out a sharp bark. The villagers, snug in their homes, had no idea that danger was closing in. But the dog did. The scent of wild beasts, the same scent that had filled the air before, the scent of wolves, had returned. His heart pounded with purpose, knowing what was to come. The pack was large, hungry, and deadly. But the dog wasn't afraid. He had faced danger many times before and had always stood firm. His loyalty to the people ran deeper than any fear he could feel. He would protect them. Always. With a final glance toward the sleeping village, the dog padded silently into the woods. His paws were swift on the frozen ground, muscles rippling beneath his coat. He moved without hesitation, each step bringing him closer to the source of the threat. The wolves wouldn't stand a chance. Not against him. When he arrived at the clearing, the wolves were gathered in a tight circle. Their eyes gleamed like embers in the dark, their jaws dripping with hunger. The pack leader, large, powerful, with fur as black as the night, lifted his head as the dog entered the clearing. For a moment, the two creatures locked eyes. It was a silent challenge. The wolves, wild and untamed, saw the dog as nothing more than a nuisance, a creature that belonged at the side of humans. But the dog knew better. He was more than that. He wasn't just a companion. He was a protector. A guardian spirit. With a deep growl, the dog lunged. The pack leader rushed forward to meet him. The clash was deafening. The dog's teeth snapped at each other, fur flying as they rolled across the ground, their bodies locked in a struggle of power and will. The pack of wolves howled, circling in on the fight, but the dog didn't waver. He fought with everything he had, each movement fueled by a burning desire to protect those he loved. Through the chaos of snapping teeth and fur, the dog's eyes remained fixed on the leader. He could feel the strength of the wolf, but it was nothing compared to the strength that lived inside him. The loyalty to the people he had sworn to protect. His bond with them was stronger than any animal instinct. He would not fail them. The fight seemed to stretch on forever, but finally, with one swift and decisive move, the dog drove his teeth into the throat of the pack leader, forcing him to the ground. The wolf howled in defeat, his strength crumbling. The rest of the pack, sensing the shift, retreated into the woods, their hunger unsatisfied. The dog stood over the fallen leader, breathing heavily, his fur matted with blood. His body was sore, aching from the battle, but he stood tall. His eyes, fierce and unwavering, scanned the woods one last time. He had done his duty. The village was safe. With a quiet snarl, the dog turned and walked back toward the village. His pace was slow now, the adrenaline of the fight ebbing from his body. But even as he walked, the people of the village had no idea of the danger that had been averted. They didn't know that their protector had faced down the wolves, that he had kept them safe from the dangers lurking in the dark. The dog returned to his spot at the gate, his eyes now soft, his body tired. He sat there, watching as the stars above blinked silently in the sky. The villagers would wake in the morning to a quiet, peaceful world. But for the dog, the night's work was never done. He remained vigilant, always watching, always listening. And as the days passed, the bond between the dog and the village only grew stronger. They didn't need to speak of the events that had unfolded that night. They didn't need to thank him, for the dog never asked for praise. His reward was in the safety of those who had taken him in, who had given him a place in their hearts. The dog remained a constant presence in the village. He was always there, guarding, protecting, loving. As time passed, the dog's fur grew gray, and his steps slowed, but his heart never faltered. He remained loyal to the end, standing watch over the people he had come to love as his own. And even after the dog's final breath, the villagers would tell stories of his bravery. Of how he fought to protect them, of how he had always been there when they needed him most. The dog's legacy, his love and loyalty, lived on in their hearts forever. For the dog, it had never been about the battles or the dangers. It had always been about the people. The ones he loved. The ones he protected. And in the end, that was all that mattered. In a quiet village, nestled between hills and forests, there was a tale that the elders often whispered to the children, just as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle. It was a tale of a creature who brought not just prosperity, but joy to all those who crossed its path. The villagers called it the generous pig. The pig, unlike others of its kind, wasn't just a symbol of abundance in the fields or the marketplace. No, this pig was different. It was known for its boundless kindness, a warmth that spread like the rays of the sun at dawn, touching everything in its reach. It had a way of making everyone around it feel safe, seen, and loved. One cold, rainy night, when the wind howled and the air carried the scent of damp earth, a weary traveler found his way to the village. His shoes were torn, his cloak soaked through, and he hadn't eaten in 2 days. The villagers, already retreating into their homes to escape the storm, didn't see him. But the pig did. From its place in the barn, the pig's keen senses picked up the traveler's despair. Without hesitation, it trotted through the rain, its hooves squelching in the mud. The traveler, barely able to stand, looked up to see the pig standing before him, its gentle eyes sparkling with something deeper than simple curiosity. The traveler, too tired to question what he saw, felt an odd sense of peace wash over him. And then the pig did something incredible. With a snort, it led the traveler to a small, warm barn that had once been abandoned. Inside, hay was neatly piled, and a fire crackled softly in a hearth. The pig nudged a bowl of food toward the traveler, who hesitated at first. He hadn't seen such generosity in many months, not since the days when he had a family of his own. But the pig's steady gaze encouraged him. Grateful, the traveler ate, and the warmth from the fire and the food filled him with strength. He knew that something extraordinary had just happened, though he couldn't explain it. The pig had given him more than a meal, it had given him hope. The next morning, as the storm cleared and the sun broke through the clouds, the traveler made his way back to the village to express his thanks. But when he arrived, the villagers were in shock. Their crops, which had been failing for years, had suddenly blossomed overnight. The fields, once dry and barren, were now full of fresh, bountiful crops, wheat, corn, and fruit. And it wasn't just the fields. The villagers' homes, which had once stood crooked and cracked, were now sturdy and warm, as though rebuilt by invisible hands. The traveler could hardly believe his eyes. He turned to the villagers and asked what had happened, but they only smiled and pointed to the pig, grazing calmly in the nearby field. It had brought the rain when the crops needed it most. It had found a way to share its fortune, not just with one, but with all. The pig's kindness had unlocked something within the land itself, a deep, ancient magic that caused it to bloom once more. The village, which had once been struggling, was now thriving. Years passed, but the pig's legacy continued to grow. The villagers would often tell stories of how, whenever someone was in need, the pig would appear, whether in the form of a simple act of kindness or a surprising stroke of fortune. It seemed that the pig had a way of knowing when someone's heart was heavy or when the weight of life was too much to bear. And with that same uncanny wisdom, the pig would give, without asking anything in return. It wasn't just the abundance of crops or the wealth of the village that made the pig so beloved. It was its ability to restore the balance of life, to fill the empty spaces in people's hearts and make them feel seen, valued, and cared for. The pig's generosity wasn't just about giving. It was about making the world feel whole again, one small act of kindness at a time. But there was more to this tale than mere fortune. The pig had an understanding of the land and its people that went beyond the physical realm. One winter, when a bitter frost threatened to ruin everything, it was the pig who led the villagers to a hidden spring deep within the forest, one that had been forgotten for centuries. The water from that spring revived the crops and brought warmth to the hearts of the villagers. Some say that the pig was a spirit, sent to remind the people of the power of giving. Others claim that the pig was a god in disguise, one who had walked among them to show what it meant to live with an open heart. But no one could say for certain, for the pig's true nature was as mysterious as it was wondrous. It was both simple and profound, as though its very presence had the power to heal the world. What everyone knew, though, was that the pig's generosity had changed them. It had transformed their lives, not just in terms of wealth, but in the way they viewed the world. The villagers had learned the power of kindness, of sharing what they had, and of trusting that abundance would flow when it was needed most. As the seasons passed, the pig grew older, its steps slower, but its spirit never faltered. Even in its final days, when the villagers would bring it fresh fruits and vegetables, the pig would nudge them away, content in the knowledge that it had already given them more than they could ever repay. And when the pig's time finally came to rest, the village wept. They buried it beneath a tree, planting flowers and offering prayers to honor the creature that had brought them so much. And every year, as the spring buds began to bloom, they would remember the pig, the one who had taught them that true wealth isn't measured by gold, but by the generosity of the heart. The village never forgot the lessons the pig had shared. Even after many years, stories of its kindness echoed through the generations. Whenever a child asked about the pig, the elders would smile and say, "The pig gave us more than just fortune. It gave us a way to live." The wealth it left behind was not just in the fields or the homes, but in the hearts of all who had known its love. The village was quiet under the blanket of night, save for the soft rustling of leaves as a breeze whispered through the trees. Far beyond the homes, in a small temple at the edge of the forest, an old monk sat in stillness. His eyes were closed, but his mind was alive, dancing between the two forces that shaped the world, yin and yang. Yin, the quiet, still force of darkness, the moon, and the cold, and yang, the vibrant, fiery energy of the sun, the heat, the day. The monk smiled softly, knowing that these two forces were not enemies. They were two sides of the same coin, each a part of something larger, something greater. He had long known that the animals of the zodiac held these forces within them, each embodying yin or yang, or, sometimes, both. It wasn't an easy thing to see at first glance. To an outsider, the zodiac was just a sequence of animals, each with its own story, its own personality. But in the deep silence of the temple, the monk understood that each creature held a balance, a lesson in harmony. And it was through this balance that the world could find peace. He thought of the rat first. Small and quick, with an unrelenting will to survive, the rat seemed all yang, full of energy and wit. Yet, there was something hidden in the rat's actions, something soft, something clever in its quiet moments. The rat's cleverness was not always loud. Sometimes, it was the quiet plotting in the shadows that led it to victory. This, the monk thought, was the essence of yin within the rat, its ability to adapt, to work in silence, and find success in the quiet hours. The ox, on the other hand, was solid and grounded, an animal of unwavering strength. To the untrained eye, it might seem the embodiment of yang, endless energy and motion, strength to push through any hardship. But within the ox's heart lay a deep well of yin. The ox worked in harmony with the earth, patient and steady, listening to the land's rhythm. It knew when to rest and when to labor. Its strength was tempered by the stillness of reflection. The tiger, with its sharp claws and fierce roar, was an unmistakable symbol of yang. It was wild, powerful, and untamed. Yet, beneath that fierce exterior, there was a profound understanding of the balance between aggression and calm. The tiger's protective nature, its ability to both strike fiercely and rest in quiet contemplation, was a delicate dance between yin and yang. The tiger knew that strength without balance would destroy it. It was not just a creature of attack, it was a guardian, a protector, and that required wisdom, the quiet strength of yin. The rabbit, soft and gentle, seemed to have yin flowing through its very fur. It moved through the world with grace, its spirit in tune with the quiet pulse of nature. Yet, there was a spark of yang in the rabbit, too. The rabbit was not without courage. When danger approached, it could move faster than anyone, leaping out of harm's way with precision. The rabbit understood the balance of life, rest when necessary, and act swiftly when the moment calls for it. The dragon, a creature of legend, was said to embody both yin and yang. A celestial being, it soared through the heavens with the fire of the sun in its breath, yet it carried the quiet wisdom of the night in its wings. The dragon represented the union of opposites, the perfect balance of power and stillness. It was a creature of movement, yet it always returned to the peace of the sky, knowing that its strength was not just in its fire, but in its ability to control it. The snake was a master of transformation. Its slithering movements were subtle, as was its energy. The snake's connection to the earth's deeper rhythms made it more aligned with yin. It lived in quiet places, far from the chaos of the world, always seeking renewal. But there was a fire in the snake, too. Its venom, its ability to strike when least expected, was a reminder of the raw energy of yang. The snake was a creature that embraced the balance between stillness and action, between being and becoming. The horse, noble and proud, was the embodiment of yang's energy. It galloped across the earth, strong and fast, a symbol of freedom. Yet, even the horse needed the calm of yin. It required moments of rest, times when it could graze peacefully in the meadow, or stand still under the moonlight. The horse's strength was not just in its speed, but in its ability to find peace after the storm, to know when to move forward and when to pause. The goat, gentle and humble, radiated yin. It moved through the world quietly, always seeking harmony with nature. Its softness was its greatest strength. But within the goat was an unspoken understanding that the world is not always kind. It would stand firm when necessary, protecting those it loved with an unshakable resolve. The goat's true power lay in its ability to harmonize with the world, to see the beauty in stillness, but also to act when needed. The monkey, ever the trickster, was a balance of both yin and yang. It was clever, always thinking, always observing. The monkey's mischief was a reflection of yang's quick wit and playful energy. But in its antics, there was an underlying wisdom, an ability to see beyond the surface and understand the deeper currents of life. The monkey knew that its energy needed to be harnessed, its trickery balanced by wisdom. The rooster, proud and vigilant, stood firmly in the world of yang. Its call heralded the dawn, chasing away the darkness with a burst of energy. But in its vigilant watch, there was a quiet strength, a quiet patience. The rooster knew that the world could not be changed with noise alone. It required moments of stillness, the quiet observation that allowed it to see the world clearly and understand when to act. The dog, loyal and protective, was a creature of both yin and yang. Its loyalty was fierce, a yang energy of action and devotion. But the dog's heart was gentle, its true strength lying in its capacity to love and protect. It moved through the world with quiet grace, watching over those it cared for. Its loyalty, grounded in its love, was a beautiful balance of both forces. And finally, the pig, kind and generous, was an embodiment of yin. Its soft, gentle nature made it an animal of peace. But the pig was no fool. It knew that true generosity required action, and so it would step forward when needed, offering abundance to those around it. The pig's heart was open, and in its openness lay a profound strength, a strength of quiet action, always at the service of others. In the temple, the monk opened his eyes. He had seen the balance, the union of yin and yang within the animals of the Zodiac, and he knew that their stories were not just myths. They were lessons, ancient and eternal, teaching humanity that life itself is a dance between opposites. And in that dance, there is harmony, balance, and peace. Under the vast, ever-changing sky, a small village lay nestled between the mountains. It was a quiet place, where the sun rose in the east and the moon watched over the world from above. The villagers lived simple lives, yet there was a magic in their world, a quiet force that guided them every day. The force of yin and yang, the balance of opposites that shaped their lives, was woven into everything they did. Each animal of the Zodiac, revered in stories and teachings, held a piece of this balance. The ancient wisdom whispered that these animals weren't just creatures, they were living representations of the forces that governed the world. Yin, the quiet, receptive force, and Yang, the active, creative one, together, they created harmony, and within each animal, you could see this delicate dance. The rat, quick and clever, was a master of survival. It was no stranger to the shadows, moving silently in the dark. Its energy seemed pure yang, constantly adapting, constantly searching for new opportunities. Yet, within the rat's seeming chaos, there was an understanding, a quiet wisdom that could only come from the yin. The rat's success wasn't just in its speed or wit, but in its ability to read the world, to know when to pause, when to be still, and when to make the right move. The ox, heavy and steady, seemed to embody the full strength of yang. With each step, it pushed the world forward, never tiring, never slowing. But there was a calmness within the ox, a quiet patience that lived beneath its muscle. It worked tirelessly, but it also knew that true strength was not only in force. The ox, like the earth itself, embodied a balance, a union of yin and yang, knowing when to stand firm and when to yield. The tiger, fierce and untamed, roared with the power of the sun. Its energy was yang, wild and free, its every move a burst of strength. Yet, even as it prowled, the tiger carried with it a quiet wisdom, a reflective side that understood the importance of rest. When the fight was won, when the hunt was over, the tiger knew to retreat, to rest, to reflect. This, too, was a part of its nature, the balance of its fierceness with its moments of stillness. The rabbit, soft and gentle, moved with the grace of the moon. It was a creature of yin, quiet and peaceful, its every step a delicate dance in the night. But there was more to the rabbit than met the eye. When danger approached, the rabbit would spring into action, moving faster than any creature in the forest. Its survival wasn't just a gift of yin, it was the balance of action and inaction, the harmony of stillness and speed, of rest and sudden movement. The dragon, a creature of fire and legend, was a symbol of power, but it was also a being of profound wisdom. Its wings cut through the sky, and its breath could set the world ablaze. The dragon was a perfect blend of yin and yang, a creature whose energy could shake the heavens, but whose heart remained still, watching, waiting. It understood that power without balance could destroy, and so it used its strength not for chaos, but for harmony. The snake, sleek and silent, was a creature of transformation. It slithered through the world, shedding its skin and embracing new beginnings. The snake's energy was primarily yin, mysterious, hidden in the quiet places. Yet, when it struck, its action was pure yang, sudden and sharp. The snake's strength was not in its aggression, but in its ability to adapt, to renew, to be both still and bold when the time was right. The horse, wild and free, embodied the pure energy of yang. It ran with the wind, a symbol of freedom and movement, always in pursuit of something greater. But even the horse needed moments of rest. After a gallop, it would pause, its head low, its breath slow. In its wildness, there was a need for quiet, a need for yin to recharge and continue its journey. The goat, gentle and humble, seemed like the perfect symbol of yin. It moved softly through the hills, its presence calm and peaceful. But within the goat's quiet demeanor was a strength that could not be overlooked. When the world demanded action, the goat would rise, standing tall with an unshakable determination. It understood that true strength came not just from force, but from the quiet power of persistence, the gentle yet firm balance of yin and yang. The monkey, quick-witted and clever, was a trickster, always playing in the spaces between light and dark. Its energy was both yang and yin, a whirlwind of mischief and intelligence. The monkey knew how to act swiftly, to think fast, and to laugh in the face of danger. Yet, there was a stillness in its eyes, a deep understanding beneath the playful exterior. It was the balance between joy and seriousness, between action and reflection. The rooster, proud and alert, called to the dawn, heralding the arrival of the sun. Its energy was bright, pure yang, a creature of the morning, full of life and energy. But the rooster also understood the need for vigilance, for quiet observation. In its constant watch over the world, the rooster balanced the fire of the day with the stillness of the night. It knew that to see clearly, one had to pause and listen. The dog, loyal and protective, moved through the world with a heart full of love. Its energy was yang, active and devoted, always ready to stand guard, to protect, to fight for those it loved. Yet, the dog's true power came from its quiet love, its ability to be still and offer comfort, to listen when needed, to sit beside you in your darkest moments. The dog's loyalty was a balance of action and quiet strength, a force that neither shouted nor hesitated, but stood firm in its devotion. The pig, kind and generous, embodied yin. It moved through life with an open heart, always offering what it had to others. But even the pig knew that abundance came with action. It worked hard, and when the time came to share, it did so without hesitation. The pig's generosity was not simply a gift, it was an understanding that to give, one must first be willing to work, to act, to offer what is needed. Each of the animals in the zodiac embodied the balance of yin and yang. Some were more aligned with one side, while others danced between both. They showed the world that strength did not always come from action, and peace was not always found in stillness. The balance of the two forces was what made each of them so powerful, so meaningful. They reminded the villagers, and all who listened, that life was not a battle between opposites, but a harmonious blend, where each force worked together to create something greater than itself. In the dance of yin and yang, there was beauty, there was peace, and there was power. High above the village, beyond the reach of the tallest trees, the sky stretched out in a blanket of stars. The ancient constellations twinkled like forgotten dreams, and as the moon rose over the hills, the night seemed alive with whispers. In the quiet of the evening, the villagers would often sit outside and gaze up, contemplating the celestial movements that had guided their ancestors for centuries. It was said that the animals of the zodiac were not merely creatures of the earth, but spirits who danced among the stars, each tied to the cosmos in ways no one fully understood. Their movements in the sky mirrored the rhythms of the world below, shaping the seasons, the tides, and the very essence of life itself. These animals, often seen as symbols of different traits and elements, were more than just representations. They were living forces, connected to the universe in ways that made the earth pulse with energy. When the rat appeared in the sky, its tiny form was like a flicker of light, darting quickly across the heavens. It was a time for beginnings, for sowing the seeds of change. The stars seemed to align when the rat's energy was at its peak, urging the people to start anew. Just as the rat in its earthly form would scurry and find hidden opportunities, the celestial rat stirred the winds of fortune, reminding everyone that no matter how small, every moment held potential. The ox, on the other hand, was a force of calm, moving slowly and steadily across the sky. The stars that followed the ox were like footprints left in the sand, steady and unwavering. It was a time for hard work, patience, and determination. The ox in the heavens was a reminder to the villagers that the best things in life didn't come quickly. They came from persistence and strength, from the steady rhythm of life that carried on, day after day. When the ox's energy was present, the world felt at peace, grounded in the certainty of slow progress. When the tiger's light shone brightest in the sky, it was as if the very air crackled with power. A fierce, radiant energy swept over the land, urging the people to stand tall and face their fears. The tiger was a protector, a guardian of the vulnerable, and when its celestial form appeared, the villagers would often gather together, ready to fight for what was right. Its movements across the sky were wild and untamed, a reminder that sometimes the world needed boldness, courage, and fierce protection. The tiger's energy burned with the intensity of 1,000 suns, urging all who watched to act with bravery. Then came the rabbit, soft and serene, drifting like a gentle whisper in the night sky. The stars surrounding the rabbit were calm, steady, and reflective. It was a time to rest, to nourish the soul, and to appreciate the quiet moments that brought balance to the chaos. The rabbit's celestial presence was a reminder that in the dance of the universe, there was room for softness and stillness. It encouraged those below to listen to their hearts, to find the peace that lay hidden in the most delicate moments. The dragon, with its long, serpentine body, slithered across the heavens with a kind of power that could move mountains. Its presence in the sky was a force that commanded respect and awe. The dragon's energy was fierce, untamed, and it surged like a storm. Yet, it also carried with it wisdom, an ancient knowing that true power was not just in the roar, but in the quiet moments of reflection. The villagers looked up at the dragon, feeling both fear and hope, knowing that in their hearts, they, too, could possess the strength to rise above challenges, just as the dragon had. The snake, with its silent, graceful movement, slinked through the cosmos like a quiet breeze. When the snake's energy was strong, the air seemed to shift, as if the very world was shedding its old skin and preparing for something new. It was a time for transformation. Just as the snake renewed itself, so too did the world beneath it. When the snake's light flickered in the heavens, the villagers understood that sometimes growth came from shedding the past, from letting go of old wounds to make room for the future. Its celestial journey was a reminder that change was constant, but it was also beautiful. The horse, wild and free, galloped across the sky with a boundless energy that filled the night with light. The stars that followed the horse seemed to move in rhythmic patterns, like the thundering hooves of a great beast racing through the heavens. The horse's energy was that of freedom, unbridled, untamed, and full of life. The villagers could feel the rush of wind and excitement when the horse's energy surged. It was a time for courage, for moving forward with no hesitation. The horse reminded them that they, too, could run free, following their dreams wherever they led. When the goat's energy was strongest, the stars seemed to soften, casting a gentle glow over the earth. The goat was a quiet force, patient and kind, moving slowly but surely up the mountainside. The goat's celestial presence reminded the people of the power and gentleness, of the quiet persistence that brought them closer to their goals. It wasn't always the loudest or most forceful that succeeded. Sometimes, it was the patient, humble steps that led to the highest peaks. The goat, drifting in the heavens, was a guide for those who needed patience and peace in their lives. The monkey, mischievous and playful, swung through the stars with a light-hearted energy that filled the sky with laughter. The monkey's presence was a reminder to all that joy and wit could change the world. When the monkey's energy was strong, the villagers would find themselves acting with greater creativity, solving problems in new ways, and laughing in the face of adversity. The monkey encouraged them to think outside the box, to take risks, and to never forget the joy of life. The rooster's bright, fiery energy lit up the heavens like the first rays of dawn. When the rooster's light shone brightly, the villagers would rise early, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. The rooster's call was a sign that the day had begun, and with it came new opportunities. The rooster's celestial presence was a reminder to be vigilant, to guard against the darkness, and to keep moving toward the light. It urged the people to face each day with courage and optimism, knowing that the sun would always rise again. The dog, loyal and true, carried a protective energy with it as it moved through the sky. Its presence was like a warm, steady light in the darkness, guarding against evil and offering comfort. When the dog's energy was at its peak, the villagers felt safe, knowing that their protector was watching over them. It was a time to trust in friendship, to stand by one another, and to honor the bonds that held them together. The pig, generous and kind, brought an energy of abundance wherever it roamed. When the pig's celestial light filled the sky, it was a time of prosperity and warmth. The villagers knew that when the pig's energy was strong, good fortune was on its way. It was a reminder that generosity, kindness, and the sharing of what we had could bring great rewards. Each of these animals was tied to the cosmos in its own way, their movements across the sky echoing the rhythms of the world below. The villagers understood that the celestial dance was not just a spectacle but a living, breathing force that shaped their lives. Every animal, every movement, was a part of the grand design, a reminder that, in the end, the balance of the universe was mirrored in the balance of their own lives. The Zodiac wasn't just a story, it was a truth written in the stars. The night sky above the village was a tapestry of glittering stars, each one telling a story. The people below would often look up, eyes wide with wonder, as they pondered the mysteries hidden in the heavens. Little did they know, the stars weren't just distant lights in the dark, they were alive with purpose. Each constellation, each movement of the stars, carried with it the whispers of ancient animals, guiding them in their lives. It was said that the animals of the Zodiac didn't merely exist on Earth, they lived among the stars, their celestial forms moving with the cosmos. Every shift in the sky, every flicker of light, was a reminder of the connection between the animals and the very fabric of the universe. The stars were not just burning balls of gas, they were the essence of life itself, guiding the people below and urging them to live in harmony with the rhythm of the cosmos. The rat, small and quick, darted through the stars like a shooting star, its energy swift and unpredictable. When the rat's light flickered in the night sky, it was a time to take chances, to start anew. The villagers would often feel a sudden urge to make a change, to begin something they had long considered. Just as the rat could sneak into the smallest of spaces, its celestial counterpart whispered of opportunity. It urged them to trust that no matter how small or insignificant they might feel, they, too, could make an impact. The rat, quick to act, reminded the villagers that sometimes the smallest steps could lead to the greatest victories. The ox, on the other hand, moved slowly, its celestial form a steady force across the heavens. When the ox's energy filled the sky, the people would feel a quiet sense of resolve. It wasn't a time for bold actions or rushing ahead. Instead, it was a moment to take things one step at a time. The ox's movement through the stars mirrored the steady march of time, always moving forward, always working. It was a reminder that patience and persistence were just as powerful as speed. When the ox's light was bright in the sky, the villagers knew that they, too, should follow its path, slow, deliberate, and steady. The tiger's energy, though, was anything but slow. Its celestial form shot through the sky like a bolt of lightning, filled with raw power and fire. The tiger's presence was unmistakable, urging the villagers to stand tall in the face of danger. When the tiger's light filled the night, it wasn't just a signal to fight, it was a call to be fierce, to protect those who couldn't protect themselves. The stars seemed to crackle with energy as the tiger raced across the heavens, a constant reminder that courage was needed in times of darkness. The villagers, in turn, would feel their hearts quicken, and in their chest, the beat of the tiger's energy would push them to take action. And then, there was the rabbit. Soft and quiet, the rabbit's celestial form drifted across the night sky, leaving a trail of calm. Its energy was one of peace and serenity, a moment of rest in the hustle of life. When the rabbit appeared in the stars, the villagers knew it was a time for reflection. It was a time to step back and appreciate the quiet moments, the beauty of nature, and the stillness of the night. The rabbit's presence in the sky was like a gentle breath, a reminder that even in the busiest times, there was a place for peace. And in those quiet moments, the villagers could hear the universe speaking, reminding them that rest and peace were just as vital as action. The dragon, in all its majesty, soared across the stars with a power that left the villagers in awe. Its celestial presence was like a storm, fierce and wild, sweeping through the heavens with a force that could shape the world. The dragon's energy was a call to greatness, urging the people to rise above the ordinary and embrace their potential. It was said that the dragon's breath could create mountains, and in the stars, it seemed to burn with the fire of 1,000 suns. The villagers looked up at the dragon with reverence, knowing that when its energy filled the sky, the world was open to transformation. It was a reminder that power wasn't something to fear, it was something to channel, to create and shape the world around them. The snake, with its silent and graceful movements, slinked through the stars, bringing with it the energy of change. Where the snake went, the world would shed its old skin and prepare for something new. Its presence was subtle but powerful, like the quiet shifting of the earth beneath their feet. When the snake's celestial form moved, the villagers would feel a stirring within them, a need to let go of old habits and embrace a new way of thinking. The snake whispered that growth came through renewal, through transformation. And though it moved slowly, its effects were felt deeply, like the quiet turning of a wheel, bringing them closer to the next stage of their journey. The horse, wild and free, galloped through the sky, its energy bursting forth like a great wave. The stars followed its every movement, thundering with the force of its power. The horse's celestial form was a reminder that there were no limits, nothing could hold it back. When the horse's light shone brightest, the villagers felt a surge of energy within them, a need to break free from anything that kept them confined. The horse urged them to follow their dreams, to live with courage and to ride the winds of freedom. It was a call to action, a call to embrace the wildness of life, to run free. The goat moved with a quiet grace, its celestial presence as steady as the mountain it seemed to climb. The goat's energy was one of balance, of peace, and of patience. When its light filled the sky, the villagers felt a sense of calm wash over them. It wasn't a time for rush or force, it was a time to take things slow, to find harmony within themselves and with the world around them. The goat reminded them that strength didn't come from the loudest roar, but from the steady climb, one step at a time, toward their goals. The monkey's energy was playful, mischievous, and full of wit. It darted through the stars like a trickster, a reminder that there was wisdom in laughter and in thinking outside the box. When the monkey's light shone bright, the villagers would find themselves thinking differently, seeing solutions to problems that they hadn't noticed before. The monkey reminded them that sometimes, the path to greatness was not through brute strength, but through cleverness and a sense of fun. The universe was not all serious business, it was also a place for play, for invention, and for joy. When the rooster's light filled the heavens, the sky seemed to awaken. Its bright, fiery energy called them to rise and meet the day with purpose. The rooster was the herald of dawn, and when it appeared, the villagers knew it was a time for vigilance. The rooster's energy was sharp, focused, and full of clarity. It was a reminder that in the face of darkness, there was always light waiting to break through. The rooster urged them to stay alert, to protect what was theirs, and to always rise with the sun, no matter how dark the night had been. The dog's loyalty was reflected in its celestial movement. It walked through the stars with a protective energy, guarding against the forces that would harm the innocent. The dog's presence in the sky was like a constant companion, watching over them, keeping them safe. When its light shone brightest, the villagers felt a deep sense of trust and protection. It was a time to be loyal, to stand by those who mattered, and to honor the bonds of friendship. And then, there was the pig. With its generous and kind energy, the pig's celestial form brought abundance wherever it went. When the pig's light shone bright, the villagers knew it was a time for giving, for sharing what they had with others. The pig reminded them that true wealth was not in gold, but in the kindness and generosity they shared with the world around them. Each of these animals was connected to the cosmos in its own way, their movements across the sky like whispers from the past, guiding the villagers in their lives. The celestial dance of the Zodiac was not just a spectacle, it was a living, breathing force, shaping their world and reminding them of the deep connection between the earth and the stars. Every movement of the stars, every shift in the night sky, was a reflection of the eternal balance that governed the universe. And beneath it all, the villagers knew one thing for sure: they were never alone. The animals of the Zodiac walked with them, always. It was a quiet morning when the first rays of sunlight touched the earth, painting the world in soft, golden hues. In the small village nestled between the mountains, an old woman sat by the fire, her eyes distant, as if seeing something beyond the flames. Children gathered around her, eager to hear the stories she always told, stories filled with meaning, woven together by the lives of the animals of the Zodiac. The old woman's voice was gentle, yet firm, as she spoke. Every animal carries a lesson, something they want you to learn, something that will help you live better, kinder, and wiser. The animals are not just creatures of legend, they are guides, watching over us, teaching us in the most unexpected ways. The children listened intently, drawn into her words as the fire crackled softly. One by one, the old woman began telling the tales, each story filled with its own lesson, a hidden truth wrapped in fur, feathers, and scales. The rat, she began, taught us that even the smallest among us can make a big difference. Don't underestimate your power. Sometimes, the world needs someone small and quick to get things done. The rat shows us that it's not about being the biggest or the strongest, but about finding your way, thinking on your feet, and making the most of every opportunity. The world may seem large and overwhelming, but the rat reminds us that we have the courage and the wit to carve our own path. The children nodded, understanding that even the tiniest actions could have far-reaching consequences. Then there's the ox, she continued, her voice steady like the creature she spoke of. The ox teaches us patience and hard work. It moves slowly, but with purpose. It doesn't rush through life, but carefully, deliberately, one step at a time. The ox tells us that success doesn't come overnight. It's not about chasing after quick rewards, but about putting in the effort, sticking to your values, and trusting that your hard work will pay off in the end. The children's faces softened as they understood that sometimes the best things in life took time. The tiger, she said next, her voice rising with a spark of fierceness. The tiger teaches us bravery and strength. Life can be full of obstacles, and sometimes we need to stand up, not in anger, but in courage. The tiger shows us that we must never be afraid to face our fears head-on. Whether you're facing a challenge in school, in life, or in your heart, remember to roar with confidence. Strength isn't about size, it's about standing tall and embracing the courage inside you. The children's eyes shone with newfound energy, a fire igniting within them, ready to face whatever came their way. The rabbit, the old woman smiled, her voice soft as a lullaby. The rabbit reminds us to find peace amidst chaos. The world can be loud, full of noise and distraction. But the rabbit teaches us that in the stillness, we find the most important truths. Sometimes, it's okay to take a step back, to rest, and to find comfort in the quiet moments. The rabbit teaches us that peace isn't something you find outside of yourself, it's something that begins within. The children sat in silence, feeling a quiet calm settle over them, a reminder that it was okay to slow down. The dragon, she said, her eyes brightening with awe. The dragon shows us the power of our dreams. It reminds us that no matter where we come from, we all have the potential to be extraordinary. The dragon teaches us to reach beyond the ordinary, to find the fire inside of us, and to chase after our goals with the strength of 1,000 storms. It tells us that we are capable of greatness, as long as we dare to believe in ourselves. The children's hearts raced with excitement, knowing that they, too, could reach for the stars. The snake, she whispered, her voice like a soft hiss. The snake teaches us the value of transformation. It shows us that change is a part of life, and we must embrace it, rather than fear it. When we shed our old skin, we make room for new growth. The snake reminds us that it's not about staying stuck in the past, it's about moving forward, letting go, and evolving into the person we're meant to be. The children felt a sense of liberation, a freedom to let go of old fears and to step into the unknown. "The horse," she said with a smile, her words full of energy. "The horse teaches us the beauty of freedom. Life is meant to be lived with joy, with a spirit of adventure. The horse tells us that sometimes we must break free of the constraints of others and gallop toward what makes our hearts sing. Don't be afraid to run wild, to follow your own path, to be the person you want to be." The children laughed and danced, their imaginations galloping alongside the horse through open fields. "The goat," the old woman said thoughtfully, her voice gentle like the breeze. "The goat teaches us balance. Life is full of ups and downs, and the goat shows us that we must always find our footing, no matter how steep the climb. The goat reminds us that strength is not just about power, it's about finding harmony with ourselves and the world around us. Sometimes, the greatest challenge is simply staying steady, finding peace within the storm." The children felt their bodies relax, understanding that balance was key to facing whatever came their way. "The monkey," the old woman laughed softly. "The monkey teaches us that there's wisdom in play. Life doesn't have to be all work and seriousness. The monkey reminds us that laughter, creativity, and a playful spirit are just as important as hard work. Sometimes, the best solutions come when we stop trying so hard and simply let ourselves enjoy the moment." The children grinned, knowing that a little fun could go a long way in solving even the toughest problems. "The rooster," the woman said, her voice strong and proud. "The rooster teaches us vigilance. It shows us that sometimes we must stay alert, be watchful, and rise above the darkness to bring light to the world. The rooster reminds us that we have the power to stand up, to protect what we love, and to never be afraid to be the first to rise and face a new day." The children stood taller, a sense of duty filling their hearts, ready to protect and serve. "The dog," she said with warmth in her eyes. "The dog teaches us loyalty and love. It shows us that true strength comes from standing by those we care about. The dog reminds us that there is nothing more important than being there for those who need us, and that loyalty is a bond stronger than anything else." The children felt their hearts swell, understanding that love and loyalty were the truest forms of strength. "And lastly," the old woman said softly, "the pig teaches us generosity and gratitude. The pig shows us that true wealth is not in what we have, but in what we give. It reminds us to be kind, to share what we have, and to be thankful for all that we receive. In a world that often focuses on more, the pig teaches us that enough is always more than enough when shared." The children smiled, understanding that kindness was the currency that mattered most in the end. As the story ended, the children sat in awe, each of them reflecting on the lessons of the animals, feeling the weight of their wisdom and their love. The old woman had shown them that the greatest lessons in life were not written in books or taught in schools, but found in the quiet whispers of the animals who walked among them, teaching them how to live with courage, patience, kindness, and love. The night was calm, the stars shining like scattered diamonds across the sky. In a small village, nestled at the foot of a great mountain, an elder sat on a worn wooden bench, her eyes reflecting the quiet glow of the moon. A group of children gathered around her, waiting for the stories that always seemed to reveal more than they expected. They had heard many tales, but this one was different. Tonight, the elder promised, they would hear a story about the creatures of the Zodiac, a story that would show them not just the animals, but themselves. The children sat close, some with their legs crossed, others curled into the softness of the earth. The elder cleared her throat, her voice steady and clear as she began. "Long ago, the animals were not just creatures of nature," she said, "but reflections of us, human beings. Each one of the 12 animals represents a part of human nature, both the good and the not so good. They carry within them our strengths, our weaknesses, and all the emotions that make us who we are." The children listened carefully, the air growing heavier with anticipation. "The rat," the elder began, her voice soft and knowing, "is clever, quick, and always looking for an opportunity. It knows how to survive, how to outwit the toughest of situations. But sometimes, the rat is too focused on what's ahead and forgets the value of the present. It can become greedy, too ambitious, and leave others behind in its pursuit. How often do we push forward, wanting more, never pausing to appreciate what we already have? A hush fell over the children as they thought about the times they had been too focused on the future, chasing after something without realizing what was already around them. Then there's the ox, the elder continued, her voice growing stronger, steady, dependable, and full of patience. The ox teaches us the value of hard work. But even the ox can be stubborn, unwilling to change its course when it's stuck in its ways. How many times have we refused to listen to others, believing that our way is the only way? The children looked at each other, silently acknowledging moments when they had been too proud to admit they were wrong. The tiger, she said with a fierce spark in her eyes, represents bravery and strength. The tiger fights fearlessly and stands tall in the face of danger. But even the tiger can be blinded by its own pride, rushing into situations without thinking them through. It reminds us that sometimes, courage can turn into recklessness and strength can be misused. The children sat up straighter, the weight of the tiger's lesson sinking in. The rabbit, the elder's voice softened, is gentle, quick to hide from danger, and always seeking peace. But in its pursuit of safety, the rabbit can sometimes avoid the challenges it needs to face. How often do we run from the difficult things in life, hoping they'll go away on their own? The children, once filled with excitement, grew quiet. They thought about the times they had avoided their fears, hiding away from the problems that only grew larger in the shadows. The dragon, the elder said with reverence, is powerful, majestic, and full of fire. It represents the dreams we dare to chase, the ambitions that drive us. But the dragon can also become consumed by its own power, looking down on others, believing itself invincible. The dragon warns us that greatness, without humility, can lead to loneliness and destruction. A few of the children shifted uncomfortably, the truth of the dragon's power and pride touching something deep within. The snake, the elder's voice was quiet, almost a whisper, is full of wisdom and transformation. It teaches us to shed old skins, to evolve. But the snake can also be deceitful, using its charm to manipulate others. It reminds us that wisdom can be used for good or evil, and that even the most trusted advice can sometimes have hidden motives. A cold shiver ran down the children's spines as they thought about the times they had been deceived, or perhaps had deceived others in ways they hadn't realized. The horse, she said, her voice light, is free-spirited and full of energy. It runs across fields, its heart wild and untamed. The horse teaches us the importance of freedom and adventure. But freedom without discipline can lead to chaos. The horse, though majestic, can sometimes be reckless, charging forward without thinking of the consequences. The children, excited by the thought of adventure, also felt a twinge of caution. They understood that too much freedom could sometimes be dangerous, and even the most thrilling journey could end in turmoil if they weren't careful. The goat, the elder smiled, is gentle, kind, and patient, always looking for peace and balance. But the goat can also be indecisive, stuck between two paths, unable to choose which one to take. The goat teaches us that balance is important, but it also reminds us that in moments of indecision, we must learn to trust ourselves. The children felt a softness in their hearts, remembering times when they had been too afraid to make a choice, too unsure of which path to take. The monkey, she laughed lightly, is clever and full of energy. It can solve any puzzle, think its way out of trouble. But the monkey is also mischievous, sometimes tricking others for its own gain. It reminds us that intelligence can be used for good or bad, and that our cleverness should never come at the expense of others. A few of the children exchanged guilty glances. They had all been mischievous at one point or another, and now they saw that their actions had consequences beyond the fun. The rooster, the elder's voice rang out with pride, is vigilant and bold. It stands tall, never afraid to speak the truth and face what others fear. But sometimes, the rooster can be too quick to crow, too eager to take credit. It teaches us that while we should stand proud, we must also listen to others and remember that humility is the greatest form of courage. The children, once boisterous, became quiet, reflecting on the times they had spoken without thinking, or tried to claim credit for things that weren't entirely their own. The dog, she continued with warmth, is loyal and true. The dog teaches us the importance of friendship, of standing by those we care about. But even the dog can become possessive, unwilling to share its love with others. It reminds us that loyalty is a gift, but it should never be given out of fear or control. The children looked at one another, understanding the deep truth in the dog's lesson. Loyalty was beautiful, but it was not something to take for granted or to hold too tightly. And lastly, the elder said with a soft smile, "The pig teaches us generosity, but even the pig can be too trusting." It shows us that abundance comes not just from what we give, but from what we keep for ourselves. The pig reminds us that in our kindness, we must also protect our own well-being. The children sat in silence, the lessons of the animals sinking deep into their hearts. Each one of them carried a piece of the animals within them, a mix of light and shadow, strength and weakness. They had always believed the Zodiac to be a series of simple tales, but now they understood. The animals were not just symbols of fortune or fate. They were mirrors of who they could be, and in each reflection, they saw something they could learn from, something they could change, something they could become. The streets buzzed with excitement as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the city. The air was thick with the scent of incense, sweet treats, and the unmistakable promise of something grand. In the heart of the city, the people gathered, dressed in their finest clothes, their faces lit with anticipation. Lanterns swayed gently in the evening breeze, casting soft shadows that seemed to dance like the very spirits of the Zodiac. Tonight, the entire city would celebrate the animals of the Chinese Zodiac. It was the eve of the Lunar New Year, and as the first star appeared in the sky, a hush fell over the crowd. In the distance, the rhythmic pounding of drums began, and the sound of firecrackers crackling in the air signaled the start of a tradition that had been passed down for centuries. The streets were alive with color, bright red and gold banners fluttered in the wind, each emblazoned with the symbols of prosperity and good fortune. Families, young and old, lined the streets, ready to celebrate the animals that held such power and meaning in their hearts. Tonight was not just a celebration of the passing year, but of the timeless, ancient connection between the people and the creatures that shaped their lives. As the dragon dance began, twisting and turning through the crowd, the children gasped in awe. The long, serpentine creature swirled around them, its scales glistening under the lantern light. The dragon, a symbol of power, grace, and transformation, was not merely a myth for the people, it was their protector, their guide. As the performers inside the dragon costume made it leap and sway, they were embodying not just the creature, but the very spirit of the people themselves, strong, determined, and always reaching for something greater. But the dragon was just the beginning. Each of the animals that made up the Zodiac had their own moment to shine, their own special way to be honored. The rat, with its cleverness and quick thinking, was remembered in the opening ceremonies as the first animal to come forward in the Zodiac race. It was the rat that had managed to trick the ox, making it into the palace first. People cheered in playful recognition of the rat's cunning nature, honoring its ability to adapt and survive, even in the face of adversity. As the night wore on, lanterns in the shape of the ox were carried through the streets, symbolizing its strength and determination. The ox was a laborer, steady and dependable, and in every corner of the city, families gathered to share stories of those in their lives who reminded them of the ox, those whose quiet hard work and patience had made all the difference. The ox, though humble and often overlooked, was celebrated for its unwavering dedication to duty and its quiet resilience. The tiger's roar echoed through the streets as performers dressed in vibrant costumes, with stripes of orange and black, leapt and tumbled in celebration. The tiger, wild and free, was honored for its courage and strength, for its ability to face any challenge head-on. The people cheered with wild applause, drawing strength from the tiger's fiery spirit, reminding themselves that courage was not the absence of fear, but the ability to move forward despite it. The rabbit, gentle and quiet, was celebrated in a more serene way. In a corner of the festival grounds, People gathered for tea ceremonies and quiet moments of reflection. The rabbit represented peace and calm, and the people took a moment to honor the quiet, gentle souls who brought balance to their lives. Lanterns in the shape of soft, fluffy rabbits were released into the sky, floating upward like dreams, carrying wishes for peace and harmony. The dragon was the star of the evening, but there were other animals too, each one as important, each one deserving of its own celebration. The snake, sly and mysterious, was honored in a dance of shadows, its sinuous movements weaving through the crowd like a whisper. The horse, free and unbroken, galloped across the stage, its hooves striking the ground with a rhythm that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the world itself. The goat was lauded for its kindness and patience, the monkey celebrated for its wit and laughter, the rooster for its unwavering vigilance, and the dog for its loyalty. But perhaps most touching of all was the tribute to the pig. Not the grandest of creatures in the eyes of many, but one that carried with it a deep sense of generosity and warmth. The pig was celebrated in every corner of the city, with offerings of food and gifts. It was a reminder that true wealth was not measured in gold or silver, but in the kindness we gave to others, in the love we shared, and in the community we built together. As midnight approached, the streets erupted in a final burst of joy. Fireworks painted the sky with bright colors, red for luck, gold for prosperity, and blue for peace. The roar of the crowd grew louder, and the beating of the drums grew faster, until it felt like the entire city was alive, pulsing with the energy of the Zodiac animals. The Zodiac was not just a collection of creatures, it was a mirror of humanity itself. Each year, as the animals were celebrated, the people reflected on their own lives, their own strengths, and their own flaws. They remembered that they were not just individuals, but part of something larger, something eternal. The Zodiac animals, with their wisdom, their flaws, and their teachings, were a reminder that they could strive for more, could be better, and could face whatever challenges came their way with courage, with patience, with kindness. As the final firecracker exploded in the sky, a deep silence fell over the crowd. For a moment, it seemed like time had stopped, like the entire world was holding its breath. Then, slowly, the people began to gather together, sharing stories, laughter, and food, knowing that they were part of something timeless, a tradition that connected them to their ancestors, to the animals of the Zodiac, and to each other. The festival wasn't just a celebration of the animals, it was a celebration of life itself. And as the people looked up at the stars, they knew that the animals of the Zodiac would always be there, guiding them through the darkness, lighting their way to a brighter, more hopeful tomorrow. The brushstrokes danced across the canvas like whispers, capturing the essence of ancient stories told by firelight. Each line was deliberate, each color chosen with care. In the hands of the artist, the animals of the Zodiac came to life, their forms immortalized in ink and pigment. The rat, clever and swift, its eyes glinting with a sharp intelligence, seemed to leap off the parchment. The mighty ox, steadfast and strong, stood as if ready to charge, its muscles tense with purpose. These were not mere animals, these were symbols of a deeper connection to the world, representations of forces beyond the mortal realm. In every corner of the earth, artists throughout history had taken the Zodiac as their muse, breathing life into its creatures through their works. Sculptors carved the figures into stone, chiseled with care, preserving the spirit of the creatures for generations to come. Painters captured the vibrant energy of the animals, their features glowing with divine light, as though the colors themselves carried the very essence of each beast. Writers, too, wove stories of the Zodiac into the fabric of their tales, each narrative holding a mirror to the complexities of human nature. The Zodiac wasn't just something found in books and festivals, it had woven itself into the heartbeat of culture, etching its way through art and literature, leaving behind a legacy that transcended time. One such artist, an ancient painter, had spent days alone in his studio, his only companions the animals he painted. His brush was steady, his mind calm, as he recreated the image of the tiger. It was said that when he painted, the room would fill with the powerful energy of the creature itself, as if the tiger were standing just beyond the canvas, roaring to life. He had spent months studying the movement of the animals, watching the subtle shifts of their posture, the way the light caught the sheen of their fur, the strength in their limbs. He had noticed the tiger's confidence, its regal stride, and wanted to convey this in his work, to show how such strength could be both fierce and gentle, how it balanced power with grace. His painting became a symbol of courage, admired by kings and commoners alike, for it captured the essence of what it meant to stand firm in the face of fear. At the same time, poets would gather by the banks of the river, their scrolls unrolling in front of them as they sought to capture the spirit of the rabbit. Their words flowed like water, soft and gentle, yet full of meaning. They spoke of peace, of quiet determination, and of the calm that comes with embracing one's own nature. The rabbit was not a creature of loud displays. It was the symbol of those who worked quietly in the background, who shaped the world with their patience and kindness. The rabbit story, though often overlooked, spoke to those who had learned that gentleness could move mountains, that peace was a form of strength, and that perseverance was the quietest kind of courage. In distant lands, across oceans and deserts, stories of the Zodiac found their place in literature. In one ancient kingdom, a storyteller spoke of the snake, and how it slithered through the shadows, always moving, always changing. The snake was a creature of mystery, its true nature hidden beneath the surface. The storyteller described how the snake shed its skin, a metaphor for the cycle of rebirth and transformation that all humans went through. The snake was a reminder that change was not something to fear, but something to embrace. Just as the snake renewed itself, so too could a person reinvent their life, casting off the old and emerging anew. The tale of the snake became a symbol for those who had faced hardship and come out stronger, a tale of survival and reinvention. In the far reaches of the north, a great epic was written, its pages worn and weathered by time. The tale was of the horse, swift, free, and unyielding. It galloped across the vast plains, its mane wild in the wind, its hooves pounding the earth with a rhythm that matched the heartbeat of the world. The horse was not just a creature of strength, it was a symbol of freedom, of unbroken will. The story told of a hero, a lone rider who rode for days and nights, seeking justice, his spirit as wild as the horse itself. The tale was one of victory and determination, a reminder that no matter how fierce the storm, the will to persevere could not be broken. The horse, in its unwavering stride, embodied the heart of those who dared to chase their dreams, who fought not just for themselves, but for the world they believed in. But the Zodiac was not merely celebrated in grand tales and epic poems. It found its way into the smallest corners of life as well. In the market squares, humble artists would paint small portraits of the rooster, its feathers a vibrant mix of reds and golds, its eyes sharp and watchful. The rooster was often seen standing proudly atop the morning sky, its crow signaling the start of a new day. The people loved the rooster for its vigilance, for its steadfastness. It was a reminder that no matter how dark the night, dawn would always come. The rooster was a symbol of hope, a promise that even in the darkest times, there was always a new beginning. Each animal, in its own way, had become more than just a figure of the Zodiac. It had become a reflection of the human experience, our desires, our fears, our strengths, and our flaws. The rooster's crow echoed the rhythm of time, the steady tick of the clock as it passed. The horse galloped through our ambitions, urging us to pursue our goals with everything we had. The tiger's roar reminded us of the power that lay dormant within us all, waiting to be awakened. The snake taught us that change was a part of life, something to be welcomed rather than feared. Generations passed, and yet the Zodiac continued to live on, not just as a symbol of the years, but as a guide, a constant companion in the journey of life. It was captured in murals, carved into statues, written into scrolls, and etched into the minds of those who understood its power. It was the heartbeat of the land, a reminder that no matter where we went, no matter what we faced, the animals of the Zodiac would always be there, watching over us, guiding us, teaching us to be brave, to be kind, to be patient, and to live with purpose. And as the ink dried on the last pages of a writer's story, as the final brushstroke completed a painting, the animals of the Zodiac, immortalized in art and literature, lived on, forever etched in the history of the world, reminding us that the wisdom of the past still had much to teach us in the present. The air in the small, dimly lit clinic smelled faintly of herbs and incense. Soft murmurs of conversation blended with the distant hum of the city, but inside, time seemed to slow down, as if the very air had been infused with wisdom passed down over centuries. On the wooden counter, neatly arranged jars of dried plants, roots, and powders gleamed in the low light. These were not just ingredients, they were remedies, carefully crafted to balance the body, to heal and restore harmony. Each was linked to an ancient tradition, each tied to something greater. The animals of the zodiac had their place here, woven into the fabric of healing, guiding those who came seeking balance and health. It was said that in ancient times, the animals of the zodiac were more than just symbols. They were thought to possess powers that could influence not only the fate of those born under their sign but also their health and well-being. The rat, known for its cleverness, was believed to be connected to the kidneys, the organs that govern energy and vitality. Those who were born under the rat might be advised to maintain a careful balance of rest and activity, as their energy, like the creature itself, could ebb and flow unpredictably. The ox, sturdy and steadfast, was linked to the digestive system, a reminder of the importance of strength and nourishment. For the ox, the right balance of food and drink was crucial, ensuring that the body remained strong and resilient. One day, a woman entered the clinic, clutching her chest in pain. Her face was pale, her hands trembling. She had heard of the healing powers tied to the zodiac and hoped that perhaps here, she could find relief. The healer, an elderly woman with gentle eyes, nodded as the woman explained her symptoms. After a moment, the healer silently gestured to a small wooden bowl filled with herbs, its scent rich and earthy. "Your spirit is unbalanced," she said softly, her voice like the wind through the trees. "You have too much fire within you." The woman looked confused, unsure of how her emotions and health could be tied together in such a way. The healer's hands moved over the herbs, selecting a handful, and began to grind them into a fine powder. As she worked, she spoke of the snake, the animal of wisdom, transformation, and hidden power. The snake, she explained, was often associated with the heart and mind. In traditional medicine, it was believed that those with too much fire in their hearts could become unbalanced, leading to conditions like anxiety, irritability, and even heart problems. The woman listened, intrigued and a bit frightened. Was it possible that her own internal struggles, her fears, her worries, had manifested in her body in such a painful way? The healer looked at her kindly and nodded. "The snake sheds its skin," she said, "but it does so with patience. You too must shed your worries, allow your heart to rest, and give your body the nourishment it craves." With a few more careful movements, she added a blend of calming herbs to the mixture, herbs that carried the power of the rabbit, gentle and peaceful, reminding the woman of the need for rest, reflection, and quiet healing. As the healer prepared the woman's medicine, the animals of the zodiac stood quietly in the corners of her mind, their energies swirling around her. The rooster, always vigilant and alert, was linked to the respiratory system, guarding the lungs from harm. Those born under the rooster were often advised to take care of their breathing, ensuring that they remained strong and healthy. The horse, quick and agile, was tied to the liver, the organ of movement and energy. For the horse, it was important to keep the flow of energy in check, to avoid overexertion, for it was said that too much of the horse's fire could lead to liver imbalance, causing irritability and fatigue. The healer finished preparing the herbs, handing the woman the warm drink with a smile. "Drink this," she said softly, "and let the fire in your heart cool. Let the snake's wisdom guide you, and may your body find balance once more." The woman hesitated, then took a sip, the warmth spreading through her chest like a gentle wave. Slowly, the tightness eased, and for the first time in days, she felt a lightness she had not known. She understood now that healing was not just about the physical, it was about balance, about understanding how the animals of the zodiac, and the very energies they represented, moved through the body, mind, and soul. As the woman left the clinic, she felt a quiet sense of peace settle over her. The zodiac had touched her life in a way she hadn't expected, connecting her to the ancient wisdom of those creatures that had long been a part of the world's fabric. She could almost hear the quiet stirrings of the rat, the calm whispers of the rabbit, the vigilant call of the rooster. They had all played their part in her healing, teaching her that true health came from harmony, from recognizing the delicate balance of energies within herself. That evening, as the stars twinkled overhead, she thought of the animals, each one embodying a different force, a different lesson. The tiger, with its courage and strength, was connected to the spleen, the organ that governed digestion and the transformation of food into energy. It was said that those born under the tiger's sign needed to eat nourishing, grounding foods to maintain their strength and to support the organs that kept them going. The rabbit, gentle and nurturing, was linked to the kidneys, just as the rat had been. It was the rabbit that reminded people to rest, to care for themselves, and to seek inner peace. In the quiet of the night, the woman felt connected to all these creatures, their energies flowing through her, guiding her steps. The animals were not just distant, mythical beings, they were present in her life, shaping her health, her choices, her very being. They were the embodiment of balance, teaching her that health was more than the absence of illness, it was a constant, delicate dance between body, mind, and spirit. As the days passed, the woman's body grew stronger. Her heart, once weighed down with worry, now beat with a steadier rhythm. She had learned, through the wisdom of the Zodiac, to listen to her body, to understand its needs, and to embrace the lessons of the animals. She knew now that in every part of her, from the tips of her fingers to the depths of her soul, there was a balance that could be restored, a balance that had always been there, waiting for her to recognize it. The animals of the Zodiac had more to teach her than she had ever known. And as she moved through the world, she carried with her their wisdom, the quiet strength of the ox, the playful wit of the monkey, the patient grace of the rabbit, and the courage of the tiger, each one a part of her, guiding her toward health, harmony, and peace. The evening air was thick with the scent of incense as the old storyteller settled into the worn wooden chair in the village square. His voice, low and steady, seemed to carry the weight of centuries, each word echoing through the generations. Children huddled close, their eyes wide with wonder, while the elders leaned in, as if expecting a familiar tale to unfold. But tonight, the storyteller would not tell just any tale. No, tonight he would speak of the Zodiac, not just as the well-known story of 12 animals, but as it was told differently across the vast lands of China and beyond. Do you know, the storyteller began, his voice rich with mystery, that the tale of the Zodiac is not the same in every place? Some say the rat tricked the ox to win the race. Others say the rabbit's swift legs helped it reach the finish line first. But where I come from, there is a story not about a race at all. There is a story about a different kind of contest, a contest between the forces of nature and the hearts of men. The children, their curiosity piqued, leaned in even further. The storyteller's words seemed to shimmer in the night air, as though they were carrying them to distant lands, to faraway places where different versions of the Zodiac lived, breathing in different ways, taking shape in ways that were unfamiliar and yet strangely familiar at the same time. In one region of China, the story of the Zodiac was a grand tale of loyalty and bravery, where each animal represented a distinct human virtue. The rat, small and nimble, was seen not just as clever but as cunning, able to outsmart even the strongest of foes. The tiger, revered as a symbol of courage, was said to have tamed the mountain gods with its roar, bringing peace to the lands. But in another part of China, the animals weren't revered so much for their virtues. Instead, they were seen as mirrors of human flaws, reminders of the battles inside every person's heart. The rooster, for instance, wasn't just a herald of dawn in these stories. No, in this version, the rooster was also a symbol of arrogance, forever looking to the heavens, never seeing the cracks in the earth below its feet. The storyteller paused, his hand reaching up to touch his beard. In some villages, he continued, the rabbit is not the clever, quick creature we know. No, there, it is a symbol of sacrifice. They say the rabbit was the last to cross the river, not because it was slow, but because it gave its place to the others who needed it more. It lost the race not out of foolishness, but out of love. A hush fell over the crowd. The children were still, hanging on every word. And in the southern mountains, the storyteller added, his voice now barely a whisper, the Zodiac tale is about the animals helping the emperor himself. The Jade Emperor was not just a king, but a healer. He summoned the animals to his court not to race, but to give him a gift, the gift of understanding the seasons, the elements, and the winds. Each animal brought its own wisdom, and in return, they were granted their place in the zodiac, a place in the heavens, forever shining as stars. The children's faces lit up with awe. For them, these new stories were as strange as they were exciting. They had never heard of the zodiac in such a way, where the animals were not mere participants in a race, but celestial beings with power beyond what they had imagined. Across the sea in neighboring lands, the tale of the zodiac would take on a new form. In Vietnam, the zodiac animals still played the same roles, but their stories were intertwined with the land itself. The Vietnamese would tell stories of the cat, which replaced the rabbit in their version of the tale. Here, the cat was the one who represented quick thinking and agility. Some said the cat, in its hurry to reach the finish line, had been tricked by the rat, who jumped on the ox's back and rode to victory. The cat, unprepared, fell behind and lost its place in the race. And so, the cat was never a part of the zodiac, but its spirit lived on, offering protection to those who lived quietly, who valued their home and the peace within it. In the mountains of Tibet, however, the zodiac took a much darker turn. The animals were not symbols of fortune or wisdom, but were seen as manifestations of cosmic forces. Here, the story of the zodiac was told not as a race, but as an eternal struggle between light and dark. The tiger, the dragon, and the snake were viewed not just as creatures of the earth, but as forces of nature battling for dominance. In these tales, the rooster was the last to appear, a symbol of dawn's first light, chasing away the shadows that sought to overtake the land. The animals didn't race, they fought. The rabbit wasn't just a swift creature, it was the embodiment of sacrifice, the only one willing to give itself to save the others from the eternal darkness. The storyteller's voice grew soft again, as though lost in thought, his eyes gazing into the distance as if he could see all these lands stretching out before him. You see, he said, the story of the zodiac is not just a story. It's a reflection of the land itself, of the people who tell it. The zodiac is not fixed. It changes, depending on the eyes that see it. In one village, it is a race of wisdom, in another, a battle of hearts, and yet another, a lesson of sacrifice. No matter where you are, the animals are the same, but they carry different lessons, each one shaped by the land that birthed them. There was silence now, the weight of his words settling into the night air. The children sat still, thinking deeply about the different versions of the zodiac they had just heard. In their young minds, they were already imagining what it would be like to visit the distant places the storyteller had spoken of, to hear the tales from the lips of those who lived there. The old man stood slowly, his voice fading into the night. Remember, he said, the stories you hear are not always the same. But they are all part of the great web, a web that connects all of us. No matter where you come from, the zodiac is in you. It lives in the animals, in the seasons, in the very stars above you. And every time you look up, remember that the stories may change, but the lessons they teach remain the same. With those final words, the storyteller vanished into the night, his presence lingering in the air like the scent of incense, leaving the children with thoughts of distant lands and the many versions of the stories that had shaped their world. The sound of drums echoed through the crisp morning air, their beats resonating like the heartbeat of a nation. In the distance, a crowd of villagers gathered in the square, their faces painted with anticipation. A procession was about to begin. Today, the story of the zodiac would be told, not in the familiar way of the ancient Chinese traditions, but through the unique lens of a different land. A land where the animals were revered not only for their roles in the celestial order, but for the deep wisdom they carried in their bones. In Japan, it was said that the creatures of the zodiac carried the weight of both the seasons and the elements. Unlike the Chinese tale of the 12 animals racing to the emperor's palace, the Japanese spoke of their own zodiac, a tale woven with spirits and guardians. The rat was not just the sly trickster, but the cunning protector of sacred shrines, ever alert to the threats of evil spirits. The ox, mighty and enduring, was a symbol of persistence. In Japanese folklore, the ox didn't just plow fields, but guided the souls of the departed to the afterlife, its strength enough to carry the weight of the world and the heavens on its back. The rabbit was a different creature in Japan. While in other lands it was seen as quick and clever, here the rabbit was a symbol of the moon, its white fur shining like the reflection of light on still waters. It was said to be a creature of pure heart, known not for speed but for sacrifice. The story of the moon rabbit, who pounded rice cakes in the sky, was told to children every year, reminding them of the virtues of giving and selflessness. The tiger was a revered animal in both Japan and Korea, but here, in the mountains of Korea, the tiger held a different place in the hearts of the people. It wasn't just the embodiment of power and courage. It was a protector of the people, a spirit animal feared yet respected. In Korean mythology, the tiger was said to guard the mountains and the forests, keeping evil spirits away from the village. The tiger's roar was believed to have the power to shake the very earth, and when it was heard, the people knew that the balance of the natural world was intact. And then, there was the dragon. In Korea, unlike the majestic, water-controlling dragon of Chinese folklore, the dragon was a creature of the earth, known to travel beneath the ground, shaping the land with its powerful tail. It was not a beast of the skies, but a creature of the deep, guarding the treasures hidden in the mountains. In Vietnamese tradition, the dragon was revered as an ancestor, a symbol of life and creation, connecting the people to the heavens. The dragon's scales were said to glisten with the light of 1,000 stars, representing the wealth of the land and the prosperity of the people. But perhaps the most profound difference lay in the story of the cat, which appeared in Vietnamese lore instead of the rabbit. The Vietnamese zodiac was similar in many ways to the Chinese, but there was one notable distinction: the cat was part of the circle. Here, the cat represented peace, quiet wisdom, and patience. It was said to possess the ability to calm even the most restless of souls, much like the Buddhist monks who meditated in the stillness of their temples. The cat was not quick to anger, nor was it rash. It moved with grace and understanding, quietly observing the world and offering comfort where it was needed. In some versions of the Vietnamese tale, the cat's disappearance from the race was the result of a betrayal, but it was said to have accepted this fate without bitterness, embodying the lesson of forgiveness and inner peace. In Korea, the rooster was seen as a herald of good fortune, but it wasn't just the dawn it crowed for. It was a symbol of family unity. The rooster's crow was not only the signal of the coming day but a reminder to gather and cherish loved ones. It was believed that the rooster had the power to ward off evil spirits with its call, and many families would place small statues of roosters at the entrance of their homes to ensure their protection. The rooster's bright feathers were said to represent the beauty of life itself, an endless cycle of rebirth and renewal. The horse, meanwhile, took on different forms in the various stories told across the region. In Japan, the horse was a divine messenger, often depicted with wings, carrying the spirits of the faithful to the gods. The horse was swift and noble, and it was believed that when the horse galloped across the sky, it was delivering the prayers of the people to the heavens. In Korea, the horse symbolized loyalty and hard work. It wasn't the speed of the horse that was revered, but its unwavering dedication to the task at hand. The snake was another creature that crossed boundaries, seen in Korea as a symbol of transformation. In Korean lore, the snake was connected to the earth's cycles of rebirth. It was believed that the snake's skin shedding represented the endless cycle of life, death, and renewal. In Vietnam, the snake was viewed with a mix of fear and admiration. It was a guardian of hidden knowledge, and those who sought wisdom often turned to the snake as a guide, though only the bravest would dare approach it. In Vietnam, the sheep, or goat, represented peace and gentleness, a stark contrast to the other more powerful animals. In some villages, the sheep was believed to possess the ability to heal wounds, both physical and emotional. It was a symbol of maternal love and was often seen as a guide for the troubled. In Japan, the goat was similarly viewed as a gentle creature, but there was also a belief that it carried the weight of the ancestors' wisdom, quietly teaching the next generation through its presence. Finally, there was the dog, celebrated across all the lands, but seen in different lights. In Korea, the dog was the protector, loyal to the very end. It was said that a dog's bark could chase away the spirits of misfortune. In Vietnam, the dog was considered a friend and companion, its loyalty unmatched. But in Japan, the dog was a guardian spirit, a creature that would sacrifice itself for its human master, often seen as a symbol of unwavering love and devotion. As the procession in the village square began, the storyteller's voice carried once more, rising above the drums. He spoke of how the animals in these different cultures were not just symbols or creatures in a race, but sacred beings, embodiments of human virtues, flaws, and the eternal struggle between light and darkness. With each story he told, the animals seemed to come alive, their spirits weaving together across borders, across time. The animals, in all their forms, were not just a part of the Zodiac, they were part of the heart and soul of Asia itself, a reflection of its people, their values, and their dreams. And as the last notes of the drums faded into the night, the villagers, moved and awed, carried with them a sense of deep connection to the stories, understanding that, though the tales of the animals may differ, they were all part of the same ancient tapestry that bound them together across continents and cultures. The first streak of dawn crept over the horizon, painting the sky with hues of soft pink and amber. In the stillness of the morning, a rustling sound broke the silence. The rat, small but sharp-eyed, peered from its burrow, its tiny heart racing with excitement. Today was the day, a day of great importance. The Jade Emperor had summoned all the animals to a grand race, promising a place in the heavens for the first 12 to cross the river and reach the celestial palace. Not far away, the cat stretched lazily under the shade of an ancient banyan tree. Its sleek fur glistened in the soft light, and its eyes, deep pools of emerald, betrayed a quiet confidence. The cat had heard of the Emperor's race from its closest companion, the rat. The two had been inseparable for as long as anyone could remember. Though their sizes and temperaments differed, they shared a bond built on trust and camaraderie. They had planned to face this challenge together, to secure their place among the stars as partners. The morning air carried the scent of dew-laden grass and a faint tension that neither could name. The rat scurried to the cat's side, its whiskers twitching with determination. "We should leave now," the rat urged, its voice high and eager. "The race will begin soon, and we mustn't be late." The cat yawned, unhurried. "We have plenty of time," it purred. "But if you insist, let us go." As the two set off toward the river, the world around them seemed to hold its breath. The forest was alive with whispers, creatures murmuring about the race, some cheering for their favorites, others plotting their own strategies. The rat and the cat, however, moved with a shared purpose, their friendship a shield against the competition that loomed ahead. When they reached the river, the sight was both awe-inspiring and daunting. The waters churned wildly, the current strong enough to carry even the largest animal far from the finish line. Many of the other animals had already gathered, each assessing the challenge with wary eyes. The ox stood tall and unyielding at the water's edge, while the tiger paced back and forth, its muscles rippling beneath its striped coat. The dragon hovered above, its sinuous body casting long shadows over the river. The rat's mind raced. It was clever, yes, but it lacked the strength or speed of the others. The cat, graceful and swift, would likely fare better, but even it seemed momentarily daunted by the river's ferocity. The rat's beady eyes darted toward the ox, sturdy and dependable. An idea sparked, a plan that would ensure their victory. "Friend," the rat said, its voice laced with cunning, "the ox is strong and steady. If we can persuade it to carry us across the river, we'll have an advantage over the others." The cat's ears twitched in agreement. Together, they approached the ox, their steps light and unthreatening. "Dear ox," the cat began, its voice smooth and persuasive, "you are the strongest of us all. Surely, the river poses no challenge to you. Would you be so kind as to carry us across? We are small and would barely be a burden." The ox, noble and kind-hearted, considered their request. It nodded slowly. "Climb on," it rumbled. "But hold tight, the waters are treacherous." The rat and the cat scrambled onto the ox's broad back, their hearts buoyed by the prospect of success. As the ox waded into the river, its powerful legs cutting through the current, the rat's mind began to churn once more. Victory was close, tantalizingly so, but a shadow of doubt clouded its thoughts. The cat, with its elegance and charm, might outpace it once they reached the other side. The rat's sharp instincts whispered a terrible truth: there was room for only one at the finish line. The river's roar filled the air, drowning out the steady rhythm of the ox's steps. The cat, unaware of the rat's inner turmoil, gazed ahead with serene confidence. It trusted its friend, believed in their shared purpose. But trust can be a fragile thing, easily shattered by the weight of ambition. As the ox neared the riverbank, the rat's resolve hardened. With a sudden burst of movement, it leapt from the ox's back onto the shore, its tiny feet hitting solid ground just moments before the ox emerged. The cat, startled, lost its balance and plunged into the churning waters. A cry of betrayal echoed through the air, sharp and heart-wrenching, as the cat fought against the current. The rat turned back, its chest heaving with exhilaration and guilt. It watched as the cat clawed its way to the riverbank, soaked and shivering, its once bright eyes now dark with betrayal. The ox, unaware of the drama that had unfolded, continued its steady pace, its noble heart untouched by the rat's treachery. When the Jade Emperor greeted the victorious animals, the rat stood proud and triumphant, the first to complete the race. But the cat was nowhere to be seen. It lingered in the shadows, its heart heavy with a mixture of sorrow and fury. The bond it had cherished, the friendship it had trusted, lay shattered at its feet. From that day forward, the cat and the rat were no longer companions. Their rivalry became the stuff of legend, a tale whispered in the quiet corners of the world. The cat, forever chasing, and the rat, forever fleeing, a cycle born of betrayal and loss. Yet beneath their enmity lay the ghost of what once was, a bittersweet reminder of a friendship that had been both their strength and their undoing. The cat's mournful cry echoed in the stillness of the night, a sound that carried through the ages. And the rat, though celebrated for its cunning, could never quite escape the shadow of its choices. The earth lay parched under an unrelenting sun, its cracked surface a silent testament to months without rain. Rivers had shriveled into narrow ribbons of mud, and the once vibrant fields were now barren stretches of despair. The people's cries of hunger and thirst rose into the stifling air, their voices hoarse with desperation. Yet, the heavens remained deaf, offering no respite. In the distance, an ancient mountain loomed, its jagged peaks shrouded in a veil of mist that never seemed to dissipate. It was said that within the mountain dwelled the mighty dragon, a creature of immense power and boundless mystery. Legend spoke of its scales shimmering like molten gold and its eyes glowing with the light of distant stars. But what the dragon was most revered for was its dominion over rain, a gift it bestowed only on those it deemed worthy. One evening, as the scarlet sun dipped below the horizon, a young boy named Wei sat by the dry riverbed, clutching a worn clay jar. His village had long given up hope of the rain's returning, yet Wei's heart burned with determination. He had heard the elders speak of the dragon's gift, a miracle that could save them all. And while the adults dismissed such tales as fanciful, Wei believed with a conviction that even the harshest drought could not wither. His mother's voice echoed in his mind. "Don't go near the mountain," she had pleaded. "The dragon is not meant for mortals to disturb." But how could he sit idly by while the land withered and the people he loved suffered? With the jar clutched tightly against his chest, Wei rose and began his journey toward the mountain. The air grew cooler with each step, a stark contrast to the oppressive heat he left behind. Shadows lengthened around him, and the soft rustle of leaves whispered warnings that he refused to heed. By the time he reached the base of the mountain, night had fallen. The stars blinked down at him, distant and indifferent. Wei hesitated for a moment, staring up at the towering path before him. His resolve, however, did not falter. He began to climb, the rocky terrain scraping his hands and knees. With every stumble, he whispered to himself, "For the village. For my family." Hours later, he stood before the mouth of a cavern hidden among the rocks. It was vast and foreboding, exuding a power that made the hairs on his arms stand on end. Yet, he stepped forward, each movement driven by an unseen force. The air inside was thick and humid, carrying the faint scent of rain, a cruel reminder of what his people so desperately needed. As he ventured deeper, the cavern opened into a magnificent chamber. There, coiled upon a bed of glistening jewels and polished stones, lay the dragon. Its immense form shimmered in the dim light, each scale reflecting a spectrum of colors that seemed otherworldly. Wei's breath caught in his throat. The dragon's eyes opened, twin orbs of liquid fire that seemed to pierce through him, stripping away his fears and baring his soul. "Why do you disturb my rest, little one?" the dragon's voice rumbled, filling the chamber with a sound that was both terrifying and oddly soothing. It was not angry, but neither was it welcoming. Wei fell to his knees, holding the jar aloft. "Great dragon," he began, his voice trembling but unwavering, "my village is dying. The rivers have dried, the fields are barren, and the people suffer. Please, grant us the gift of rain. I beg you." The dragon regarded him silently for what felt like an eternity. Finally, it spoke, its tone carrying a weight that made Wei's chest tighten. "Do you know the cost of what you ask?" Wei's brow furrowed in confusion. "Cost? Rain is not given lightly," the dragon replied. "It comes at a price, one that you must be willing to pay." Wei's mind raced. What could the dragon mean? He thought of his family, their sunken cheeks and tired eyes. He thought of the fields where he used to play, now reduced to dust. Whatever the cost, it could not outweigh the suffering he sought to end. He met the dragon's gaze with newfound courage. "I will pay it." The dragon's eyes softened, just barely, as if moved by the boy's determination. It rose to its full height, its majestic form towering over Wei like a living mountain. "Very well," it said. "But remember this, once rain falls, it does not distinguish between the deserving and the undeserving. It nourishes all, just as it can destroy all." The dragon's body began to glow, its scales emitting a radiant light that filled the chamber. With a powerful roar, it unleashed a torrent of water that surged toward the heavens, bursting from the mountain's peak in a cascade of silver. The sound was deafening, a symphony of power and grace that made Wei's heart swell with awe. The boy stumbled out of the cavern, following the rushing water as it streamed down the mountain. By the time he reached the foothills, the skies had darkened, heavy with clouds that swirled in a chaotic dance. A single drop fell, cool against his cheek. Then another. And another. The heavens opened, releasing a deluge that soaked the parched earth. Rivers roared back to life, their banks overflowing with vitality. The fields drank deeply, their once dead crops stirring with the promise of renewal. The villagers emerged from their homes, their faces upturned, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and joy. Laughter mingled with tears as they embraced one another, their prayers answered at last. Wei watched from a distance, his heart swelling with pride and relief. Yet, the dragon's warning lingered in his mind. Rain had returned, but at what cost? As he turned to make his way home, he noticed the first signs of erosion along the riverbanks, the soil struggling to contain the sudden rush of water. The dragon's gift was powerful, but it demanded balance, a lesson he knew they would need to heed. And so, the rain continued to fall, a blessing and a challenge woven into every drop. Thunder rolled across the heavens, the kind that seemed to rattle the very bones of the earth. On a distant hill, a lone horse stood against the storm, its coat gleaming like polished obsidian under the flashing sky. The wind tore at its mane, and rain lashed its face, but the horse stood unmoving, its eyes fixed on the horizon with an intensity that seemed almost unnatural. There was something defiant about the way it held its head high, something that whispered of rebellion even as the gods themselves seemed to challenge its resolve. This was no ordinary horse. Born under a blood moon, it was said to be faster than the wind and stronger than any beast that roamed the plains. But it wasn't its speed or strength that set it apart, it was its heart. The villagers who lived nearby whispered of a fire in its spirit, a refusal to bow to anyone, mortal or divine. The heavens first noticed the horse when it outran a storm. Clouds darkened, winds howled, and rain fell in torrents, but the horse galloped through it all, unyielding and untamed. The gods, watching from their celestial thrones, were both intrigued and offended. Mortals were meant to fear the might of the skies, yet here was a creature that seemed to mock their power. The Jade Emperor himself summoned the celestial stag, the swiftest messenger of the heavens. "Bring the horse to me," he commanded. "I must see the one who dares challenge our domain." The stag descended, its hooves gliding over the earth like whispers of wind. It approached the horse with a confidence born of divine authority. "The Jade Emperor summons you," the stag declared, its voice echoing with the weight of the heavens. But the horse only snorted, pawing the ground as if to say, "I answer to no one." The stag frowned, and used to such insolence. "Defiance will not save you," it warned. "Come willingly, or I will bring you by force." The horse's eyes glinted with a mixture of amusement and challenge. Without a sound, it turned and bolted, its hooves striking the earth with such force that the ground trembled. The stag gave chase, but no matter how fast it ran, the horse stayed just out of reach. Over mountains and rivers, through forests and fields, the chase continued, each moment fanning the flames of the horse's defiance. Finally, the stag returned to the heavens, exhausted and empty-handed. "It refuses," it admitted, bowing its head in shame. The Jade Emperor's eyes narrowed. "If it will not come to us, we will make it come." He summoned the Thunder God, the Rain Goddess, and the North Wind, commanding them to unleash their fury upon the earth. Storms ravaged the land, rivers swelled and overflowed, and the wind howled with a vengeance. The villagers fled, terrified, but the horse remained. It stood on the highest hill, its silhouette stark against the roiling sky, as if daring the heavens to do their worst. Lightning split the sky, striking the ground mere feet from where the horse stood. But it didn't flinch. Instead, it reared up, its powerful legs striking the air, a living symbol of resistance. The gods watched, astonished. No mortal beast had ever defied them so openly. "Enough," the Jade Emperor declared. "This creature has shown its mettle. But even the strongest must bow to heaven." He descended himself, his presence so radiant that the storm stilled, the winds calmed, and the rain ceased. The horse turned to face him, its body tense but unyielding. "You have proven yourself," the Emperor said, his voice both commanding and strangely gentle. "But you must understand, there is no place for rebellion in the order of the heavens." The horse snorted, its ears flicking back as if unimpressed. It did not bow, nor did it retreat. It simply stood, its gaze steady, its spirit unbroken. The Jade Emperor studied it for a long moment. Then, to the astonishment of all, he smiled. "Very well," he said. "If you will not submit, then you shall serve in your own way." With a wave of his hand, the horse was lifted into the sky, its body glowing with a light that seemed to come from within. When the light faded, it was no longer an earthly creature. Its form was now celestial, its coat shimmering like silver under moonlight, its mane and tail trailing stardust. The gods watched in silence as the horse galloped across the heavens, leaving a blazing path that glittered with 1,000 stars. And so the horse became a constellation, a reminder of the unyielding spirit that defied even the gods. On earth, the villagers marveled at the new starry figure that now adorned the night sky. They told stories of the horse to their children, tales of courage and defiance that inspired generations. But those who knew the horse best would sometimes look up at the constellation and swear they could still feel its fire, its refusal to bow to anyone or anything. Even in the heavens, it was free. In the stillness of the mountain's shadow, a faint melody drifted through the air, soft as the rustling leaves and haunting as the cry of a lone bird. A goat, its white fur shimmering in the pale light of the moon, climbed steadily up the jagged slope. Its hooves struck the rocks with a sound like hollow chimes, purposeful and steady. The higher it climbed, the clearer the song became, a tune that seemed to breathe life into the cold, unmoving stones. The goat paused, ears twitching. The song was no ordinary sound. It carried a pull, a longing that stirred something deep within its chest. Many had warned of the mountain spirit, the ethereal guardian said to reside in the peaks, testing those who dared trespass. The goat had laughed at their tales, for it feared no climb, no storm, and no shadow. Yet here, under the watchful moon, it hesitated. The melody felt alive, threading through the silence like whispers of a forgotten promise. Driven by something it could not name, the goat pressed on. The air grew thin, sharp with cold, biting into its lungs. But the goat did not falter. Its kind was made for such heights, for the edges of cliffs where one misstep spelled doom. Each step was deliberate, each leap graceful, as if the mountain itself had shaped the goat's spirit. When it reached the summit, the melody swelled, echoing from everywhere and nowhere at once. The goat froze. Before it stood a figure unlike anything it had ever seen. The mountain spirit seemed carved from the stones themselves, its form shifting and shimmering as if the stars and the earth had conspired to create it. Its eyes, dark and infinite, held the weight of centuries, and when it spoke, its voice was the song. "You are bold to climb so high," the spirit said, its tone neither cruel nor kind, but something in between. "Few venture here. Fewer still leave unchanged." The goat squared its stance, lifting its head to meet the spirit's gaze. It did not cower, though the very ground beneath its hooves seemed to hum with the spirit's presence. "I climb because it is my nature," the goat replied, its voice steady but filled with a quiet resolve. "I do not fear heights or what lies beyond them." The spirit tilted its head, intrigued. "Even so, every step you take leaves something behind. You are not unchanged by the mountains you conquer." The goat frowned, a flicker of uncertainty crossing its features. It had never thought of its climbs this way. The spirit's words seemed to unravel threads within its mind, exposing doubts it didn't know it carried. "You speak of change as if it is a loss," the goat said. "But I climb not to lose, but to gain, to see, to feel, to live." The spirit's laugh echoed, a sound both soft and sharp, like the first crack of ice beneath heavy boots. "You seek, yet you do not know what you seek. Very well, let us see what truly lies within you." Before the goat could respond, the world around it shifted. The mountain disappeared, replaced by a narrow, winding path suspended above a sea of clouds. The air buzzed with the weight of the unknown, and the path was treacherous, its stones loose and jagged. But the goat stepped forward, trusting its hooves to find purchase. The path twisted and turned, narrowing with each step. The goat's breath grew labored, its muscles trembling. It glanced down and saw faces in the clouds, faces of the ones it had left behind, the herd that grazed in the meadows far below. They looked up at it with expressions it couldn't decipher, their eyes wide with questions it dared not answer. The goat pressed on, though each step felt heavier, as if the weight of those gazes clung to its legs. Finally, it reached a ledge where the spirit waited, its form now more defined, more human, but still otherworldly. "What did you see below?" the spirit asked. "My herd," the goat said quietly, its voice tinged with something it couldn't name. "They watched me climb." "And what did you feel?" The goat hesitated. "I felt their eyes. I felt their questions. Their doubt." The spirit nodded. "And yet you climbed." The goat lowered its head, its ears flicking back. "I climb because I must. But their doubt, it lingers." The spirit stepped closer, its gaze piercing. "Doubt does not come from others alone. It grows where there is uncertainty within. Your climb is not just to the summit of mountains, but to the summit of yourself." The word struck like a blow, and the goat felt its legs buckle beneath it. For the first time, it questioned not just the climb but the purpose behind it. What was it chasing? What was it leaving behind? The spirit raised a hand, and the path dissolved, returning them to the summit. The goat staggered to its feet, its breath coming in ragged gasps. The spirit's eyes softened, though its presence remained imposing. "You are strong, but strength alone is not enough," the spirit said. "You must know why you climb, or you risk losing yourself to the endless heights." The goat lifted its head, the fire in its eyes rekindled. "I climb because it is who I am. I may not have all the answers, but I will not stop. Each step teaches me, shapes me. If I lose parts of myself along the way, it is only to make room for what I will become." The spirit's lips curved into a smile, faint and fleeting. "Perhaps there is wisdom in your stubbornness, little goat. Very well. Climb as you will, but remember, every mountain has its spirit, and every spirit its lesson. Face them not with defiance alone, but with understanding." With that, the spirit dissolved into the wind, its song fading but never fully gone. The goat stood alone on the summit, the stars above seeming closer than ever. It did not feel defeated, nor entirely victorious. What it felt was something deeper, a sense of being both whole and incomplete, a paradox it now carried like a secret treasure. The goat turned and began its descent, its steps lighter but more deliberate. The mountains stretched endlessly ahead, and with each peak, there would be more to leave behind and more to gain. But for now, the melody lingered in its ears, a reminder of the climb not just through stone, but through the self. The rooster stood at the edge of the barn, its feathers ruffled by the early morning breeze, eyes bright with purpose. The sky, still painted in shades of deep blue and gray, awaited the first light of dawn. The world was quiet, almost holding its breath, as if nature itself knew that something extraordinary was about to unfold. With a powerful stretch of its neck, the rooster tilted its head toward the horizon. Its chest puffed up, and then, in an instant, it broke the silence with a crow that pierced through the stillness, echoing across the fields. The sound carried like a message to the heavens, demanding attention. It was not a mere call, it was a declaration. The rooster knew its role. The day could not begin without it. But on this day, the rooster would not be satisfied with simply waking the world. Today, it had something more to prove, something that would alter the very balance between the earth and the sky. The rooster had always known it was destined for something greater than the dawn. Its crowing was a call to the world, yes, but what if it could reach farther, to the heavens themselves? What if it could wake the sun? The thought had simmered in the rooster's mind for many mornings, growing stronger with each passing day. The rooster stretched its wings, letting the sunlight shimmer off the delicate feathers. It could feel the heat from the sun just beyond the horizon, teasing the edges of the sky. A warmth that had always been so distant, yet so necessary. The rooster's heart beat faster. Today, it would rise higher, reach farther, and call upon the sun itself. As the rooster's crow echoed, the sky darkened, and a deep rumbling seemed to stir from the earth. It was as though the land was awakening with the rooster, urging it on. The rooster spread its wings wide, flapping with a strength that reverberated through the air. Every beat, every stretch of its wings, felt like an offering to the heavens. But the sun, mighty and distant, did not yet respond. The rooster crowed again, louder this time, desperation creeping into its voice. It knew that it had a place in the world, that its call held weight and significance. But now, it needed more. It needed to reach beyond itself, to connect with something greater. It needed the sun to hear its cry. Minutes passed. The rooster stood on the edge of the barn, its feathers damp with sweat, chest heaving with the effort. The sun remained hidden, waiting for the right moment. The rooster could feel the tension in the air, like the calm before a storm. It was not enough to simply call, it had to be the call. With a final, determined crow, the rooster opened its beak wide, releasing a sound so powerful it seemed to shake the very earth beneath it. The cry rang out, reverberating across the horizon and through the thick fog that clung to the earth. The rooster's heart beat in sync with its call, every note vibrating with the raw energy of its soul. And then, as if in response to the rooster's plea, the first sliver of the sun's light broke through the sky. Slowly at first, just a soft glow on the horizon. But the rooster did not falter. It stood taller, its wings open wide, the air around it humming with the vibration of its unyielding spirit. The light grew, brighter and brighter, until it painted the entire sky with golds and reds. The rooster's cry softened, its voice filled with wonder as the sun finally rose, filling the world with warmth and light. The rooster stood there, bathed in the light of the sun, its chest rising and falling with the rhythm of the earth. It had done it. The rooster had called upon the sun, and in its strength, the heavens had answered. The world around it began to stir as the light touched every corner, warming the fields, the trees, and the rivers. The rooster, once just a herald of dawn, now felt something more. It felt a connection to the sky, to the sun, to the earth beneath its feet. Its crow no longer merely woke the world, it had shaped it. It had brought the sun to the earth and, in doing so, had bridged the distance between them. For the first time, the rooster understood its place in the grand cycle. It was not just a creature that heralded the dawn, it was part of the rhythm of the world, a link in a chain that connected the heavens and the earth. The rooster's cry had not just been a call to the sun, but a reminder that every being, no matter how small, had a role to play in the world. As the light from the sun touched the land, the rooster stood tall, its heart swelling with pride. The barn around it seemed warmer now, the air sweeter, as if the rooster's call had transformed the very essence of the world. It had not only awoken the day, it had awakened something within itself. For a moment, the rooster closed its eyes, basking in the sunlight that enveloped it. It had dared to challenge the sun, and in doing so, had found a new understanding of its own strength. The rooster was no longer just a creature of the earth, it was something more, something connected to the sky itself. The world began to hum with life. The fields, once shrouded in darkness, now glowed with the first rays of the sun. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, their leaves shimmering in the light. The river, once still, began to ripple with the movement of fish and water, as if the entire world had been awakened by the rooster's call. The rooster opened its eyes, still standing proudly on the edge of the barn, its feathers glistening in the sun. It had done what many thought impossible. It had woken the sun, and with it, a new understanding of the world around it. In that moment, the rooster realized something that would stay with it forever. It was not just the herald of dawn, it was the keeper of light, the one who bridged the gap between the earth and the heavens. And no matter how many times the sun rose, the rooster would be there, standing tall, crowing its song to the heavens. The forest was silent, the kind of silence that felt alive, as though every leaf, every rock, and every whisper of wind was holding its breath. A slender snake slithered along the forest floor, its scales glinting faintly in the dappled moonlight. It moved with purpose, though to an observer, its path might have seemed aimless. There was no hesitation in its motion, only an instinctive pull toward something it could not yet name. The snake paused by an ancient tree, its bark gnarled and twisted with the weight of centuries. Coiled beneath the roots, it felt the pulse of the earth, a deep and steady thrum that resonated through its body. The snake had always been close to the ground, closer than most creatures, and it had learned to feel what others overlooked. Tonight, that connection felt stronger, the vibrations more insistent, as if the earth itself was urging the snake onward. Ahead, a faint glow broke through the darkness, flickering like a star fallen to the earth. The snake hesitated, its tongue flicking out to taste the air. It carried a strange scent, one that spoke of change and possibility. The snake moved toward the light, its body undulating in a fluid motion, the ground beneath it cool and familiar. As it drew closer, the glow resolved into a small flame, no larger than a candle's flicker, hovering in the air above a shallow pool. The water reflected the light, creating ripples of gold and silver that danced across the surrounding stones. The snake stopped at the edge of the pool, its head raised, eyes fixed on the flame. It was unlike anything the snake had ever seen, a light that seemed alive, as if it had a heartbeat of its own. A voice, soft and echoing, filled the air. It was not a voice that spoke in words, but one that resonated in the mind, a feeling more than a sound. "What do you seek?" the voice asked, its tone neither kind nor cruel, but ancient and knowing. The snake did not answer with words. Instead, it lifted its head higher, its eyes reflecting the flame. It sought understanding, not just of the world but of itself. It had felt a longing for as long as it could remember, a yearning to shed not just its skin but something deeper, something hidden within. The flame pulsed, growing brighter for a moment before dimming again. "To gain what you seek, you must give up what you are," the voice said. The snake felt a shiver run through its body, though the night was warm. It understood the weight of those words. To change, to grow, it would need to let go of the comfort of what it knew. The snake coiled tightly around itself, its mind racing. It thought of the times it had shed its skin, the discomfort, the vulnerability, and the renewal that followed. But this felt different, more profound, as though it was not just its body that would be transformed, but its very essence. With a slow, deliberate motion, the snake uncoiled and lowered its head, touching the water with the tip of its snout. The pool was cool, almost icy, and the sensation spread through its body, both soothing and electrifying. The flame flared brighter, its light filling the clearing. Suddenly, the world around the snake seemed to dissolve. The forest, the pool, the flame, all faded into a swirling mist. The snake was alone, suspended in a void that was neither light nor dark. It felt exposed, every scale, every thought laid bare. Memories began to surface, unbidden and vivid. The snake saw itself as a hatchling, small and vulnerable, hidden beneath a leaf as predators circled nearby. It remembered the fear, the instinct to survive at all costs. Then came other memories, of striking at prey, of defending itself, of moving through the world with a wary eye and a coiled tension that never fully left. But beneath those memories was something else, a thread of something softer, something almost forgotten. The snake remembered the warmth of the sun on its back, the gentle rustle of leaves, the stillness of a moment when it was simply alive, unburdened by fear or hunger. The voice returned, softer now, almost gentle. "Do you see?" it asked. The snake did not know what it was meant to see, but it felt a stirring within, a realization that it was more than its instincts, more than its fears. The mist began to shift, forming shapes and colors. The snake saw a vision of itself, but it was different. It was larger, its scales shimmering like liquid gold, its eyes bright with an inner light. It moved with grace, not just across the ground, but through the air, as if it had transcended the limitations of its body. "You can become this," the voice said. "But only if you are willing to leave behind what binds you." The snake hesitated. It was afraid, not of the change itself, but of the unknown that lay beyond it. Yet, as it gazed at the vision, it felt a deep yearning, a pull that was stronger than its fear. It wanted to be more, to rise above the ground it had always known, to touch the sky it had always envied. With a final, determined motion, the snake coiled tightly around itself, its body trembling with effort. It felt a heat building within, a fire that seemed to consume and cleanse at the same time. Its scales began to glow, faintly at first, then brighter and brighter, until its entire body was enveloped in light. When the light faded, the snake was no longer on the forest floor. It was high above, its body transformed, its scales glistening with a radiant sheen. It moved through the air with an ease it had never known, the world below a tapestry of colors and shapes. The snake felt a joy that was pure and unrestrained, a freedom that it had never imagined possible. It had shed not just its skin but its fear, its doubts, its limitations. It was no longer bound to the earth, it was a creature of both the ground and the sky, a bridge between the two. The voice spoke one last time, its tone filled with quiet pride. "You have found what you sought. Use it wisely." The snake, now a creature of light and grace, soared through the air, its heart filled with gratitude and wonder. It had not just reached enlightenment, it had become it. The aroma of roasted chestnuts and simmering broth filled the air, mingling with the faint sweetness of freshly baked buns. The pig stood at the edge of the clearing, his small, bright eyes scanning the humble village that had become his home. He was neither the strongest nor the swiftest of the animals, but in his heart, he carried a warmth that no one could ignore. Tonight, the village glowed under the soft light of paper lanterns, their gentle hues swaying in the evening breeze. The pig adjusted the large basket balanced on his back, its weight pressing into his shoulders but not his spirit. Inside were bundles of dried herbs, jars of preserved fruits, and loaves of bread he had spent days preparing. It was the time of the winter festival, and everyone in the village was busy preparing their homes and tables. But for the pig, this festival was not about what he could keep, it was about what he could give. He started with the widow's house. Her door creaked open to reveal a frail woman whose hands trembled as she tried to stoke a dying fire. The pig stepped in without a word, setting down a loaf of warm bread and a jar of honey. Her eyes widened, filling with gratitude she could not voice. The pig simply nodded, his quiet smile speaking louder than words. Before she could protest, he was already out the door, heading toward the next home. As the pig moved from house to house, he left behind more than food. He left laughter, warmth, and the faint spark of hope. In the home of a struggling potter, he knelt beside a wheel that had grown silent and worn, leaving behind fresh clay and a pouch of coins he had saved from his own modest earnings. To the farmer whose crops had failed in the last season, he brought seeds and a promise that spring would bring better fortune. By the time the pig reached the farthest edge of the village, his basket was nearly empty, but his heart felt impossibly full. There, at the final home, lived a boy who had not smiled since losing his parents to illness. The pig hesitated, the weight of the moment pressing heavier than any basket ever could. From the folds of his coat, he pulled out a small wooden flute, one he had carved himself during the quiet hours of the night. Kneeling down, he handed it to the boy, whose eyes filled with wonder as he touched the polished surface. "Play," the pig whispered, his voice gentle but firm. And though the boy's hands were unsteady, he lifted the flute to his lips and played a soft, trembling melody that drifted into the night like a fragile thread of light. The pig closed his eyes, letting the music wash over him, a balm for his own weary soul. The festival began as the stars dotted the sky, and the village square came alive with music and laughter. Tables groaned under the weight of food, and children chased each other through the flickering shadows of the lanterns. But amid the joy, there was one table that stood apart. It was smaller, simpler, adorned only with a few modest dishes and a single candle. This was the pig's table, though he had no intention of sitting there himself. Instead, he wandered through the crowd, his presence as unassuming as ever. He caught glimpses of the widow savoring her bread, the potter shaping a new bowl, and the farmer sharing stories with his neighbors. The boy sat on a low bench, the flute cradled in his hands, a shy smile tugging at his lips. The pig watched from a distance, his heart swelling with a quiet pride. But not everyone shared the pig's spirit. From the shadows, the snake coiled tightly around itself, its eyes glinting with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. "Why do you give so much?" the snake hissed, its voice soft and serpentine. "What do you gain from this?" The pig turned slowly, meeting the snake's gaze without flinching. "I gain everything," he replied, his voice steady and calm. "Because when others are filled, so am I." The snake narrowed its eyes, unable to grasp the depth of the pig's words. But the pig did not linger. He returned to his table, where a single bowl of soup awaited him. It was plain and simple, yet as he sipped it, he felt a warmth that spread through his entire being. It was not the taste of the soup that comforted him, but the knowledge of the joy he had sown in others. As the night deepened, the festival began to wind down. Families returned to their homes, their hearts lighter and their spirits brighter. The pig sat alone at his table, the candle flickering before him. The snake watched from a distance, a faint glimmer of understanding beginning to stir in its heart. In the quiet that followed, the pig stood and looked around the empty square. Though his body ached from the day's work, his soul felt weightless. The stars above seemed brighter, their light casting a gentle glow over the village. For the pig, the feast was never about the food or the decorations. It was about the connections, the threads of kindness that bound the village together. And tonight, those threads felt unbreakable. The pig took a deep breath, the cool night air filling his lungs. He knew that tomorrow, life would return to its usual rhythm. But tonight, he allowed himself a moment to bask in the quiet triumph of generosity. It was a feast unlike any other, one that filled not the stomach but the heart, a feast that only the pig could have created. The dense forest shimmered under the glow of the twilight sky, a world alive with whispers of the unseen. Birds hushed their evening songs, and the leaves of ancient trees rustled as if carrying secrets older than time itself. At the heart of this enigmatic landscape stood a towering peach tree. Its roots clawed deep into the earth, anchoring it as if it had always been there. But it was no ordinary tree. The air around it pulsed with an unspoken reverence, and the fruit it bore, each peach golden as a sunrise, promised immortality to those bold enough to taste it. Hidden in the canopy nearby, the monkey perched silently, his eyes glinting with mischief and longing. He had heard tales of this tree from the whispers of the wind and the murmurs of the river. Its peaches were said to grant eternal life, a gift coveted by gods and mortals alike. But the tree was guarded by forces even the bravest dared not confront. Still, the monkey's heart burned with defiance. He was a creature of daring, and the idea of something forbidden only made it sweeter. The monkey's mind raced as he studied the tree. Each branch was adorned with peaches so luminous they seemed to glow from within, their fragrance intoxicating even from a distance. He knew the risks. Legend spoke of storms that raged without warning, guardians cloaked in shadows, and the tree itself, which was said to punish those who sought its treasures with unrelenting fury. But the monkey was not one to turn back from a challenge. His hands tightened around the rough bark of his perch, and his pulse quickened. He leapt, the air rushing past him as he descended toward the tree with a grace honed by years of climbing and leaping through the forest. He landed on a lower branch of the tree, his touch light, his movements silent. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. He reached out toward the nearest peach, its skin shimmering like molten gold. But just as his fingers brushed its surface, the sky darkened. A low rumble echoed through the forest, a sound that seemed to come not from the heavens, but from the very earth itself. The monkey froze, his heart pounding as the tree began to shudder. Branches that had been still moments ago now writhed like serpents, and the wind whipped through the forest with a force that threatened to unseat him. From the base of the tree, a figure began to emerge, its form shifting and elusive. It was neither man nor beast, a guardian born of the tree's ancient magic. Its voice, deep and resonant, seemed to speak directly into the monkey's mind. "Why do you seek what is not yours to take?" it demanded, the question laced with a warning. The monkey straightened, his defiance unshaken. "Why should such beauty and power go untouched?" he replied. "I am not here to steal, but to honor it, to taste its greatness and share in its story." The guardian's eyes, glowing like embers, narrowed. "These peaches are not for mortals to claim. They are a gift beyond the grasp of those who live and die with the seasons." "But if life is so fleeting," the monkey countered, his voice rising, "why deny us the chance to make it eternal?" The guardian's silence was heavy, like the pause before a storm. Then, without warning, the tree erupted into motion. Branches lashed out, and the monkey darted and leapt, his movements a dance of survival and determination. The forest itself seemed to conspire against him, roots rose from the ground, vines reached out to ensnare him, and the air grew thick with the hum of unseen forces. Yet the monkey was relentless. With every near miss, his resolve only hardened. He climbed higher, closer to the peaches that now seemed both tantalizingly near and impossibly distant. His breath came in sharp bursts, his muscles burned, but his spirit burned brighter. He reached a branch near the top of the tree, where a single peach hung, larger and more radiant than the rest. It pulsed with a light that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the earth itself. The monkey reached for it, his fingers closing around the fruit just as the guardian appeared before him, its form towering and formidable. The guardian raised a hand, and the air around them stilled. "This is your last chance to turn back," it said, its voice a quiet thunder. "Do you truly believe you are worthy of what you seek?" The monkey met the guardian's gaze, his voice steady despite the weight of the moment. "I do not seek to prove my worth," he said. "I seek to live, to feel, to know the depths of existence. If that is a crime, then punish me. But I cannot turn back." The guardian stared at him for a long moment, its expression unreadable. Then, slowly, it stepped aside. "Take it," it said, its voice softer now, tinged with something almost like sorrow. "But know that every gift comes with a price." The monkey hesitated, the guardian's words hanging heavy in the air. But his desire outweighed his doubt. He plucked the peach, its warmth spreading through his fingers like sunlight. Without a second thought, he bit into it, the sweet, rich flavor flooding his senses. For a moment, he felt invincible, his body alive with a power unlike anything he had ever known. But then, as the last bite of the peach disappeared, the world around him shifted. The colors of the forest grew sharper, almost painfully vivid. The sounds of the earth, rustling leaves, distant bird calls, became deafening. And within him, a strange heaviness took root. He realized, with a sinking heart, that the gift of the peach was not merely life unending, but life unchanging. He would live, yes, but he would be forever bound to this moment, this place. The monkey's laughter rang out, sharp and bitter, as he understood the guardian's warning too late. He had gained eternity, but at the cost of freedom. And as the guardians faded into the shadows, the monkey sat beneath the peach tree, his once bright eyes now clouded with the weight of his choice. The fire crackled low, its glow casting flickering shadows on the faces of the gathered villagers. The storyteller's voice, raspy with age, but still carrying the weight of wonder, held them all captive. Each of us, he began, his gaze sweeping the crowd, carries the spirit of an ancient tale, written in the stars long before we were born. The animals of the Zodiac are not just symbols, they are mirrors, showing us the truths we often overlook in ourselves. A child leaned closer, her small hands clutching her father's sleeve. The old man noticed and offered a soft smile. "You, little one," he said, pointing with a bony finger, "might be the clever rat. Quick-witted, resourceful, and always thinking 10 steps ahead. But do you know where that cleverness began?" The firelight danced in his eyes as he spoke. Long ago, in a time when the world was new, the rat was the smallest of all creatures, overlooked and underestimated. When the Jade Emperor called for a great race to decide the order of the Zodiac, the rat knew his tiny legs would never carry him far enough. But his mind was sharp. He persuaded the ox, strong and steady, to carry him across the river, promising to guide the way. And just as they reached the other side, the rat leapt ahead, claiming the first place for himself. Gasps rippled through the crowd, followed by knowing laughter. The child's eyes sparkled with admiration, but the storyteller's expression grew somber. "Yet that same cleverness can turn to cunning," he said, his voice dropping. "For the rat's charm hides a shadow, a fear of losing, a drive so fierce it can sometimes blind him to what truly matters." The villagers murmured, each reflecting on someone they knew, or perhaps themselves. But the storyteller wasn't finished. His voice rose, stronger now, carrying the rhythm of a drumbeat. "And what of the tiger?" he called, his gaze darting to a young man standing at the edge of the crowd, his arms crossed and his expression guarded. Fierce, brave, and unrelenting. The tiger's roar shakes the mountains, and his courage knows no bounds. But it was born in solitude, for the tiger walks alone, shunned by the other animals who feared his strength. The young man straightened, his jaw tightening. The storyteller softened his tone. The tiger's power is his pride, but also his burden. He fights not just for victory, but for belonging. And sometimes, in his quest to prove himself, he forgets that true strength comes not from claws, but from the heart. The fire popped, sending a shower of sparks into the night sky, as if echoing the storyteller's words. The crowd was silent, hanging on every syllable. The old man shifted in his seat, turning to a woman who sat weaving at the edge of the circle. "You," he said gently, "may carry the spirit of the rabbit. Gentle, kind, and quick to help others. The rabbit's heart is as soft as her fur, and her mind is as swift as the wind. But her story," he added, his voice tinged with sadness, "is one of fear. The rabbit has always been running, not from others, but from herself." The woman's hand stilled, her eyes lifting to meet the storyteller's. "It was fear that drove the rabbit to seek the moon goddess," he continued, hoping to find courage in her light. And though the goddess welcomed her, the rabbit's heart still quivered. For no magic, no blessing, can quiet the fears we carry until we face them ourselves. A heavy silence fell, thick with unspoken emotions. Then, slowly, the storyteller smiled, breaking the tension. "And yet," he said, "the rabbit's kindness is her gift to the world. For it is her gentleness that heals others, even as she learns to heal herself." He turned to an older man seated nearby, his hands calloused from years of toil. "The ox," the storyteller declared. "Steady, loyal, and unyielding. When others falter, the ox keeps going. His strength is his silence, his persistence a testament to his spirit." The man nodded, pride flashing briefly across his face. But the storyteller's expression grew serious. "Yet even the ox carries a burden. His loyalty can bind him, his patience turn to stubbornness. He gives so much, yet struggles to ask for what he needs." The fire flickered, its light reflecting the weight of those words in the old man's eyes. The storyteller moved on, weaving the tales of each zodiac animal into a tapestry of strengths and flaws, triumphs and struggles. He spoke of the snake, wise and intuitive, whose charm could turn to manipulation. The dragon, bold and charismatic, whose confidence sometimes veiled an aching loneliness. The goat, gentle and creative, whose need for harmony often left her vulnerable to the storms of others. Each story was met with silence, then murmurs, then moments of quiet reflection. And as the night wore on, it became clear that these tales were not just about the animals, but about the people listening, their friends, their families, and themselves. The old man's voice softened as he reached the final tale. "And the pig," he said, his tone filled with warmth. "The pig who is generous, who finds joy in the simplest things. His spirit is a gift to those around him, a reminder that happiness is not found in riches or power, but in love and laughter." The villagers smiled, but the old man raised a hand. "Yet even the pig has his trials. For his trust, so easily given, can be taken advantage of. His kindness can leave him hurt. But still, he gives, and in his giving, he reminds us all of what it means to live with an open heart." The fire burned low, its glow casting long shadows across the faces of the villagers. The storyteller leaned back, his voice now barely above a whisper. "These animals, these stories, they are not just legends. They are us. In their triumphs, we see our potential. In their flaws, we see our struggles. And in their spirits, we find the courage to face our own." The villagers sat in silence, the weight of the stories settling over them like a blanket. The stars above seemed brighter now, their patterns etched with meaning. The child who had clung to her father's sleeve released her grip, her eyes wide with wonder. And the old storyteller, his work done, closed his eyes, letting the quiet of the night envelop him as the villagers carried the stories home, each one a mirror, each one a guide. The moon hung high above the quiet village, its light casting a silvery glow on the cobblestone streets. Two figures stood by the edge of the river, their shadows merging in the still waters below. They were opposites in every sense, their personalities clashed like fire and water, yet something about their connection felt inevitable, unshakable, written in the stars. "You always have to take the lead, don't you?" the woman said, her tone teasing but her eyes sharp. She brushed her hair back, her movements graceful and deliberate, like a cat ready to pounce. The man crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. "And you always have to analyze everything, don't you? Maybe that's why we argue so much. You can't just let things be." The river flowed silently between them, but their words crackled with the energy of two forces in tension, locked in an unspoken dance. He was the dragon, bold, confident, and always seeking to dominate. She was the snake, calm, calculating, and deeply intuitive. On the surface, their connection seemed destined for conflict, yet beneath the friction was a bond neither could deny. Their story wasn't unique. All around the village, relationships ebbed and flowed, shaped by the celestial pull of the Zodiac. A farmer and his wife were known as the steadfast ox and the nurturing goat, their bond as solid as the earth beneath their feet. Across the way, two siblings, both fiery tigers, sparred endlessly, their tempers as volatile as a summer storm. Each pairing carried its own rhythm, its own struggles, and its own moments of undeniable magic. In another corner of the village, two friends shared a quiet meal by a crackling fire. The rabbit, with her gentle heart and kind smile, poured tea for the rooster, who sat upright, his every movement precise and deliberate. They shouldn't have gotten along, her softness clashed with his sharpness, her hesitations with his certainty. Yet, there they were, laughing at shared jokes and filling the room with warmth. Their bond wasn't built on similarities, but on the way their differences balanced each other. She softened his edges, while he gave her strength when she felt unsure. But not all stories were so harmonious. In the marketplace, a rat and a horse argued over a deal gone awry. The rat, quick-witted and shrewd, had spotted an opportunity and acted on it before the horse had a chance to respond. The horse, proud and independent, bristled at the rat's cunning, his voice rising in frustration. Their clash wasn't just about the deal, it was about two spirits that saw the world through entirely different lenses. Yet even in their anger, there was a spark, a grudging respect for the other's passion and drive. The stars above watched silently as bonds were forged, tested, and sometimes broken. Each zodiac sign carried its own essence, its own way of being, and when two signs came together, the result was as unpredictable as the wind. Some connections felt effortless, as if they had always been meant to be. The pig and the dog, for example, shared a friendship so deep that words often weren't needed. Their loyalty to one another was unshakable, a quiet strength that carried them through life's storms. Other pairings were more turbulent. The monkey and the tiger often found themselves at odds, their energies colliding in a whirlwind of competition and misunderstanding. Yet even they had moments of unexpected harmony, when the monkey's playful charm disarmed the tiger's fierce pride, or when the tiger's courage inspired the monkey to reach new heights. By the river, the dragon and the snake continued their quiet battle of words. "You think you know everything," the dragon said, his tone laced with frustration. "Always watching, always waiting. Do you ever act without overthinking it?" The snake tilted her head, her smile faint but knowing. "And you act without thinking at all. Maybe that's why we need each other. You remind me to take risks, and I remind you to think things through." For a moment, the tension between them softened, replaced by a fragile understanding. The dragon looked away, his expression uncharacteristically thoughtful. "Maybe," he admitted, his voice quieter now. "But it's exhausting sometimes. Always trying to figure each other out." The snake nodded, her gaze steady. "It is. But isn't that what makes it worth it? If it were easy, it wouldn't matter as much." Elsewhere in the village, a reunion was taking place. The dog, loyal and protective, had returned from a long journey, and the pig greeted him with open arms. Their friendship was a testament to unconditional love, built on years of shared laughter and tears. They didn't need to say much. Their bond was as natural as the turning of the seasons, a reminder that some connections required no effort at all. In the square, a group of children played under the watchful eyes of their parents. The rat and the ox, despite their differences, worked together seamlessly, their strengths complementing one another. The rat's cleverness found solutions to problems the ox hadn't even noticed, while the ox's patience grounded the rat's restless energy. Their partnership was a quiet marvel, each recognizing and valuing what the other brought to the table. As the night wore on, the stories of the Zodiac unfolded in countless ways, each pairing telling its own tale of connection, challenge, and growth. There were moments of joy and laughter, of conflict and reconciliation. Some bonds were easy and light, like a warm breeze on a summer day. Others were intense and demanding, like the roaring of the ocean during a storm. But all were meaningful, shaped by the unique essence of the signs involved. The stars above twinkled faintly, as if smiling at the dramas playing out below. And the villagers, each carrying their own constellation of traits and tendencies, continued their lives, their relationships weaving a tapestry as complex and beautiful as the zodiac itself. The room was dimly lit, the air heavy with the scent of old paper and ink. A scholar sat at his desk, poring over a series of scrolls that had been preserved through centuries. Each scroll bore the name of a figure who had shaped history in some profound way. Their stories were written in bold strokes, etched into time with triumphs and failures. And beside each name was a symbol, a single zodiac animal, marking the traits that may have guided their hand, their voice, their choices. The first scroll spoke of a ruler whose vision had reshaped his empire. The dragon. Known for his charisma and unrelenting drive, he had risen to power with a presence so commanding that even his enemies could not deny his greatness. People whispered about his fearless ambition, his ability to inspire armies with just a few words. But there were also stories of his temper, his moments of arrogance that nearly cost him everything. In the end, it was his determination, his refusal to back down in the face of adversity, that secured his place in history. Another scroll bore the symbol of the snake, paired with the name of a renowned philosopher. She was known for her wisdom, her ability to see patterns and truths hidden from others. Her mind was a labyrinth, filled with questions and answers that no one else had dared to explore. But she was not without flaws. Her silence in moments of crisis was sometimes mistaken for indifference, her calculated moves misunderstood as manipulation. Yet those who truly knew her saw the depth of her compassion, the quiet way she sought to make the world better through the power of thought. The rat appeared on the next scroll, tied to the tale of a cunning strategist who had turned the tide of wars. Quick-witted and resourceful, he had a gift for seeing opportunities where others saw only obstacles. His plans were intricate, like clockwork mechanisms that left no detail overlooked. But his brilliance came with a price. Trust was a rare commodity for him, his constant scheming made others wary. Still, it was his ingenuity that saved countless lives, his cleverness that earned him both admiration and infamy. Then came the ox, a builder of nations. Her story was one of patience, perseverance, and quiet strength. While others sought glory, she toiled in the shadows, laying the foundations for a legacy that would outlast her. She was not the kind of leader who sought the spotlight, but her influence was undeniable. When storms came, she stood firm, unyielding in her resolve. Her determination inspired generations, her steadiness a beacon for those who followed. The tiger leaped off the page next, its fierce energy entwined with the life of a revolutionary. Passionate and bold, he had a fire that could not be contained. His voice rallied the oppressed, his courage emboldened the timid. But his impulsiveness was his greatest weakness. In his quest for justice, he sometimes acted without considering the consequences, leaving chaos in his wake. Yet it was his heart, the unshakable belief in a better world, that made him unforgettable. A quieter story emerged with the rabbit. A poet whose words had moved hearts across the ages, she embodied gentleness and grace. Her verses spoke of love, loss, and the fragile beauty of life. She was a healer in her own way, mending wounds with the soothing balm of her art. But beneath her soft exterior was a resilience that few recognized. She had faced trials that would have broken others, yet she endured, her spirit unbroken. The horse galloped onto the scene, a fearless explorer who had charted unknown territories. His zest for life was infectious, his energy boundless. He thrived on the thrill of the unknown, pushing boundaries and inspiring others to do the same. Yet his wanderlust often left him restless, his inability to settle down a source of pain for those who loved him. Still, his contributions to the world were undeniable, his courage a reminder of what it meant to truly live. Then there was the goat, an artist whose work transcended time. Her creations were filled with emotion, capturing the essence of the human experience. She was sensitive to the world around her, her empathy a wellspring of inspiration. But her sensitivity was also her burden. She felt deeply, sometimes to the point of despair. Yet it was this depth of feeling that made her art so powerful, her legacy so enduring. The monkey swam through the pages, a brilliant inventor whose ideas had changed the course of history. Playful and curious, he saw possibilities that others missed. His mind was a whirlwind of innovation, his inventions a testament to his genius. But his mischievous nature sometimes got the better of him, leading to moments of chaos. Despite his flaws, his contributions were monumental, his creativity a gift to the world. The dog story was one of loyalty and courage. A leader who stood by his people through the darkest of times, he was a symbol of integrity and steadfastness. He fought not for power, but for justice, his actions guided by a deep sense of right and wrong. Yet his unwavering commitment sometimes left him vulnerable, his heartache hidden behind a brave face. Still, he was a source of strength for all who knew him, his loyalty a guiding light. The rooster's tale was that of an organizer, a visionary who brought order to chaos. Her attention to detail was unparalleled, her ability to plan and execute unmatched. She was the one who turned dreams into reality, her practicality grounding even the loftiest of aspirations. But her perfectionism often made her her own worst critic. Despite this, she was a cornerstone of progress, her discipline a model for others to emulate. Finally, the pig closed the circle, a philanthropist whose generosity had changed countless lives. Warm and kind-hearted, he gave freely, asking for nothing in return. His joy came from seeing others thrive, his contentment rooted in the happiness he brought to the world. But his selflessness sometimes left him vulnerable, his trust betrayed by those who took advantage of his good nature. Yet he remained unshaken, his belief in the goodness of others a testament to his unwavering spirit. The scholar leaned back, the stories swirling in his mind like constellations in the night sky. These figures, so different in their paths, were united by the traits of their zodiac animals. Their lives were a testament to the power of personality, the ways in which strengths and weaknesses intertwined to shape destinies. They were not perfect, far from it, but it was their imperfections that made them human, their struggles that made them great. And as the scholar blew out the candle, the room filled with a profound stillness, the echoes of their stories lingering in the air. The workshop buzzed with quiet energy. People sat in scattered groups, the air alive with the hum of conversation and the faint scratch of pens against paper. Each participant had been tasked with an impossible question: what defines you? Among them was a young woman, her notebook untouched, her thoughts tangled. She stared at the prompt, its weight pressing against her chest. Career. Purpose. The future. These words felt like heavy stones in her pockets. Then, someone at her table whispered, "What's your zodiac animal?" Sometimes, the stars know more than we think. The question caught her off guard, but she leaned in. Her curiosity tugged her closer to the woman who had spoken, a stranger with a confident, knowing smile. "What does that have to do with anything?" she asked hesitantly. "Everything," the woman replied, her eyes sparkling. A man across the room raised his hand. "I'm an ox," he announced when called upon. The room turned to him as he spoke, his voice steady and deliberate. "They say we're hardworking and dependable. Growing up, my dad used to tell me the ox carries the world on its back, slow but steady. I didn't think much of it until I became an architect. Turns out, I like building things, brick by brick, step by step. It's not glamorous, but it feels right." The young woman watched him, the calm conviction in his voice planting a seed of hope in her. Another voice chimed in, this time from a spirited woman who leaned forward as though sharing a secret. "I'm a tiger," she declared, her tone brimming with confidence. "And let me tell you, it fits. I work in journalism, chasing stories no one else dares to touch. It's dangerous sometimes, sure. But the thrill, the purpose, nothing compares." She paused, her grin turning softer. "We're not always fearless, though. I've had moments of doubt. But I think courage isn't about never being afraid, it's about doing the hard thing anyway." The room murmured in appreciation, and the young woman felt a flicker of warmth. Maybe, just maybe, there was something to this. Next was an older gentleman, his hands folded neatly on the table in front of him. "Rabbit," he said, almost shyly. "I've been a teacher for 30 years. They say rabbits are gentle and nurturing, and I like to think I bring that to my classroom. But what I love most about teaching isn't just helping kids learn, it's creating a safe space for them to grow, to believe in themselves. That's what makes all the hard days worth it." Her heart softened at his words, the tenderness in his voice washing over her like a lullaby. Then, from the back of the room, a confident laugh broke the reflective mood. "I'm a monkey," said a man leaning casually against the wall. His grin was wide, mischievous. "And, yeah, I'm exactly what you're thinking. I'm in tech, always tinkering with ideas, solving problems no one else can. Monkeys are supposed to be clever, right? But here's the thing, they're also restless. Sometimes, I get so caught up in chasing the next big thing, I forget to appreciate what I've already built. Still, I wouldn't trade it for anything." Laughter rippled through the room, and the young woman found herself smiling for the first time that day. But it was the soft-spoken words of a woman sitting beside her that hit closest to home. "I'm a dog," she said quietly, her gaze steady but warm. "I'm a social worker, and it's not easy. But loyalty and compassion are in our nature. I think that's why I keep showing up, even when it's hard. People need someone they can trust, someone who won't give up on them. And, for better or worse, that's me." Her voice wavered slightly, but the conviction behind it shone through. The young woman's heart clenched. She thought of the dreams she'd left behind, the path she hadn't dared to take because they seemed too uncertain. Yet here were people who had found their way, not by chasing perfection, but by following the threads of who they were. All right, another voice cut in, this one sharp and lively. Rooster here. A man in a tailored suit stood, his posture straight as a blade. I work in finance, so organization and precision are kind of my thing. Roosters are all about discipline, and I've leaned into that. But, he added, his tone softening, I've learned to balance it. Life's not just about ticking boxes. Sometimes, you have to let yourself dance to the rhythm instead of counting the steps. The words hung in the air, a gentle reminder that purpose wasn't a rigid path but a melody, ever-changing. The young woman felt a shift within her, a tiny spark of courage igniting. I'm a goat, she found herself saying, her voice trembling. The room turned toward her, their faces open and encouraging. I've always been sensitive. People tell me I feel too much. But I love art, painting, drawing. I used to think it wasn't enough, that it wouldn't lead anywhere. But maybe. Her voice faltered, but the knowing nods around her urged her on. Maybe that's my way of contributing. Of connecting. The tiger smiled at her, the rabbit gave a small nod, and the dog whispered, it is. As the session continued, the stories wove together like threads in a tapestry, each one unique yet connected by a shared humanity. A snake spoke of their meticulous work as a scientist, their quiet determination lighting the way through uncertainty. A horse described the joy of bringing people together as an event planner, their boundless energy a gift to those around them. A dragon recounted the challenges of running a startup, their vision blazing even in the face of failure. By the end, the young woman's notebook was filled, not with answers, but with possibilities. For the first time, she didn't feel so lost. She thought of the goat's resilience, the beauty that came from seeing the world through tender eyes. Maybe the path ahead wasn't as dark as she'd feared. Maybe it was simply waiting for her to take the first step. The theater was silent, save for the flickering hum of the projector. On the screen, a dragon coiled through a sea of stars, its fiery breath lighting up the darkness. A gasp rippled through the audience as the creature turned, its eyes fierce yet filled with ancient wisdom. In that moment, it wasn't just a mythical beast, it was a symbol, alive with meaning. Somewhere in the back row, a child clutched their parent's hand, their eyes wide with wonder. For them, the dragon wasn't just a character, it was destiny, a mirror of their birth year and all the power it promised. Across the globe, Zodiac animals have slipped seamlessly into the stories we tell, shaping heroes, guiding narratives, and igniting imaginations. In one corner of the world, a rabbit bounds across the pages of a beloved children's book, its cleverness and charm winning over every reader. In another, a fierce tiger roars on the screen, a warrior embodying bravery and justice. These animals are more than symbols, they are characters with lives, dreams, and flaws that echo our own. A blockbuster movie, released years ago, opens with a monkey dangling from a treetop, its laugh echoing through the jungle. Mischief runs through its veins, but beneath the antics lies a spark of genius. As the story unfolds, the monkey's cleverness saves the day time and again, its resourcefulness outwitting even the most daunting foes. Children in the audience cheer, while adults chuckle knowingly, recognizing the traits that have made monkeys legendary in folklore and reality. In a quiet library, a young woman flips through a novel. The protagonist is a steadfast ox, burdened by expectations yet unshakable in their resolve. The story weaves a tale of endurance, of carrying the weight of a world that never seems to appreciate the quiet strength it relies on. Tears prick the woman's eyes as she reads. She sees herself in the ox, her own quiet battles reflected in its journey. When the ox triumphs, not through fanfare but sheer determination, it feels like her victory too. On a bright Saturday morning, a group of children gather around a TV. An animated rooster struts across the screen, its feathers shining like the dawn. It's loud and proud, always announcing its arrival with a crow. At first, the rooster's arrogance grates on the other characters, but as the story progresses, its keen insight and unwavering loyalty prove invaluable. The children laugh at its antics, but nod seriously when it finally earns the respect of its companions. One child, born in the year of the rooster, stands a little taller that day. In a dimly lit comic book store, a fan flips through the latest issue of a graphic novel. The hero is a dog, clad in armor and wielding a sword. Loyalty is their compass, guiding them through a treacherous world of betrayal and deceit. The dog's unwavering sense of justice resonates deeply with the reader. They trace the bold lines of the illustration, feeling the weight of the dog's choices as if they were their own. In the dog's courage, they find hope, a reminder that loyalty and kindness are strengths, not weaknesses. Somewhere else, a movie marathon is underway. The screen glows with the golden hues of a goat grazing on a mountainside. It's the heart of the story, bringing peace to a fractured world through its gentle ways and unshakable resolve. The goat's soft voice carries wisdom, its actions proving that gentleness can be as powerful as any weapon. The audience watches, spellbound, as the goat's quiet bravery changes the course of history. One viewer wipes away a tear, reminded of the strength it takes to stay kind in a world that often demands otherwise. In a bustling city, a snake coils around the arm of a heroine in a popular fantasy series. Its sleek movements and sharp eyes hint at a depth of knowledge and power that few can comprehend. The snake whispers secrets, its words weaving through the plot like threads in a tapestry. It's both feared and revered, its wisdom a double-edged sword. Fans debate its role endlessly. Is it a villain, a guide, or something in between? For those born in the year of the snake, the character is a source of fascination, a reflection of their own enigmatic nature. Meanwhile, in a brightly colored picture book, a pig waddles across the page, its snout twitching with delight. It's a story of abundance and generosity, of finding joy in the simple act of sharing. Children giggle at the pig's antics, but by the end, they're quiet, their small hearts swelling with the warmth of its kindness. One child closes the book, hugging it to their chest, the lessons of the pig already taking root in their young mind. Elsewhere, in a crowded cinema, a horse gallops across a battlefield, its mane streaming like a banner in the wind. The character embodies freedom, its spirit untamed even in the face of adversity. The audience watches in awe as the horse breaks through barriers, its courage igniting a spark in everyone who sees it. A teenager in the front row clenches their fists, silently vowing to channel that same spirit in their own struggles. In another part of the world, a tiny theater showcases an indie film featuring a rat. The protagonist is scrappy and resourceful, surviving against all odds in a harsh urban landscape. The rat's journey is one of perseverance, its cunning and adaptability turning obstacles into stepping stones. The audience leaves the theater buzzing, inspired by the rat's tenacity. For one viewer, born in the year of the rat, it feels like a validation of their own struggles, a reminder that small does not mean insignificant. On a bookshelf, a beautifully illustrated book tells the story of a dragon, its scales shimmering with magic. The tale is one of transformation, of harnessing immense power for the greater good. The dragon's journey is both awe-inspiring and humbling, a testament to the responsibility that comes with strength. A reader closes the book, their mind alight with possibilities. The dragon's fire burns within them now, a spark urging them to rise above their fears. In countless ways, through countless stories, the Zodiac animals have become more than symbols. They are woven into the fabric of pop culture, their traits and tales offering mirrors and maps for those who encounter them. Through their depictions, we find pieces of ourselves, our strengths, our struggles, our dreams. And in their victories and lessons, we glimpse what it means to be human. The air was thick with incense, the faint scent of sandalwood curling like whispers around the room. In the dim light, a woman sat cross-legged, her eyes closed, hands resting lightly on a silk-draped table. The cards spread before her shimmered faintly, adorned with intricate images of animals, fierce tigers, noble dragons, clever rats. A single candle flickered in the corner, casting shifting shadows that seemed almost alive. When she opened her eyes, they were steady, filled with the quiet confidence of someone who held more than just a deck of cards. She held stories, futures, the fragile hopes of those who came seeking answers. The young man across from her fidgeted nervously, his breath catching as she turned over a card. A snake stared back, its emerald scales gleaming against a backdrop of stars. She smiled faintly. "This year will challenge you," she said, her voice low and deliberate. "But the snake teaches patience, strategy. There's wisdom in waiting for the right moment." Her words hung in the air, not commands but possibilities, a way forward illuminated by the ancient wisdom of the Zodiac. Far away, in the heart of a bustling market, a different kind of reading was taking place. An elderly man, his hair white as snow, sat beneath a crimson canopy adorned with golden embroidery. His tools were simple, a parchment scroll marked with intricate charts, a brush dipped in black ink. The woman before him watched anxiously as he drew lines and symbols, her date and time of birth weaving into the celestial dance of the Zodiac. He paused, his brush hovering over the sign of the horse. "You're at a crossroads," he said, his voice withered but steady. "The horse thrives on freedom, but beware of running too fast. Slow down, and you'll see what you've been missing." Nearby, a child tugged at their mother's sleeve, pointing eagerly to a stand where a lively rooster crowed in a cage. The stall owner laughed, her bracelets jingling as she handed the child a small trinket, a golden pendant shaped like a rooster. "For luck," she said, winking. "Roosters bring clarity and boldness. Keep this close, and you'll find your voice when it matters most." The child clutched the charm tightly, their eyes wide with wonder, as if the rooster itself had whispered secrets to them. In a quiet suburban home, an app pinged softly on a woman's phone. She opened it to find her daily Zodiac reading, a habit she'd picked up during a particularly uncertain year. The text was simple but felt oddly personal. "The pig reminds you to give freely today. Generosity will bring you unexpected joy." She smiled faintly, her mind already turning to the neighbor who had been struggling with groceries, the colleague who had seemed unusually quiet during the last meeting. Later that day, as she offered a small gesture of kindness, the words returned to her, warm and reassuring. Not all moments were so serene. In a crowded nightclub, the air buzzing with music and laughter, a man approached a fortune teller seated in the corner. Her setup was minimal, no candles or incense, just a battered book and a sharp gaze that seemed to pierce through the noise. "You're a rat," she said after a quick glance at his birth year. "You adapt, survive. But don't mistake cunning for connection. You've built walls where bridges should be." He blinked, startled by the bluntness, but her words stayed with him long after the music faded, a truth he couldn't ignore. Across oceans and cultures, the Zodiac wove itself into lives in countless ways. At a spring festival, lanterns shaped like zodiac animals floated into the night sky, each carrying a whispered wish. A girl released one shaped like a rabbit, her fingers lingering on its paper ears. Her grandmother had told her that rabbits symbolized hope, a belief she clung to as she faced an uncertain future. When the lantern rose higher, she swore she felt a flicker of that hope settle in her chest. In a coastal town, an artist sketched a dragon on a weathered canvas, its coiled body alive with flames and fury. He painted not just the creature but the spirit of ambition and power it symbolized, hoping to channel its energy into his work. "Dragons are rare," he muttered to himself, dipping his brush in crimson paint. "They remind us to aim higher, even when we doubt." The finished piece hung in his studio, a beacon for those who entered seeking inspiration. At a New Year's celebration, families gathered around steaming bowls of dumplings, their laughter mingling with the crackle of fireworks. Each child wore a badge of their zodiac animal, the elders recounting tales of their traits with a mix of pride and humor. A father leaned down to his son, born in the year of the dog, and ruffled his hair. "You're loyal," he said with a smile. "The kind of person people trust with their hearts." The boy beamed, the simple affirmation lighting a fire that would guide him for years. In another corner of the world, a skeptic stood before a bustling street performer who claimed to predict fortunes. The performer grinned, pulling out a weathered coin etched with the image of a tiger. He flipped it high, catching it with dramatic flair. "You," he declared, pointing at the skeptic, "have the soul of a tiger. Brave, fierce, but restless. You're chasing something, aren't you?" The skeptic laughed, shaking their head, but couldn't shake the uncanny accuracy of the performer's words. For some, the Zodiac was a comfort, a way to make sense of life's chaos. For others, it was a challenge, pushing them to confront truths they'd rather avoid. Yet for everyone who crossed paths with it, the Zodiac offered a moment to pause, reflect, and wonder. Whether through cards, charts, or a fleeting comment from a stranger, it carried the weight of centuries, a link between the stars and the earth, between animals and humans, between what was and what could be. And so, in the glow of 1,000 candles and the hum of countless voices, the Zodiac continued to speak. It whispered through cards and charts, through trinkets and tales, its words shaped by the animals that carried its meaning. It reminded those who listened that their lives, like the stars, were part of a vast, interconnected story. A story still unfolding, still waiting to be told. The air was electric with the hum of anticipation. A storyteller stood at the edge of a dimly lit stage, their shadow flickering on the brick wall behind them. The room was filled with faces, young and old, their expressions a mix of curiosity and reverence. The storyteller raised a hand, and the murmurs died down. When they spoke, their voice was low and deliberate, each word carrying the weight of something ancient and the promise of something new. Long ago, they began, in a time when gods walked among us and the stars still whispered their secrets, there was a rabbit who lived in the heavens. This rabbit wasn't the gentle creature you know from bedtime tales. No, this rabbit was fierce, cunning, and brave, tasked with carrying the elixir of life to those deemed worthy. But one day, as the rabbit leaped across the skies, they looked down and saw a world consumed by greed and war. The rabbit paused, questioning the very gods who had sent them. Why should such a gift go to the few when so many suffered? The audience leaned in, captivated. This wasn't the rabbit of tradition, yet it felt familiar. The storyteller's words painted a vivid picture, but the emotions they evoked were unmistakably modern. The rabbit's hesitation, their defiance, it was the quiet rebellion of every soul who had ever dared to question authority, every heart that had yearned for justice. In another corner of the world, a filmmaker sat in a dark editing room, scrolling through scenes on a glowing screen. The film was a retelling of the dragon myth, but this dragon didn't hoard treasure or burn villages. This dragon was a guardian, fighting to protect an ancient forest from destruction. The dragon's roar wasn't one of rage, but of anguish, echoing the cries of the earth as it was stripped bare by greed. The director paused, their finger hovering over the play button. They wondered if audiences would see the parallels, if they would understand that this wasn't just a story about a mythical creature but a plea for something larger. Elsewhere, a group of children sat cross-legged in a circle, their teacher holding a book with a bright, modern cover. The tale inside was of the ox, reimagined as a tireless single parent working long hours to provide for their family. The children giggled at the ox's clumsy attempts to balance work and home life, but fell silent when the ox's strength faltered. One child raised their hand. Why didn't the ox ask for help? They asked, their voice tinged with sadness. The teacher smiled softly. Sometimes even the strongest forget they don't have to carry everything alone, she replied. At a bustling city theater, a play unfolded before an enraptured audience. The monkey, reinterpreted as a young hacker, swung not from trees but through cyberspace, dismantling corrupt systems with the same cleverness and charm of the original trickster. But beneath the monkey's mischief lay a deeper story of isolation and longing, of a hero who could outwit any enemy yet struggled to connect with the people they fought for. When the curtain fell, there was a moment of silence before the applause erupted, as if the audience needed a breath to process the weight of what they'd just seen. In a sunlit workshop, an artist sculpted a rooster out of clay, their hands moving with deliberate care. This rooster wasn't just a proud herald of the dawn. It was a symbol of resilience, its feathers etched with scars that told stories of battles fought and won. The artist's inspiration had come from their grandmother, a woman who had risen every day before the sun to tend to her family and never let the weight of the world dim her spirit. When the sculpture was complete, the artist placed it on a pedestal with a single word engraved beneath, "Rise." For some, reinterpreting myths meant bringing them into the digital age. A game developer sat at their desk, headphones on, as they coded the final sequences of a Zodiac-inspired game. Each character was a modern take on the Zodiac animals, their traits woven into abilities that players could use to solve challenges. The dog was a loyal companion, their fierce determination breaking down barriers. The rat was a resourceful inventor, crafting tools from the simplest materials. The game wasn't just about winning, it was about understanding, about seeing how the strengths of each character came alive when they worked together. A writer sat by a rainy window, their fingers flying across the keyboard. They were reimagining the pig as a food blogger, spreading joy and generosity through recipes that connected people across cultures. In the writer's story, the pig wasn't just a symbol of indulgence, but of community, of the bonds forged over shared meals and laughter. As they typed, they thought about the times they'd sat at crowded tables with family and friends, the simple magic of those moments finding its way into every word they wrote. In a crowded bookstore, a teenager flipped through a graphic novel that reimagined the tiger as a reluctant leader of a revolution. The tiger wasn't fearless, they wrestled with doubt, with the weight of their decisions, but their courage lay in acting despite those fears. The teenager felt a pang of recognition, the tiger's struggle mirroring their own battles with self-doubt. When they reached the final page, where the tiger stood tall, their stripes glowing with newfound strength, they closed the book with a quiet determination they hadn't felt before. Across all these stories, the myths of the Zodiac were transformed, but never lost their essence. The animals remained, their traits and tales woven into new narratives that spoke to modern hearts. They became mirrors, reflecting the struggles, hopes, and triumphs of a world that had changed but still yearned for meaning. And as each storyteller, artist, and creator breathed new life into these ancient myths, they reminded us all of something timeless, that the stars may be far away, but their light still reaches us, illuminating the path forward. The moon hung low, its silver light spilling across the forest floor. Beneath its glow, a sleek, silent figure moved with precision and grace. The cat's emerald eyes shimmered as if holding stars of its own, her movements as fluid as water yet as deliberate as the ticking of a clock. She paused, her ears twitching toward a distant sound, the soft hum of a river and the faint murmur of voices. She knew those voices. They belonged to the chosen animals, the ones who had answered the call of the Jade Emperor. She had once believed she would be among them. But that was before betrayal had etched its shadow across her heart. The cat's memory of that day was as sharp as her claws. She had awoken with the dawn, stretching in the comfort of her nest, her confidence unshakable. The rat, her neighbor and once her closest companion, had whispered to her the details of the Emperor's decree. A great race, they said, to determine the 12 animals of the Zodiac. The cat had smiled, her whiskers twitching with amusement. A race? She was swift, agile, and clever. The others might as well not bother showing up. But the cat's trust in the rat had been her undoing. She had asked the rat to wake her when it was time to set out. Of course, the rat had squeaked with a nervous grin. Yet, when the sun rose high and the cat finally stirred, she found herself alone. The race was long over. The rat had betrayed her, slinking away in the dead of night, riding the ox's broad back to ensure his place at the finish line. The cat had run to the Jade Emperor's palace, her paws pounding against the earth, but when she arrived, the 12 had already been named. The ox, the tiger, the rabbit, all stood proud in their newfound honor. The rat perched smugly, his tiny frame puffed up with importance. The cat's voice was sharp as she demanded an explanation, her tail lashing furiously. But the Emperor merely shook his head. "The decision has been made," he said, his tone final. "The Zodiac is complete." From that day on, the cat's trust in others had withered. She watched from the shadows as the 12 basked in their glory, their stories celebrated in every village and whispered beneath every star. Yet, despite her bitterness, the cat knew her story wasn't the only one of betrayal and loss. She wasn't the only one left behind. There was the fox, a creature as cunning as the rat but far more noble in spirit. The fox had raced to the Emperor's palace, her fiery coat a blur across the plains. Yet, when she arrived, her breath ragged and her paws bloodied from the journey, the palace doors were already closed. She had been swift, but not swift enough. The fox had sat outside the grand gates for hours, her tail wrapped tightly around her. She wasn't bitter like the cat, nor boastful like the rat. She simply wondered if she had been too bold to think she could ever belong. Then there was the wolf, a beast whose strength and loyalty were unmatched. The wolf had started the race with honor in her heart, determined to prove that her kind could be more than the terror whispered about in the dark. But along the way, she had stopped to help a deer tangled in a hunter's snare. By the time the deer was free, the wolf had no chance of finishing among the 12. She had trotted to the palace anyway, her head held high, knowing she had chosen the right path, even if it wasn't the one that led to glory. The sparrow, too, had tried to claim a place among the Zodiac. She was small and frail, her wings barely strong enough to carry her across the vast river that stood in her way. Yet, she had sung a song so sweet that even the mighty dragon had paused to listen. For a moment, the sparrow thought she might have a chance when the dragon offered to carry her. But the dragon, caught in its own heroic act of bringing rain to a parched village, had forgotten the little bird clinging to its back. The sparrow had fallen, her dreams slipping away like the wind beneath her wings. These were the unchosen ones, their stories lost to the shadows of the 12 who stood in the light. Yet, their tales carried lessons just as powerful. The cat, who prowled alone yet never stopped chasing her own destiny. The fox, who reminded others that failure wasn't the end, but a chance to try again. The wolf, whose heart was as noble as the deed she chose over recognition. The sparrow, whose song lingered in the air long after her fall. As the cat sat beneath the stars, her tail curling around her paws, she thought of them often. She thought of the way the fox had turned her rejection into stories that inspired others to be clever yet kind. She thought of the wolf, who had become a protector of the forest, her strength a beacon to those in need. She even thought of the sparrow, whose song had never ceased, even as her wings grew weary. And then there was the cat herself, still fierce, still proud. She had no place among the Zodiac, no festival to celebrate her, no stars named in her honor. But when the moon rose and the world grew quiet, people still whispered her name. They told stories of her betrayal and her cunning, of her grace and her defiance. They feared her, loved her, admired her, all without her ever needing to stand among the 12. The cat stretched, her claws catching the moonlight, and let out a soft, satisfied purr. She was unchosen, yes. But she was not forgotten. The forest was silent, the kind of silence that felt heavy, as though the world itself was holding its breath. In the clearing stood an ancient tree, its gnarled branches twisting toward the heavens like the hands of a forgotten god. Beneath it, a traveler knelt, their head bowed low as they traced the strange symbols carved into the bark. They whispered a name, not of the animals everyone knew, not tiger, rabbit, or dragon, but something older, something that felt like fire and starlight. They whispered the name of the phoenix. The phoenix, a creature of such radiant beauty and eternal life, had once been more than a myth. Long before the 12 zodiac animals were chosen, the phoenix had roamed the skies, its golden feathers lighting the way for lost souls. It was said that the phoenix could sing the world awake, that its call could make flowers bloom in the heart of winter. But the phoenix was no ordinary guardian. It was a creature of rebirth, a being that burned in its own flames only to rise again, unbroken and unbowed. There was a time when the phoenix stood as a symbol of hope in the Zodiac's ancient traditions. Villagers would leave offerings of fragrant wood and rare spices, hoping to catch a glimpse of the bird's fiery dance. But as the Zodiac was formalized, the phoenix withdrew, its role diminished to a whisper among the elders. Yet, the stories persisted. Some spoke of its fiery rebirth as a metaphor for resilience, while others believed its absence from the Zodiac was a deliberate act of self-sacrifice, choosing to guard the heavens rather than stand alongside the earthly animals. And then, there was the Chilin, a creature so rare and so sacred that to see one was said to bring a lifetime of good fortune. Its body was like that of a deer, but covered in shimmering scales, and its head bore a single, spiraling horn that glowed faintly in the dark. The Chilin did not run, it glided, as if the earth itself parted to let it pass without harm. Legend spoke of the Chilin appearing only in times of great peace, when the world was balanced and justice reigned. The Chilant's absence from the Zodiac was not because it had failed to answer the Emperor's call, but because its very nature made it incompatible with the chaos of competition. The Chilant did not race. It did not fight. When the animals leapt and clawed their way to the finish line, the Chilant had turned away, its gentle spirit unwilling to disturb the natural order. Yet, those who revered the Chilant still told its stories, passing them down as quiet prayers for harmony and understanding. In a hidden mountain village, a story was whispered of the phoenix and the Chilant meeting once, under a blood-red moon. The phoenix had descended in a torrent of flames, its light casting shadows across the jagged peaks. The Chilant had emerged from the forest, its every step leaving behind blossoms that glowed softly in the night. The two had not spoken, for their languages were too vast, too ancient, to be contained in words. Instead, they had stood in silent understanding, their presence a promise that even in the darkest times, beauty and balance could endure. But the tales of these creatures were not limited to the past. In bustling cities, amid the clamor of modern life, there were those who swore they had seen the phoenix rising from the ashes of a burning building, its fiery form cutting through the smoke like a blade of light. Others claimed to have heard the Chilant's soft cry in moments of profound stillness, its voice like the hum of a distant star. There were other mythical creatures, too, whose roles in the Zodiac had been lost to time, but whose spirits lingered. The Tengu, half-bird and half-human, was said to have once competed in the Zodiac race but had been disqualified for its trickery. Yet, the Tengu was not malevolent, its cunning was a lesson in seeing beyond appearances. Then there was the Bai-Zi, a creature said to know the secrets of the universe. Its wisdom was so vast that the Emperor himself had sought its counsel when crafting the Zodiac. In the shadow of these tales stood a child, listening to the stories with wide eyes and a heart full of wonder. The child asked why these creatures, so extraordinary, were left out of the Zodiac. The elder telling the story paused, their gaze distant, as though searching for an answer in the stars. Perhaps, the elder said finally, they weren't left out. Perhaps they chose to remain unseen, to protect something even greater than we can imagine. The child nodded, their imagination alight with the images of these forgotten guardians. They could see the phoenix rising, its flames a beacon of hope. They could picture the Chilant gliding across a moonlit field, its horn casting a soft glow. They could feel the Tengu's sharp wit and hear the Bai-Zi's endless wisdom. And in that moment, the child understood that the Zodiac was more than a collection of animals, it was a tapestry of stories, each thread adding something vital to the whole. The elder's voice grew softer as they spoke of the balance these creatures brought to the world, their unseen presence shaping the very fabric of existence. The child's heart swelled with a quiet determination. They knew that these stories, these mythical animals, deserved to be remembered. Not as footnotes or afterthoughts, but as part of the great and enduring tale of life itself. And as the fire crackled and the night deepened, the elder's voice faded, leaving only the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. It was a sound that could have been anything, a whisper, a sigh, or perhaps the soft cry of a Chilant moving gently through the forest, its presence as fleeting as a dream yet as eternal as the stars. The stars glittered above the old temple, their cold, eternal light casting strange patterns on the crumbling stones. A scholar sat cross-legged in the courtyard, their lantern flickering weakly against the vast darkness. Their hands trembled as they unrolled a brittle scroll, the faint scent of ink and age rising like a ghost. The symbols on the parchment were unfamiliar, the strokes jagged and ancient, older than the 12 animals of the Zodiac everyone knew. These marks whispered of another cycle, one forgotten by time and buried in shadow. Long ago, when the heavens were young and the earth was still finding its rhythm, the Zodiac did not yet follow the 12-year cycle we recognize today. There were other animals, other patterns, and other stories, each tied to the rhythms of the world in ways now lost. These forgotten cycles whispered through the corners of legend, elusive as smoke and just as hard to grasp. Some spoke of cycles tied to the elements alone, not animals, vast arcs of time dictated by fire, water, earth, metal, and wood, each lasting hundreds of years. Others told of a system that included creatures too strange to walk among mortals, serpents with wings, wolves that howled the sun into being, and fish that swam through the skies. One story told of the turtle cycle, a zodiac that once spanned epochs rather than years. The turtle was said to carry the world on its back, and its slow, deliberate movements marked time in a way that felt eternal. Unlike the competitive race that formed the zodiac we know, the turtle cycle revolved around wisdom and patience. The animals were chosen not for their speed or cunning, but for their resilience and harmony with the earth. Legend spoke of the crane, whose graceful flight symbolized hope, the stag, whose antlers reached toward the heavens like living trees, and the bear, whose strength protected the vulnerable. But the turtle cycle faded into obscurity, its symbols erased and its stories silenced. Some said it was because humanity became impatient, no longer willing to live in rhythms that spanned lifetimes. Others believed the cycle ended because the world changed, its balance tipping so drastically that the old ways could no longer hold. Then there was the Great Sky Cycle, an ancient zodiac tied to celestial events. Each sign in this cycle was not an animal of the earth, but a creature born of the stars. The phoenix was among them, its burning light a reminder of renewal, but so too was the hydra, its many heads symbolizing adaptability and chaos. The winged lion, with its mane like flames, was said to guard the gateways between the mortal realm and the heavens. Unlike the familiar 12, these beings did not compete for their place in the cycle, they were appointed by the cosmos itself, their appearances heralding great shifts in the world's destiny. Yet, like the turtle cycle, the sky cycle vanished, its myths reduced to fragments. It was said that the stars realigned, changing the order of the heavens and casting the great celestial creatures into a long slumber. Even now, some elders whispered that when certain stars burned brighter than others, it was the creatures stirring, their ancient powers calling out to the earth. Among the most haunting of the forgotten zodiacs was the shadow cycle, a set of signs that never walked in the light. These animals were creatures of the in-between, their forms shifting and unclear, like reflections on the surface of a dark lake. The fox of shadows, whose cunning could turn the tide of wars, the moth, drawn to the flames of truth but forever singed by its pursuit, and the wolf that guarded the edge of dreams. These were the signs of the unseen, and their stories were said to carry warnings for those who strayed too far from the natural order. But not all who heard these tales regarded them as warnings. There were those who sought the forgotten cycles, believing that the old zodiacs held secrets to power, harmony, or redemption. In hidden corners of the world, rituals were performed to awaken the turtle's wisdom or call forth the celestial guardians of the sky cycle. These rituals often involved offerings of rare herbs, the recitation of chants older than memory, and meditations under the open sky. Few claimed success, but those who did spoke of dreams so vivid they felt real, a glimpse of the crane flying over a golden sea, or the phoenix's fire burning away doubt and fear. There were moments in history when the echoes of these lost zodiacs seemed to resurface. A ruler once described seeing the stag in a dream before leading their people to safety. A hermit in the mountains claimed the hydra spoke to them in the patterns of the stars, teaching them a secret language. Even now, when certain phenomena occurred, an unseasonal bloom, an eclipse that seemed to linger too long, there were whispers that the shadow cycle was stirring, its creatures slipping through the cracks of the world. The scholar in the temple studied the scroll late into the night, their breath visible in the icy air. The symbols seemed to shift under their gaze, alive with the weight of forgotten truths. They could almost hear the distant cry of the crane, its mournful call resonating through the stones. They closed their eyes, and for a fleeting moment, they felt the world tilt, just slightly, as though some great wheel was turning, dragging with it the echoes of the past. When they opened their eyes, the courtyard felt different. The air was thicker, the shadows longer. They thought of the stories, of the turtle in the sky and the shadow. They wondered if these cycles were truly gone, or if they lingered in the spaces between moments, waiting for a time when the world would once again be ready to remember. As the lantern's flame flickered and the stars burned brightly overhead, the scholar knew one thing: the forgotten zodiacs were not dead. They were simply waiting. The market buzzed with life, a chaotic dance of colors, scents, and voices. Stalls brimmed with trinkets, silks, and spices, each one offering a piece of someone's history or hope. In the middle of this chaos, a young woman stood quietly by a table laden with small, intricate figurines, each one representing a different zodiac animal. She hesitated, her hand hovering over the carved wooden tiger before shifting to the rabbit. Her brows furrowed as if the choice weighed heavier than it should. A vendor noticed her pause and leaned closer, his voice low and knowing. "They say the animal chooses you," he said, his words slow and deliberate. "It's not just a sign. It's who you are." The woman glanced at him, startled, but didn't respond. Instead, she reached out and picked up the snake. For a moment, her fingers lingered on the smooth surface of the wood, as if expecting it to pulse with some hidden energy. Across the world, countless people looked to their zodiac signs to tell them who they were, or perhaps, who they could become. A child born in the year of the dragon is raised to believe they carry the spark of ambition and the fire of greatness. Every achievement, every bold decision, feels like an affirmation of their identity. But what of the quieter child, the one who doesn't roar but whispers? Do they carry the dragon's essence too, and the subtle strength of their dreams? An old farmer, weathered by years of toil, often chuckled when neighbors called him stubborn as an ox. "It's not stubbornness," he'd say, his hands calloused and firm on his plow. "It's knowing the land and knowing myself." But there were nights, when the fields lay silent under the moonlight, that he wondered if his tenacity was truly his own or something he had learned to embody because the stars had said he must. For those born under the sign of the monkey, life often felt like a performance. The world expected charm, wit, and an endless supply of mischief. A young boy, restless in his small village, climbed trees not for fun but because the villagers laughed and called him clever. At school, when he made a joke, even the teachers smiled. Yet, in the quiet moments when no one watched, he felt an aching loneliness. Was he truly the monkey, or was he simply wearing its mask? There was a man who wore his rooster sign proudly, strutting through the crowded streets with confidence that could light up the darkest corners. He loved the way people admired his sharp mind and unwavering discipline. But deep down, he wrestled with the burden of expectation. On the nights when his plans faltered, when his calculations failed, he felt the crushing weight of being less than what the rooster demanded. Not all found comfort in their signs. A woman born in the year of the dog grew up hearing she would be loyal, protective, and selfless. She gave and gave, pouring herself into relationships, until one day she found herself hollow and spent. In the quiet aftermath of another broken bond, she wondered if loyalty was a gift or a curse. The zodiac shaped not just how people saw themselves, but how others saw them. In a bustling city, a group of friends joked about their signs over steaming bowls of noodles. "You're a pig." "No wonder you're so generous," one teased, their laughter light and familiar. The pig smiled, but later, walking home alone, the words echoed in his mind. Was his generosity genuine, or had he given too much of himself, trying to live up to the story etched into the stars? A snake and a horse met at a cafe, their conversation easy and flowing. "They say we're opposites," the horse said, laughing as they stirred their coffee. "But opposites attract, right?" The snake smiled but didn't answer, their mind turning over the idea. Were they truly opposites, or was this belief just another layer of myth, shaping their connection before it had even begun? In the quiet villages where traditions ran deep, parents often named their children after the animals of their birth years. A girl named May, born in the year of the rat, grew up hearing she was destined to be resourceful and clever. She embraced the role, excelling in school and outsmarting her playmates in games of strategy. But there were nights when she sat by the river, her feet dangling in the cool water, and wondered what she might have been if the stars hadn't whispered those words at her birth. In a sprawling metropolis, a young artist painted her zodiac animal, the goat, onto a vast canvas, each brushstroke filled with emotion. She poured her gentleness, her creativity, and her quiet strength into the piece, but as she stepped back to admire her work, she felt a pang of doubt. Had she painted herself, or had she painted what the world expected her to be? A wise elder once said that the zodiac wasn't about destiny, it was a mirror. It shows us what we might be, he explained to a group of children gathered at his feet. But the choice is always yours. You can be the rabbit who hides or the rabbit who leaps. You can be the snake who coils in fear or the snake who moves with grace. In the market, the young woman placed the snake figurine back on the table. She hesitated for a moment, then reached for the tiger instead. The vendor raised an eyebrow but said nothing. The woman smiled, as if making her choice had lifted a weight she didn't know she carried. Across the world, the Zodiac continued its quiet work, shaping identities, inspiring choices, and raising questions that lingered in the hearts of those who listened. The stars might guide, but it was the people who decided which path to walk. The incense smoke curled in delicate spirals, drifting upward like whispered prayers to the heavens. A wooden table stood in the center of the room, adorned with bowls of rice, fruit, and cups of tea. Small figurines representing the 12 zodiac animals were arranged carefully, their carved faces seeming to watch over the offerings with quiet vigilance. A boy knelt before the table, his hands pressed together, his eyes squeezed shut as he murmured words passed down through generations. Behind him, his grandmother stood silently, her wrinkled hands clasped tightly around a strand of prayer beads. She didn't interrupt. This was his moment. Her eyes, however, glistened with something more profound than pride. It was the weight of memory, of lineage, of a story too large to fit into words. The boy paused and glanced back. "Grandmother, do they hear us?" he asked, his voice tinged with both innocence and longing. She stepped forward, her movements deliberate, as if each step carried the gravity of countless lifetimes. "They hear," she said softly. "And they remember." In many families, the Zodiac was more than a calendar or a set of personality traits. It was a bridge to the past, a living thread connecting the present to ancestors long gone. Each animal carried with it a piece of history, a symbol of the virtues and struggles of those who had come before. To honor the Zodiac was to honor the stories etched into the bloodline, the sacrifices and triumphs that had paved the way for the living. There was a tale often told during these ceremonies of a young farmer named Jian who lived in a time of great famine. Jian was born under the sign of the rat, a symbol of resourcefulness and survival. When the harvest failed and his village faced starvation, it was Jian who found a hidden stash of grain left by his late grandfather, who had foreseen hard times and buried it deep within the earth. Jian's ingenuity saved not only his family but also his neighbors. To this day, his descendants light incense before the rat's figurine, thanking both Jian and the ancestors who had taught him the value of foresight. In another family, the sign of the dragon held special significance. A girl named Li Mei, born under this powerful sign, once led her village to safety during a flood, her courage and charisma uniting people who had nearly given up hope. Her story became a legend, passed down through generations. Every year, her family gathered to honor her spirit, placing offerings before the dragon and retelling the story of her bravery. The children listened with wide eyes, as if by hearing the tale, they might absorb even a fraction of her strength. Yet, the connection between the Zodiac and ancestors wasn't always tied to grand tales of heroism. Sometimes, it was in the quiet, everyday acts of love and resilience. An old woman named Lin, born under the sign of the ox, spent her life tending to her family's fields. Her hands were calloused, her back bent, but she never complained. To her descendants, the ox wasn't just a symbol of hard work, it was a reminder of Lin's unwavering devotion, her silent strength that kept the family together through the harshest winters. The rituals varied from family to family, but the essence remained the same. A daughter placed a bowl of her father's favorite soup before the figurine of the tiger, whispering a prayer of gratitude for his fearless spirit that had protected her during her darkest days. A son burned paper money for his grandmother, born under the sign of the rabbit, who had taught him that kindness was the greatest wealth one could possess. In one village, there was a peculiar tradition. The people believed that the Zodiac animals carried messages from the ancestors during times of need. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, they would place wooden carvings of the animals in a circle and light a single candle in the center. The flickering flame cast shadows that danced on the walls, and the villagers watched closely, searching for signs, a shadow that lingered too long, a shape that seemed to move against the light. These were taken as messages, guiding the community's decisions for the year ahead. Not all families found peace in these rituals. There was a man named Wei, born under the sign of the snake, who often felt estranged from his lineage. His father, also a snake, had been a man of cunning and ambition, qualities Wei struggled to embrace. During ceremonies, when the family honored the snake, Wei often felt like an outsider. But one year, as he stood before the altar, his mother told him a story he had never heard before. "Your grandfather," she said, her voice soft yet firm, "was a snake too. He wasn't cunning in the way you think. He was wise, knowing when to strike and when to hold back. That wisdom saved our family during the war." Her words lingered in Wei's heart long after the incense had burned out. For the first time, he saw the snake not as a shadow he couldn't live up to, but as a legacy he could shape in his own way. The boy at the altar finished his prayer, his voice trembling slightly but steadying with each word. As he placed a small orange before the horse figurine, his late grandfather's sign, he thought of the stories his grandmother had told him. How his grandfather had been the one to carry injured villagers on his back during the war, refusing to rest until everyone was safe. "He would be proud of you," his grandmother said, her voice breaking the silence. The boy looked up at her, his eyes shining. "Do you think he remembers me?" She knelt beside him, her hands resting gently on his shoulders. "He remembers all of us. Just as we remember him." In the quiet of the room, the weight of generations seemed to settle, not as a burden, but as a comforting presence. The zodiac animals, lined up in their eternal watchfulness, felt less like symbols and more like family, silent witnesses to the ebb and flow of life, carrying with them the whispers of those who came before. A young boy stood at the edge of a bustling market, the warm scent of spices and the hum of voices swirling around him. His eyes were fixed on a stall where a weathered woman was painting a rooster, its feathers vibrant with reds and golds that seemed to shimmer in the sunlight. Beside the painting hung scrolls of the zodiac animals, each one alive with personality. People from all walks of life stopped, some pointing to their birth animal with pride, others seeking quiet guidance from the woman's wise gaze. The boy tugged at his mother's sleeve. "What does the rooster mean?" he asked, his voice full of wonder. "It means courage," his mother said, her smile soft. "It means waking the world with your voice, even if you stand alone." The zodiac has a way of threading through lives far beyond the lands of its origin. In the crowded streets of a city halfway across the world, a couple stood before a cafe window displaying ornate ceramic bowls, each one etched with the familiar zodiac animals. The dragon's fierce eyes and the gentle curve of the goat's horns were symbols they didn't grow up with, yet they felt drawn to them. They bought a bowl, not because they fully understood its meaning, but because something about it whispered of strength and serenity. Years later, they would laugh over tea poured from that same bowl, telling their children how they'd brought home a piece of a story older than themselves, a story that didn't belong to them but welcomed them all the same. In another corner of the world, a young girl in a classroom raised her hand. "Can we learn about the zodiac signs?" she asked, her cheeks flushing as the other students turned to look at her. The teacher smiled and opened a book filled with tales of the 12 animals. As the girl listened, she felt a thrill run through her, a sense of belonging to something vast and timeless. Later, she would sit with her grandmother, tracing the lines of a small jade pendant shaped like a rabbit. Her grandmother told her it was a gift from a friend in a distant land, a symbol of good luck and compassion. The girl held it tightly, feeling a connection she couldn't quite name. The zodiac's influence has slipped into so many corners of the world, quietly weaving its way into cultures and traditions in unexpected ways. In a bustling metropolis, a New Year's parade winds its way through the streets. Paper dragons dance under the hands of skilled performers, their vibrant forms twisting and turning to the rhythm of drums. Lanterns bearing the shapes of zodiac animals light up the night, their glow reflected in the wide eyes of children who don't yet know the stories but feel the magic all the same. Meanwhile, in a small village far from the glow of city lights, a farmer carefully places a wooden ox figurine on his windowsill. He doesn't know the full tale of how the ox became one of the 12, but he has always admired its strength and patience. To him, the ox isn't just a symbol, it's a promise that hard work and quiet perseverance will see him through another season. In an artist's studio, miles from any temple or traditional celebration, a painter strokes bright colors onto a canvas. She doesn't stick to tradition. Her tiger is neon green, her rabbit streaked with orange. Yet in her bold reinterpretations, the animals come alive, leaping from the canvas with a ferocity that catches the breath. When asked why she paints the zodiac, she smiles and says, "Because it's in all of us." In one country, a teacher uses the zodiac to connect her students to the idea of cycles, how time turns, how moments echo through generations. You may be born under the sign of the monkey, she tells them, but that doesn't mean you're only mischievous. It means you are clever, adaptable. And maybe, just maybe, you'll outsmart the challenges that come your way. The students laugh, but they write her words down, some slipping them into their diaries, others etching them into their hearts. Then there are the skeptics, the ones who say, "It's just a story." But even they can't help but smile when a friend points out their birth animal and says, "That's so you." There's a certain magic in being seen, even in the playful way people joke about a rooster's stubbornness or a dog's loyalty. It's as if the zodiac holds up a mirror, reflecting both who we are and who we might become. In a corner cafe, an elderly man listens to his grandson chatter excitedly about how his friend says she's a dragon and that means she's supposed to be fierce and strong. The man chuckles, stirring his tea. "I'm a dragon too," he says, his voice rich with pride. But being strong doesn't always mean fighting. Sometimes, it means standing still when the wind tries to push you over. The boy's eyes widen, and in that moment, the old stories gain new meaning. Across oceans, in homes adorned with symbols that blend cultures and traditions, the zodiac finds its place. A calendar hangs on a wall, each month marked not by the usual signs, but by the animals of the zodiac. A family lights candles before a table where the dragon and the pig stand side by side, their gleaming figures reminding them of the ties that bind them to ancestors they've never met. "Why's that?" her father asked, tucking the quilt around her. "Because it's quiet," she said. "But it still wins in its own way." The father smiled, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "Yes," he whispered. "It does." Outside, the storm raged on, but inside, the fire burned steady, and the story settled into the girl's dreams like a seed, waiting to grow. The village elder stood at the edge of the firelight, his weathered face illuminated by the flickering flames. Around him, the children sat in a tight circle, their faces upturned, expectant. Even the adults had paused their quiet conversations, drawn to the low, rhythmic tone of his voice. "The stars don't just hang there, silent," he began, his words carrying the weight of countless retellings. "They speak. They tell stories. And through those stories, we know where we've been, where we are, and where we're going." The crowd leaned closer, their breaths held. There was magic in the air, the kind that exists when time itself seems to pause, caught between the whispers of the past and the pull of the future. The elders' gnarled fingers pointed skyward, tracing invisible shapes. The rat, the ox, the tiger, they are more than animals. They are markers of time, guiding us through the endless cycle of days and years. But their power isn't locked in the past. It stretches, like an unbroken thread, binding yesterday to today and tomorrow. Across the world, the same thread weaves itself into lives that are as varied as the stars it represents. In a sleek, modern office, a young woman sits at her desk, her eyes scanning a lunar calendar. Her family has always told her that the dragon is her sign, a symbol of strength and ambition. She's in the middle of making a career decision, one that feels enormous. The dragon year is a time for bold moves, her grandmother's voice echoes in her mind. She clenches her fists, the words grounding her in courage. The zodiac isn't just a reflection of personality, it's a map, a way to make sense of a world that often feels chaotic. In a bustling marketplace, an old man consults a small booklet, the pages filled with symbols and predictions. "The monkey is mischievous," he mutters to himself, considering a deal. "This month, I'll need to be clever to get ahead." His grin widens, as if he's just uncovered a secret. But it's not just individuals who feel the pull of this celestial continuum. Entire families, even generations, align themselves with the zodiac's rhythm. During Lunar New Year celebrations, a family gathers, each member representing a different animal. They laugh as they tease the sheep for their gentle nature and the horse for their restless energy. Yet beneath the jokes, there's a reverence, a recognition that they are all connected by this ancient cycle. The past feels closer than ever during these moments. A young man lights incense at his family's altar, his movements deliberate and slow. His great-grandfather was born in the year of the snake, a symbol of wisdom and intuition. Though they've never met, the young man feels a bond, as if the snake ties them together across time. He whispers a prayer, seeking guidance, and in the silence that follows, he feels something like an answer. The Zodiac's continuity doesn't just bridge family ties, it stretches far beyond, into the heart of cultures and nations. In small rural villages, farmers still plant their crops based on zodiac signs, trusting in the patterns that have guided their ancestors for centuries. In crowded cities, entrepreneurs launch businesses during auspicious animal years, their decisions tethered to traditions as old as the streets they walk. And yet, the zodiac isn't bound by tradition alone. It evolves, its thread weaving through the modern world with the same grace it once moved through ancient times. In a brightly lit cafe, two strangers strike up a conversation. "What's your sign?" one asks, half joking. The other smiles, answering with a mix of pride and curiosity. What begins as a casual exchange blossoms into something deeper, a connection born of shared stories. The stars and their animals become a shared language, a way to bridge gaps between cultures, generations, and even strangers. In classrooms, children learn the tales of the zodiac, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of the rabbit racing against the dragon, the dog's steadfast loyalty, and the rooster's bright, brash call. Teachers remind them that these aren't just myths, they're lessons about resilience, cleverness, and the value of every contribution. In the quiet of a museum, an artist stands before an ancient tapestry, its faded colors still vibrant with meaning. The zodiac animals wind their way through the fabric, each one painstakingly detailed. The artist sees more than beauty, she sees a timeline, a story that spans centuries. Inspired, she returns to her studio, her work infused with a modern twist on those same timeless symbols. The future glimmers on the horizon, waiting to be shaped. A scientist, working late in her lab, glances at her desk where a small jade tiger rests. It was a gift from her mother, a reminder of the fierce determination her zodiac year represents. She smiles, the weight of her work feeling a little lighter. The zodiac, she realizes, isn't just about fate, it's about possibility. It's about how the lessons of the past can inform the choices of the future. In the elder's village, the fire has burned low, its embers glowing softly. His voice grows quieter, but no less commanding. "These stories," he says, "they are not locked away in some distant past. They breathe, just as we do. They walk beside us, shaping our steps. And when we are gone, they will carry on, whispering to those who come after us." A child, no older than 7, raises her hand. "But how do we know the stories won't disappear?" The elder smiles, his eyes crinkling with warmth. "Because they are a part of us. As long as we tell them, as long as we live them, they will never fade." The zodiac's reach is quiet yet unyielding, a soft whisper in a crowded world. It doesn't demand to be understood, it simply offers itself, a gift to those willing to listen. In the eyes of a child gazing at a painted tiger, in the hands of an elder placing a rabbit charm in her pocket, in the hearts of people who see themselves in its timeless stories, it lives, uniting a world that sometimes feels so very divided. The boy at the market turned back to the rooster painting. "If I was born in its year, does that mean I have to be brave?" His mother knelt beside him, brushing a lock of hair from his face. "It means you already are. You just don't know it yet." And as the market bustled around them, the boy felt a small spark of courage take root in his heart, as if the rooster had crowed just for him. On a cold winter night, a father sat by the fire, his young daughter nestled in his lap, a thick quilt draped over them both. The storm outside howled, shaking the walls, but inside, the crackling of the fire cast a comforting glow. "Tell me a story," the girl whispered, her voice barely audible over the wind. "What kind of story?" he asked, running his fingers through her hair. "Something with animals," she said, her sleepy eyes lighting up with a spark of anticipation. The father paused, staring into the flames as if they held the answers. "There was a time," he began, "when the Jade Emperor wanted to decide the order of the years. He called upon all the animals to race, promising that the first 12 to cross the river would each earn a place in the Zodiac." The girl sat up a little, her weariness forgotten. The words flowed like water, weaving a tale that seemed both ancient and immediate, a story that had been told countless times but felt fresh with each telling. As the father spoke of the rat's cleverness, the ox's strength, the dragon's majesty, and the dog's loyalty, the child clung to every word, her imagination painting vivid pictures in her mind. "It's always been like this." The stories carry something more than their words. They hold an essence, a kind of eternal truth that transcends time and culture. They are old, impossibly old, but they never grow stale. Somehow, they know how to shape themselves to each new listener, bending like willow branches in the wind. In a bustling city, far from the quiet of the winter storm, a group of friends gathered in a small apartment. The lights were dim, the table cluttered with half-empty glasses and plates of food. One of them, a woman with a fiery spirit, leaned forward. "Do you know your zodiac animal?" she asked, her voice laced with curiosity. The others exchanged glances, some shrugging, others nodding. She began to recount the tale of the Zodiac, her hands moving animatedly, her words spilling out like music. Though they were grown adults, they listened as if they were children again, transported to a place where animals could talk and rivers became arenas for cunning and courage. One of them laughed as she described the rabbit's gentle trickery. Another raised his glass in a toast to the underdog pig, who, despite arriving last, never gave up. By the end of the night, they weren't just talking about the Zodiac, they were sharing parts of themselves, seeing pieces of their own personalities reflected in the animals. A simple story had become a bridge, connecting them in a way no modern technology could. The appeal of these tales isn't just in the animals or the lessons they carry, it's in the spaces between the lines. It's in the way a story about a race can become a story about determination, strategy, and hope. It's in the way each animal, with its strengths and flaws, mirrors something deep within us. We see ourselves in the fierce tiger, the playful monkey, the determined rat, and even the often overlooked goat. In a quiet library, a scholar pored over an old manuscript, the edges of the pages frayed with age. She was searching for something, perhaps a forgotten detail or a hidden meaning. But as she read the familiar words, she found herself smiling, caught not by her academic pursuit but by the sheer beauty of the story. She remembered her grandmother telling her the same tale when she was just a child, her voice warm and full of life. For a moment, the dusty manuscript faded, and she was back in that tiny kitchen, the smell of ginger and tea filling the air. Even in the most unexpected places, the Zodiac stories appear, carrying their quiet power. In a theater in Europe, an experimental play unfolds. Actors, draped in symbolic costumes, embody the 12 animals, moving with grace and precision. The rat darts and weaves, the dragon commands the stage, and the snake slithers with an enigmatic charm. The audience watches, captivated, not needing to know the exact origin of the story to feel its pull. At a street festival in a coastal town, children run around with painted faces, one a tiger, another a dog, another a rooster. Their laughter echoes through the streets, mingling with the sounds of music and the smell of sizzling food. A storyteller sits on a low stool, spinning the old tale once again. Parents stop to listen, their children tugging at their sleeves, eager to hear what happens next. The storyteller pauses for dramatic effect, and the crowd leans in, hanging on every word. Why does it feel like these stories never fade? Perhaps it's because they aren't just stories, they're living things, growing and changing with each retelling. They take root in the hearts of those who hear them, becoming a part of their identity, their history. A child hears about the dog's loyalty and decides to be a better friend. A young woman sees herself in the rabbit's gentle spirit and learns to embrace her softness. A man, struggling with doubt, remembers the pig's perseverance and finds the strength to keep going. The Zodiac stories remind us of the beauty of diversity, the idea that every creature, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, has a role to play. They teach us to value our strengths without dismissing our weaknesses, to see others not as rivals but as companions on this vast and unpredictable river we all must cross. The father's voice grew softer as he reached the end of his tale. And so, the 12 animals earned their place in the heavens, each one a guardian of its year. The girl yawned, her eyelids heavy. "I like the rabbit," she murmured, her voice thick with sleep. The child nods, her small face filled with understanding far beyond her years. The fire crackles one last time, and the circle begins to dissolve. Yet the words linger in the air, as if the stars themselves have etched them into the night. The room was silent except for the soft patter of rain against the window. A lone candle flickered on the desk, its flame casting shadows that seemed alive, dancing to the rhythm of unseen forces. Before it sat an old man, his hands withered, his eyes fixed on an ancient scroll unfurled before him. The symbols of the Zodiac were inked onto the parchment, their lines delicate yet eternal. He traced the path of the dragon with a trembling finger, his voice barely a whisper. "It's always been here," he said to no one, yet to everyone who would ever listen. Guiding us, teaching us, reminding us. The words hung heavy in the air, as if the universe itself paused to listen. Outside, the rain grew heavier, its rhythm like a heartbeat, a reminder of time's relentless flow. The old man leaned back in his chair, his thoughts pulling him into a current that swirled between memory and meaning. Across the world, the symbols of the Zodiac were living their stories in countless ways. A mother, cradling her newborn child, whispered the year's animal into the baby's ear, a quiet promise of protection and hope. A teenager, restless and unsure, flipped through a well-worn book of Zodiac traits, searching for answers, for something to hold on to. And somewhere, a skeptic laughed at the idea of destiny while carrying a lucky charm shaped like the monkey. The Zodiac's power wasn't in its ability to predict the future, though many believed it could. Its strength lay in the connections it forged, between people, between cultures, between the past and what lay ahead. It wasn't just a cycle of animals or a set of traits, it was a mirror, reflecting the human spirit in all its complexity. On a distant hillside, a family gathered beneath a full moon, their voices soft as they shared stories of the tiger and the rat, the horse and the pig. Each tale carried echoes of laughter and tears, triumphs and mistakes. The youngest child asked why the pig always seemed underestimated. "Because even the smallest and humblest have their place," the grandmother answered, her voice steady, her gaze far away. "Without the pig, the cycle would break." The child nodded, not fully understanding but sensing the truth in the words. The fire crackled, sparks rising to join the stars above, as if the heavens themselves approved of the lesson. In another corner of the world, an artist worked tirelessly, his hands smudged with paint as he brought the Zodiac animals to life on a massive canvas. Each stroke was deliberate, each color vibrant, as if he was trying to capture something that couldn't be spoken. People often asked him why he chose the Zodiac as his subject, and he would only smile. "It's not just a subject," he once said. "It's a way of seeing." His brush hovered over the canvas, hesitating before adding the final detail to the phoenix, a mythical creature that many believed should have been part of the Zodiac. As he painted the bird's fiery wings, he thought about the myths that had been forgotten, the stories that had slipped through the cracks of time. Yet even those were part of the tapestry, woven into the edges, unseen but essential. The Zodiac's power wasn't confined to belief or tradition. It was a force that could not be measured, only felt. It moved through the stories told at family gatherings, through the whispered prayers at ancestral altars, through the simple act of looking up at the stars and wondering. It was there in the decisions made with caution or boldness, guided by the animals that had walked alongside humanity for generations. Even in the chaos of the modern world, where technology often seemed to drown out ancient wisdom, the Zodiac found its place. Apps and websites promised daily horoscopes, their words flashing on screens, read by millions. Some dismissed them as entertainment, while others clung to them as lifelines. But beyond the pixels and algorithms, the symbols remained as they always had, unchanged, timeless, waiting for those who would look deeper. A young woman sat alone in a bustling cafe, her fingers tracing the rabbit pendant around her neck. She thought of her mother, who had given it to her during a time when everything felt uncertain. "You're the rabbit," her mother had said, her tone both playful and serious. "You're quick, you're clever, and you'll always find a way." Those words echoed in her mind now, as she faced a choice that would change everything. The pendant felt warm against her skin, as if it carried more than just metal and stone. She took a deep breath, her heartbeat steadying. It wasn't the rabbit that would decide her path, it was her. But somehow, knowing the rabbit was part of her story made her feel less alone. And that was the heart of it, wasn't it? The Zodiac wasn't about fate or fortune, it was about belonging. It reminded people that they were part of something vast and beautiful, something that stretched across time and space. It gave meaning to moments that might otherwise feel random, turning the ordinary into something sacred. Back in the quiet room, the old man rolled up the scroll with careful hands. He blew out the candle, plunging the room into darkness. But as he stepped outside, the rain had stopped, and the sky was alive with stars. He looked up, his face softening. The stars had always been there, watching, waiting. They didn't ask for anything, didn't demand belief or worship. They simply were, their light traveling across unimaginable distances to reach the eyes of those who gazed at them. And in their presence, people found meaning, not because the stars gave it to them, but because they chose to see it. The old man smiled, his breath fogging in the cool night air. Somewhere, a child was learning the story of the ox for the first time. Somewhere, a farmer was planting seeds, trusting in the rhythm of the cycles. Somewhere, a skeptic was laughing while tucking a lucky rabbit charm into their pocket. The Zodiac wasn't just a collection of symbols or a set of traits. It was a thread, endless and unbreakable,